Get rid of the flour altogether is rice.
It is halfway between Mosul and Kirkuk, both cities in either direction, about 50 miles, but it is a key junction. Now, they retreated to this position yesterday after they came under fire from Iraqi tanks. They took down those tanks, up to 10 of them, they believe, with these Javelin anti-tank missiles that you're seeing behind me, these absolutely huge things, as well as airstrikes called in from F-14s, dropping those laser-guided bombs on the tanks. It's been fairly quiet this morning, but they did meet some Iraqi resistance with some vehicles at the junction, and they intend to move forward to move further towards that intersection. Now, it's a fairly sober atmosphere here this morning, Carol. Just down the road yesterday, there was that friendly fire incident, absolutely horrifying, in which 45 people were injured and at least 18 killed. And the Kurdish fighters certainly are reflecting on that this morning. But they're very happy about the news, though. The reports that the man known as Chemical Ali is dead. Ali Hassan al-Majid, the man responsible for chemical attacks on Kurdish forces and hated perhaps almost as much as Saddam Hussein in these parts. Carol?
Jane, I think that many viewers are concerned about the goal of these forces in northern Iraq. Is the goal to keep Iraqi forces from moving closer to Baghdad or to overtake Kirkuk?
It's been a shifting strategy, Carol, and it's been shifting in a large part because of the role of Turkey in this. Now, as you remember, originally the plan was to bring in tens of thousands of ground troops from that high-tech 4th Infantry Brigade in through Turkey. They were waiting in ships off the Turkish coast for weeks before Turkey actually decided that they couldn't land. Now, there are no huge numbers of ground forces here, so the objective is not to move quickly and overrun those cities with ground forces from the north. What we've been seeing along the front lines, and just yesterday near the city of Doha, near the Turkish border, at least 2 towns held by Iraqis fell to U.S. Special Forces along with the Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighters, is slow and steady advances along the front lines. But really what they seem to be doing here in the north with the Airborne Brigade is playing a stabilizing factor, making sure that they can advance slowly forward, but also making sure the tension between the Turkish army and the Kurds doesn't increase and complicate things even further. Carol?
Understand. Let's talk a little bit about the friendly fire incident that happened yesterday when U.S. warplanes inadvertently dropped a bomb on a convoy, killing 17 Kurds. They seem very understanding about that.
They're incredibly understanding, and a lot of it is because they have longed to see these U.S. soldiers here. Now, it's a very different atmosphere from 1991, and here you can see along this hillside an example of the cooperation that goes on. These are Kurdish Peshmerga. Peshmerga means those who defy death. These are fighters who have been in the mountains for decades, some of the older ones. And they see the Americans as a liberating force. Now, that incident was absolutely horrific. It happened just down the road from here, and it took a convoy by surprise. It was a convoy of Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighters, along with a very senior military commander who happens to be the brother of the leader of this part of northern Iraq. So the losses were horrendous. But they have been incredibly understanding. They're saddened, obviously, but they don't feel that it will hurt cooperation with the U.S. It hasn't hurt their admiration and their gratitude to the U.S. forces, and they seem to be completely genuine about that. Carol?
All right, you stay safe, Jana Raff. Thanks for your insight from northern Iraq. East of Mosul, let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill Hemmer.
All right, Carol, thanks again. If you were with us last hour, you heard Walt Rogers reporting first that some sort of operations center used by the 3rd Infantry Division south of Baghdad had come under fire. The last word we heard, 6 soldiers wounded, perhaps 6 others missing in action right now. There's another report out there that indicates the U.S. Marines crossing a bridge somewhere in Baghdad across the Tigris River took fire as well. There could be casualties as a result. Let's check in with Marty Savage for more on what he may be learning about this and also what's happening from this front today. Marty's with the Marines. Marty, good afternoon.
Hello, Bill. That incident you're referring to took place this morning involving the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines. They're a little bit ahead of us. They were crossing and working to establish a bridgehead on the Tigris River coming from the east that would be moving towards the west, towards Baghdad, of course. And as they started moving, we understand that there was an artillery barrage, and it is unclear at this point whether this armored personnel carrier that reportedly was struck, in which there were casualties, whether it was a victim of friendly fire from a heavy round of U.S. artillery that was coming in support of establishing a bridgehead, whether this was counterfire that may have been coming from Iraqi artillery at this point, that is still trying to be ironed out. We understand, though, that they have made it across. However, a bridge that they were planning to use had been partially destroyed by Iraqi troops. That's not a big problem for the Marines. They always have standing by a lot of bridge-making material and temporary bridges that can be thrown up in quite a hurry. Let me show you in the background here. This is the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, who we are embedded with. You can see the column, armored column, is in formation now, standing by to move out. Has not received any orders to do so yet, other than to be ready to move, which is what we're doing. At the same time, we have been hearing a lot of artillery going off. That is primarily Marine artillery, obviously firing on what they presume are Iraqi targets. There's also coalition aircraft that have been circling overhead and helicopters that have been in the area as well. You can still hear it booming in the background. There goes a jet overhead. And every now and then we have heard 50 cal machine gun fire or the heavy machine guns going off in the area as well. A bit difficult to tell you exactly what is going on, except that the Marines are obviously trying to approach Baghdad from the east. That's something they always have been doing. This time perhaps a little more aggressively today. Also keep in mind the Marines are responsible for the whole eastern side of Baghdad. Part of the reason they were placed there was not only to make it a pincer movement on the city with the army on the west, but also to cut off the chance of any sort of Iraqi reinforcement coming from the borders up around Iran. There are a lot of Iraqi troops that have been placed up there, have been there for quite some time. They did not want to get into a situation where those troops would pull out from the Iranian border and then begin flooding into Baghdad to fight off any U.S. Army effort. So it's both a holding and blocking position at the same time, attacking, moving up on the east side of Baghdad, Bill.
Yeah, Marty, listen, if the Army is taking control of the airport on the west side of Baghdad, I know there's another one on the east side. Will the Marines go for that airport and use that as their center of operations, or have we gotten that far yet?
Well, Bill, unfortunately, you know, as the rules of the embed, we are not allowed to project or talk about future operations because they could potentially put any force that moves into a threat circumstance. I can tell you about past objectives, and there was a significant one here, actually some distance away, yesterday, whereas the Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, took control of what is referred to as the Iraqi Atomic Energy Complex. This would be the headquarters of the Iraqi Atomic Energy Program. Now, there is a civilian side as well as potentially a military side here. This is a vast complex that was seized by the U.S. Marines. It takes up many, many acres on a reserve area, you could call it that. It is both an industrial complex as well as a huge office complex. The Marines went in room to room, breaking into offices, a wealth of intelligence information, a number of vaults that they found there that they're sealed, that they're trying to get open. And also they found laboratory after laboratory after laboratory filled with a lot of expensive and appeared to be very sophisticated equipment. There was also a lot of containers and refrigerators found to be holding some sort of substance, unclear at this particular point. These Marines are not experts in that regard. The other experts will be following on, a specialized team that will be looking at both the nuclear and possibly the chemical side of things. There were warning signs around that particular position about the possibility of radiation. Also, there were warning signs inside the laboratories about wearing protective gear, masks and gloves, and that sort of hardware and that sort of uniform was found as well, masks and gloves, and also chemical suits were found inside this facility. We also understand an area we were not allowed to see, a huge underground labyrinth. Apparently someone described as an underground city that was there as well. So no doubt the experts are going to be combing over this particular site for a long time to come. Bill?
Marty, thanks. Martin Savage with the Marines there. And again, Marty, want to respect your position. They'll certainly not put you in a situation where you have to compromise any of the information you give us. And so our viewers know we never give away locations unless our own embedded journalists have cleared it with their own local commanders first. To London right now, Jeff Hoon is now talking, British Defense Minister. Let's listen
water each day, sufficient for some 160,000 people. UK troops have delivered around 170,000 sets of rations to people in southeastern Iraq. But the regime's resistance is not necessarily at an end. In Baghdad itself, as in other urban areas, coalition forces may well face a difficult and dangerous period of fighting out the remnants of Iraqi forces, and particularly the various groups of irregulars, thugs and fanatics who hang on to the coattails of the regime. And a number of Iraqi formations outside Baghdad may yet need to be defeated if they do not capitulate first. What is clear is that Saddam Hussein's regime is coming to an end and that a better future is in sight for the Iraqi people. I will now take your questions.
Craig from Sky News, you mentioned the number of British casualties. How many Iraqi casualties and how many American casualties have there been, as far as you know?
Well, I don't have the up-to-date figures for American casualties. I'm sure that they can be made available to you. As far as Iraqi casualties, we can only estimate the numbers. As I've indicated all along, we have gone to extraordinary lengths to minimize the number of civilian casualties, and that effort continues today. But as far as their military losses are concerned, all I can say is that I anticipate, sadly, that they have been substantial.
Thousands?
Libby Viner, ITV News. How would you describe the British successes in Basra overnight, and what is your message to the troops who are still fighting out there today?
Well, I think they've achieved a tremendous amount, given the constraints that have been placed upon them, both to avoid unnecessary civilian casualties, as well as not to take unnecessary risks for their own safety. And I think that the operations that they've conducted over a long period of time have been absolutely tremendous. What really happened over the weekend is that they continued this process of testing out the resistance by the militia forces based in Basra, and simply found that that resistance was crumbling, and therefore sought to take advantage of it in a military way by establishing themselves firmly in the center of Basra, and that process continues. I'm enormously proud of them. They've done a fantastic job in very difficult circumstances.
Do we have any good intelligence at all about the whereabouts now of Saddam Hussein and his sons? And do we now have confirmation one way or the other about the reports of the death of Chemical Ali?
Well, we are still not sure of the location of either Saddam Hussein or his sons. There are reports beginning to come in as to the whereabouts of some of those three. As far as Ali Hassan al-Majid is concerned, we have some strong indications that he was killed in the raid conducted on Friday night, but I can't yet absolutely confirm the fact that he is dead, but that would be certainly my best judgment in the situation.
Can I just follow that? You have some strong indications, some indications beginning to come in, about the whereabouts of Saddam and his sons.
I said that in relation to Ali Hassan al-Majid. What I said is that there are indications as to the whereabouts of the three, but obviously at this stage they cannot be confirmed. Colin?
Have you been surprised that chemical and biological weapons have not so far been used from the Iraqi side, particularly now that the coalition forces have reached the center of Baghdad? And do you think the threat has now disappeared?
I've been relieved. I don't think we can say that the threat has now absolutely disappeared, but certainly it was always part of our military campaign plan to move so quickly as to make the use of chemical and biological weapons very difficult for the regime, and that does appear to have been successful.
Is there any indication you find about chemical weapons or
well, we continue to see indications. The one that I've most heavily relied on to date is the fact that some Iraqi forces have been issued with protective equipment, and since neither the United States nor the United Kingdom has any kind of chemical or biological weapons, that protective equipment could only be designed to protect Iraqi forces against their own use of chemical weapons. So I think that's perhaps the strongest indication of all.
You said that the British troops are there to stay in Basra. That presumably is as long as all matters are secure. What about the move to an interim authority? Do you think that we actually need UN backing and a UN resolution for the interim authority?
Let me say this as far as British troops are concerned. Obviously it's important when I say that they're there to stay, to give confidence to the people in Basra who are beginning to see signs of that real confidence now. They have been understandably concerned over many weeks about the prospect of coalition forces abandoning them to their fate at the hands of the regime. That will not happen, and they will stay there as long as it takes to provide the necessary security to people in and around Basra and in other parts of the southern area for which we are responsible. As far as the future is concerned, as the Prime Minister has said, and I heartily endorse this on behalf of the Minister of Defence, our troops will remain there only as long as is necessary, and indeed not a day longer. But as far as UN support is concerned, it's absolutely clear that we want to see UN authority for the operations there in exactly the way that we did in operations in Afghanistan. But as far as maintaining security in the immediate aftermath of a conflict, it is obviously right and it's best that that should be carried out by those forces on the ground who are aware of the security threats, who are aware of the risks, and who are in the best position to safeguard people and indeed themselves. What do want to see?
All right, Jeff Hoon there speaking with reporters in London. A few things coming out of that. Strong indications, he says, that Chemical Ali was killed in this raid on his home about 2.5 days ago. But as to the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein or his two sons, not sure of the location for either one. Jeff Hoon, again, talking about the ongoing conflict in Iraq and also the situation in Basra, indicating again, with these British tanks rolling into the town yesterday on Sunday, that they are, quote, in Basra to stay, his words there in London. Now Carol again in Atlanta.
All right, Bill, we want to bring in General Wesley Clark right now, our military analyst, to examine what's been happening today. It's truly been a spectacular day. General, are you with us?
I certainly am. Carol.
Okay, well, Captain Thorpe out of CENTCOM says this is just another day, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Well, I think it represents a larger push and the seizure of key regime targets in downtown Baghdad. So this has both a military and a huge psychological dimension. Not only has the United States demonstrated it can move its forces at will into Baghdad, now we're demonstrating that they can move at will against any specific target and seize those targets. The seizure of the palaces is an enormous step because it puts to rest the idea that the United States would be forced out. So the U.S. forces are in there. They're holding the key terrain just as was predicted when the opportunity presented itself, when it was time, when the conditions were set. The United States forces would go after key regime targets and perhaps hold them.
So this is more than a raid. You think that troops are actually going to stay here now?
I think it's very possible they will stay long enough to determine what's there, whether there's command and control centers in there, whether there are chemical weapons or stockpiles or other things. And of course, as they're in there, they're still being opposed by some of the Iraqi infantry. They have close air support overhead, so they're dealing with centers of resistance.
Okay, centers of resistance, but American tanks are in the center of the city, inside of a huge park. They're at a presidential palace. They've targeted the Information Ministry, the Al Rashid Hotel. They've taken down huge statues of Saddam Hussein. It brings up the question, General, where is Saddam and his Special Republican Guard?
Well, the defenses to the city were surprisingly poorly prepared. The Marine column that was coming in, at least as I'm reading the reports, did encounter mines laid on the streets, but a sophisticated urban defense, hardly. This defense has not taken ground. The leadership wasn't there to do it. The skills on the people by the soldiers and so forth clearly weren't up to the task, and so there's no telling where the Iraqi leadership is. They could be 300 feet underground. They could be in Tigris. They could be on their way to Syria or Iran or some other place.
Are you seeing, though, that there is strong evidence that Saddam Hussein is not in control and cannot communicate with his troops?
This is what is more or less being reported. Maybe it's too early to conclude that he has no communications at all with his troops, but it's certainly true that they don't seem to be able to, in the military use of the word, they don't seem to be able to execute. Whatever the threats coming out of the Information Ministry, they're not followed through. At the bottom level, the forces, be they Republican Guards, Special Republican Guards, Fedayeen, or whatever, have been relatively ineffective at, in the military term, bringing steel on target.
You know, and I have to bring up the chemical weapon issue because we haven't seen the use of any chemical weapons so far. In fact, we had one report from a Time magazine reporter that Marines were taking off of their chemical suits and fighting without them. What does that tell you?
A couple of things. First, the use of chemical weapons requires extraordinary command and control, and also a decision that the time is right so they can achieve some significant battlefield effects. There have always been issues raised by the Americans about whether there was effective command and control since the very first set of airstrikes, and soon perhaps we'll find the answer to that. But in addition, the moving American columns are heavily armored. There are no large masses of infantry who are vulnerable to chemical weapons. And so it's been a very difficult target. If one were planning to attack with chemicals, one might miss, one might not even know where they are to be shot. So that's one piece. The other piece is there's always been intelligence in the business community suggesting that somehow Saddam had gotten rid of these capabilities and sent them to other countries.
And the pictures we're looking at right now, taken from inside the presidential palace that American troops have taken over. Do you know anything about this palace, General?
This is one of a number of palaces. They serve ceremonial purposes. There were offices housed in these palaces. And we always believed, and had some information on which to believe this, that underground, underneath some of the palaces, were also large military facilities, underground storage, command posts, perhaps laboratories. The palaces were also associated with barracks. So many of the palaces had special barracks for security troops and special security measures. We'll have to see what specifically is here at this particular one.
Definitely so. General, thanks for joining us so early in the morning. We sure appreciate it. Let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill Hemmer.
All right, Carol, listen, it's been another dramatic day. We are hardly 3 weeks into this war, not even at this point. And we have seen M1A1 tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles roll in mass to the heart of Baghdad earlier today. It's quite possible they are still there. As a member of the U.S. Army said earlier today in Baghdad, this time it is for real. Let's get back to Walt Rogers. Last hour, Walt was reporting on this, some sort of missile or some sort of attack that hit the U.S. The Army there, the third ID. Walt, good afternoon again. What's happening now?
Hello, Bill. The report which we filed a short while ago is that the Iraqis did indeed fire a missile on the brigade headquarters, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division. There are American casualties. This, of course, is the price to be paid for this siege on Baghdad, the attack on Baghdad, more accurately. The 2nd Brigade headquarters, the Tactical Operations Center, is south of Baghdad, while the 2nd Brigade units are operating inside. Army sources tell CNN there are at least 6 American wounded in that Tactical Operations Center, and perhaps as 4 to 6 soldiers unaccounted for. Again, it was a very serious Iraqi missile strike against the brigade headquarters, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, a number of hours ago. There are American casualties, and of course this is the price that is paid. We cannot tell you the kind of missile, except obviously at such short range it was not a ballistic missile. It was a tactical battlefield missile, may even have been an anti-tank missile, but it caught the 2nd Brigade headquarters totally by surprise. There are casualties. We do not know if there are fatalities at this point. Having said that, there is better news on another front, at least with the 2nd Brigade. Those units which punched into Baghdad today are not pulling out as in previous forays. 2nd Brigade has 3 battalions of infantry, mechanized infantry, inside the city of Baghdad, inside the heart of Baghdad. And Army sources are now telling CNN, unlike on previous forays into the Iraqi capital, those 3 battalions are in Baghdad to stay. Phil?
All right, Walt, listen, keep us in touch there. Walt Rogers again reporting near Baghdad, west of the city, I believe. Not quite sure exactly how far west, but Walt, thanks. Keep us posted there. Now, Carol again at the CNN Center.
We have reached the half-hour, Bill, 6:30 Eastern Time. It's time to bring you up to date about what's happening at this hour. Coalition troops have moved into Baghdad. The Pentagon says 105 armored vehicles rolled into the center of the city in the last few hours, and there are reports of U.S. casualties in the battle. Army sources say an Iraqi missile slammed into a tactical operations center in the battlefield. At least 6 soldiers are reportedly injured, and as many as 6 others are now missing in action. Take a look at this. It's inside of one of Saddam Hussein's many palaces. U.S. commandos took over the presidential palace compound as they moved into the city. The compound is quite large. You can see just how large. We understand that many of Saddam Hussein's palaces have bunkers beneath them. In northern Iraq, the U.S. Army's 173rd Airborne Brigade has been called into action for the first time in the war. In a pre-dawn assault, the Sky Soldiers fired 2 howitzer cannons at Iraqi soldiers for a solid hour near the city of Erbil. British officials say the notorious Iraqi general known as Chemical Ali is dead. General Ali Hassan al-Majid, Saddam Hussein's cousin, ordered a deadly chemical attack in 1988 that killed 5,000 Kurds in northern Iraq. British officials say Ali was indeed in his Basra home over the weekend when it was bombed by coalition forces. And it will be a trifold summit for President Bush as he meets with British Prime Minister Tony Blair in Belfast, Northern Ireland. On the agenda, reviewing final battle strategies and post-war plans for Iraq, new peace efforts for Northern Ireland, and a Middle East peace plan leading to a Palestinian state. A lot has been happening inside the city of Baghdad. U.S. forces moving to the center of the city. Let's check in with Reem Brahimi from Jordan to tell us more about that. Reem, good morning once again. This presidential palace, I want to start with that. What can you tell us about that? Because coalition forces are now inside that presidential palace, inside Baghdad.
Well, it's a very, very big palace. It's a huge, sprawling complex like many of President Saddam Hussein's palaces inside or outside the Iraqi capital. That palace in particular along the Tigris River, it's been bombed so many times before. I remember in the first few days of the bombings even, you could see from the view we had at the Palestine Hotel, you could actually see fires burning all day from the bombing of the previous night. So I don't think they would expect to find anyone of high-ranking value, anyone from the leadership of the regime in that palace. But I think it's got more of a symbolic value. That palace houses the offices of the presidency of the Republic of Iraq. It also has a lot of maybe residences for people who work at the palace. It's really more a symbolic value for the U.S. troops to have taken over that palace than anything else. Carol?
Also, there's a big park there where U.S. coalition tanks are sitting right now. That's a quite sizable park and quite popular with the population. It has a zoo inside, and I understand it's huge, and it has these huge statues of Saddam Hussein that coalition forces also destroyed.
Yes, a very, very big park. Baghdad is a very vast city. The streets are very wide, the avenues are also very broad, and it sort of stretches out a lot in a circle, if you will. Now that park is very, very wide as well, and it's part of it was an amusement park where until a few days before the war began even, you could see families going out there taking their children at the sort of amusement park in that area. But it was also part of it was also being reconstructed, and so it was at that stage basically of reconstruction when the U.S.-led campaign began.
I'd like to interrupt you for just a second, Reem. We're seeing a statue of Saddam Hussein on a horse. That's one of the statues that coalition forces have destroyed now, right?
That's right. That's one of the more recent statues that had been placed, of the president placed in Baghdad. But of course, it's not saying much. There are so many big statues of President Saddam Hussein throughout the Iraqi capital, as well as portraits of the president, maybe every 10 or 15 meters. So it's something that when you're in Baghdad, you sort of get used to. You just notice it when they're not there anymore. Definitely, again, I think the U.S. definitely seems to be going for the symbolism here and trying to attract the attention of people who may be seeing the residents of Baghdad by doing these symbolic acts more than anything else for the time being. And of course, Carol, you can see maybe the military value, if you will, of the U.S. and the coalition forces having taken over the airport, because this was precisely what it allows them to do. It allows them to conduct such raids in the heart of the Iraqi capital and either decide to stay there or go back if they feel like it.
Also, the Information Ministry building was targeted, yet the Information Minister was able to give an impromptu news conference somewhere on the streets of Baghdad.
Absolutely. The Information Ministry was targeted a couple of times at least since the beginning of this war. And the press center, which is where all the journalists worked out of basically in Baghdad until the war began, this was where also you would go and check the messages. If there were any press conferences, you would go to the press center, deal with the Iraqi officials from the Information Ministry. Well, that whole center was actually moved to the Palestine Hotel, where all the journalists were, and that hotel is right across the road from the presidential compound where the U.S. troops have made their incursion. Interestingly enough, the Minister of Information has been giving in the past week or so his press conferences in the Palestine hotel, and I think it was either from the balcony of the hotel or from the street in front of the hotel that he was talking to reporters and saying this did seem quite surreal. If you had the view of the palace and the smoke behind you just across the river barely, the Information Ministry insisting that the U.S. troops hadn't been able to come into Baghdad because they'd been slaughtered and surrounded by Iraqi troops. Let's just listen to how he put it.
I will not mention the number of the people killed from their troops or what has been destroyed. The battle is still going on, and I can say, and you can actually mark it for me, you can record it for me, they are beginning to commit suicides on the walls of Baghdad. And we will, in fact, encourage them to commit more suicides.
That, of course, Carol, raises many questions. How the government is still standing, where they're located, how it's functioning, how the system is still being able to put these things out and to function while U.S. troops are in the heart of the Iraqi capital. A lot of questions raised there.
Yeah, and
Carol?
One question I have is does the Information Minister just speak at will? Is he ordered to say certain things by certain people?
You know, it's probably a mix of both, Carol. He's obviously part of a system that's been in place for a long time, and probably part of him also believes in that system. Otherwise, it probably would be difficult for him to continue under these circumstances. On the other hand, we know that this is a very strict system, and once you're part of it, it's also made very difficult for whoever would like to leave. So it's probably a mix of both. The mere fact that he's still talking could also be an indication that he's still receiving orders to just continue as normal, or it could be just somebody trying to do his job till the very end. There's an infinite variety of possibilities, and of course very reflective of the current confusion and situation that is going on in the country right now. If you ask the people I spoke to, at any rate in Baghdad, nobody knows what's going on. They describe a city in state of war, but from one neighborhood to the other, they hear artillery, they hear mortar fire, but they don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Reem Brahimi, thanks for your insight. We sure appreciate it. Let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill.
All right, Carol, clearly the headline today is again on Baghdad with this strong move of U.S. forces into the center of that town earlier today. The Brits are now saying that Basra is in most of their control right now, perhaps a few areas that still have not been seized by the Brits. But there is a clear question right now as to what's happening in the northern part of Iraq, what's happening in the town of Tigris, which is the ancestral homeland of Saddam Hussein, what's happening in the town of Mosul, where Jana Raff was reporting about an hour ago. We know there is fighting that is ongoing, but how much fighting still lays ahead? Perhaps CENTCOM will clarify that when they brief down in Qatar in about 20 minutes from now. And again, we will carry that live for you as we have now for about 3 weeks running. In the meantime, back to the Pentagon and Kathleen Koch for what's happening and what's on the radar there. Kathleen, good morning again.
Bill, you took the words right out of my mouth, because the Pentagon has said from the start that when it came to the battle for Baghdad, that the toughest fighting lay ahead. And they are saying again, this is not the final battle, that this is again an armed raid into the heart of Baghdad, and in many ways largely serving a very symbolic purpose, though we are hearing these reports that that some U.S. lives have been lost in this very bold foray into the heart of Baghdad. No confirmation yet from the Pentagon on just how many or the circumstances. But this raid, unlike the previous two, went right into downtown Baghdad, and it was very carefully orchestrated to be within direct line of sight, direct view of some pre-positioned international television cameras. A spokesman, Captain Frank Thorpe, a spokesman for CENTCOM, said, quote, "This will give the first real view of U.S. forces moving through the city." Obviously, an effort on the part of the U.S. to counter the continuing Iraqi claims that the U.S. forces were not only nowhere near Baghdad, that they didn't control the airport, and then you saw the quote that Reem Brahimi ran earlier, the videotape from the Iraqi Information Minister saying, again, U.S. forces are not in Baghdad, that Baghdad is safe and secure and great. But the U.S. sources here, military sources at the Pentagon, are saying, quote, "We are dominating the battlefield." This sends a powerful message to the remnants of the regime that we can go where we want, when we want. And that had been the message in previous days as the Iraqis efforted shutting down the borders of the capital in the nighttime hours from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m., imposing a curfew to, again, which the U.S. military basically scoffed, pointing out, you know, that an Iraqi soldier with a truck is going to be no match for tanks and for armored fighting vehicles as they try to come into the city. The U.S. saying it would operate when it wanted, where it wanted, as it wanted, despite this curfew. Now, again, symbolism, very important. The U.S. has, from the start, as Reem pointed out, been targeting the presidential palaces of Saddam Hussein from the air, believing they are valid military targets, that they're used in many cases for command and control. So they wanted not only to take them out from the air, but then to go in on the ground today and show U.S. forces walking in these palaces. An official here saying, quote, "It can't be anything but alarming to see a U.S. brigade commander standing in the compound of a presidential palace in Baghdad." And he called this action a show of force. The question is now, how long will these U.S. forces stay in downtown Baghdad? Perhaps we'll find out more on that from the upcoming CENTCOM briefing. But a pretty extraordinary day, that despite what spokesman for CENTCOM said earlier this morning, Captain Thorpe again saying this is just another day, when clearly it's far from that, Bill.
Yeah, clearly far from it. Indeed, you're right, Kathleen. You heard Jeff Hoon. The question went to him about 30 minutes ago as to the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein, the whereabouts of his two sons. How are they addressing that question right now at the Pentagon?
Well, at the Pentagon, they have said over recent days, when these questions come up, is Saddam Hussein alive or dead? Is that really him in these videotapes? And the U.S. military is saying, well, that's not really important, but what is important is that day by day, hour by hour, he is increasingly losing control of his forces. Some of the top commanders here at the Pentagon saying if he is indeed in command of Iraqi forces, then he's giving them some pretty bad advice, because the U.S. has been surprised to see the very poor quality of the fighting on the part of the Iraqis, the lack of any very cohesive, concerted, and really effective resistance. Bill.
Kathleen, thanks. Kathleen Koch at the Pentagon watching things from there. CENTCOM will brief in about 15 minutes. We'll see what they have to say then, Carol. An extraordinary day thus far, as so many have been over the past 3 weeks, Ryan.
Definitely so, but we're going to get a preview of what CENTCOM may say a little later in about 15 minutes. Let's go to Tom Mentir, who is at Central Command in Doha, Qatar. Tom, I don't know if you'll be able to answer this question, but we're hearing what may be an incident of friendly fire near where Martin Savage is. Do you know anything more about that?
No, we have not heard that here. Also, Reuters reporting that that U.S. officer says possible weapons of mass destruction storage site detected in central Iraq. Surely that will come on the agenda here for Brigadier General Vincent Brooks, who will be doing the CENTCOM briefing in less than 15 minutes. As Kathleen Koch was saying from the Pentagon, a lot of the visuals are about message, that we can come into central Baghdad as we will. And you look at where they visited. They visited the presidential compound today, and they also visited the Atomic Energy Commission of Iraq, a place where they probably wanted to go in and see if they could find any records that might still be there. So there is, I'm sure, a very carefully laid out plan, one for emphasis and two for effect. One may be certain sites that they want to visit in downtown Baghdad, because there had been concern that these weapons of mass destructions or possible chemical weapons might be inside the city in an area that they'd have to search. So I'm sure there is a great deal of methodology on target selection on the ground. They're coming in, and as we heard Captain Thorpe say earlier, this is a raid, and usually the word raid indicates in and out. So it says it's not about taking territory. So we'll find out in about 15 minutes, hopefully, during this CENTCOM briefing, what the intention was with the foray into Baghdad that's been going on all day.
Yeah, to many observers, it's maybe kind of surprising that CENTCOM is playing this down. You mentioned Captain Thorpe. He said it was just another day of trying to bring down the regime. Nothing special as compared to other days. But was it? Was it not?
Well, I think what they're trying to do is downplay a bit the feeling that this is a TV miniseries that starts on Sunday and ends on Saturday night. So I think that, you know, they constantly come out with the message day by day. The tougher days may lie ahead, an indication that possibly what's going on right now is simply a preview of what may come in coming days and weeks, that this battle is not going to be the end-all. They say it's about the regime itself, not any particular individual military objectives. As we heard, Chemical Ali, who was supposed to be defending southern Iraq, the man who was accused of using chemical weapons on the Kurds in the 1980s, who was also the governor of Kuwait after the invasion, that his body had been found by the British after an airstrike on Saturday night, possibly as significant as the images of tanks and APCs rolling through the streets of Baghdad may be confirmation of his death.
And is there any sense from CENTCOM as to where they believe Saddam Hussein is? And I just ask you that because of the... Go ahead.
That's a $64 million question. There have been indications that he had to his disposal an underground bunker, maybe underneath one of the palaces, maybe underneath a school, maybe underneath a hospital or a mosque. No one's quite sure where that location is. So I doubt, with the force that we saw going in today, that they're going to have the ability to go in and do a thorough search underground unless they stumble upon something for what location he might be. But again, they have played up many, many times in these briefings that this is not about Saddam Hussein. He is the leader of the regime, but it's eliminating the hold the regime had on people. And I think I heard Group Captain Al-Aqwad talk about the people coming out in Basra once the regime had been eliminated there, coming out in the thousands to greet their soldiers as they were on the street. So they look at that as large a victory as any other military objective.
All right, we're going to let you prepare for the briefing, the CENTCOM briefing, which is coming up at the top of the hour, 7 Eastern Time. And, of course, Brigadier General Vincent Brooks will be the man talking. Let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill.
All right, Carol, thanks. I want to get back to Nasiriyah, the town in south-central Iraq. There's a reporter on the phone by the name of Marie Colvin. She works for the Sunday Times. She had been airlifted earlier in the week, or possibly even today, I'm not quite sure just yet. We'll find from Marie in a moment, with a group known as Free Iraqi Forces. We had heard about this organization at the end of last week. And, Marie, if you can hear me by way of telephone, a brief outline. What is this group all about?
It's newly formed Free Iraqi Forces, FIF. It's an Iraqi opposition army, the only Iraqi opposition army that's Arab, because of course you have the two Kurdish armies up in the north. No one wants them to come into central Iraq because the tensions between the Arabs and the Kurds. It's led by Ahmed Chalabi, the leader, who's not even a political leader of the Iraqi National Congress. He's now here. There's several hundred Iraqi opposition soldiers coming in by American airlift every night, and they plan to take the battle to Saddam.
Yeah, well, what is the intent of this group? Where are they headed?
Well, we're on a rather austere base at the moment. It's a bombed and deserted Iraqi army base. They're heading next to Nasiriyah, probably Amara. The ultimate goal is Baghdad. There's two aims here. This is not just a combat army. They're working within the American war plan. The military aim is basically to kind of work alongside. They have an extensive network in all the cities here, so to help get rid of the opposition that the American forces are facing. As you know, even in cities they've already taken, they're getting shot at, or these Saddam Fedayeen. They know these people. Root them out, and eventually form the nucleus of the new Iraqi army.
Just give me a better description of the people that you're with. Are these Iraqi exiles? Are they Iraqi Americans? Are they Sunni? Are they Shia? How do they break down?
Well, it's about half and half. They very carefully done the mix because the controversy. I'd say about 50% are Iraqi exiles. About 50% are Iraqis who've come over. One of the units here is led by an Iraqi Republican Guard captain who just came over about a week ago. There's Sunni and Shia. There's quite a few Shia because their first targets are in the south here, and they're very much trying to get the local people and more of the Iraqi army to come over.
Yeah, and also, Marie, at full strength, how large would this group be then in Iraq?
Right now, the base I'm at, we've got 700 here. As I said, a couple hundred more coming in every night. The number's expected within the next week to be up to 3,000. That's people who've already been recruited, trained. I mean, everyone here has a weapon and is in uniform. What they hope is get some of these, Iraqi army people coming over. Or they hope the ranks will swell. But at the moment, enlisted, names on a list, that's 3,000.
So this is the base then. This is the foundation for the future military in Iraq once the war's over.
Well, that's very much Ahmed Chalabi's goal, who's leading this force, is to form the nucleus of an Iraqi army that is not Basti, that has had nothing to do, or at least no agreement with the Ba'ath Party. Equally, there's a political goal. They want to be, Chalabi's obviously a leading opposition politician. Eventually, be a nucleus of a Iraqi government, interim government, and once elections come, the nucleus of an Iraqi government.
All right, Marie, thanks for checking in. Marie Colvin on the telephone, a writer with the Sunday Times, with this group known as Free Iraqi Forces. As she indicated, could be several thousand strong in a matter of days, landing now in Naziri, and eventually, as she says, they hope to make their way to Baghdad. Carol?
All right, Bill, thanks. We want to head to northern Iraq, and Jane Araf, she's been sitting on a ridge somewhere east of the town of Mosul. And Jane, I wanted to ask you first off, could you hear Bill's report and the guest he had with him?
Sorry, Carol, we've got a bit of trouble in the audio. Could you just ask that again?
Certainly can. Could you hear Bill Hemmer's report and the guest he had with him?
What I've just heard is Marie Colvin talking about Ahmed Chalabi being airlifted to Iraq to start an Iraqi force, which is quite extraordinary here, certainly, as well. I mean, the Kurds obviously had believed that they would have a key position in that. It's an interesting development.
Yeah, I was just wondering how what the Kurds would think of that, this Iraqi opposition army that's now coming together.
Well, because the Kurds have an interesting role here. You can probably see on this hill, Carol, that it's an interesting mix here. We've got a small group of U.S. Special Forces who are holding this ridge. Now, this ridge is just before a key intersection, pretty well halfway between those major cities of Mosul and Kirkuk. Most of the people on this ridge are Kurdish fighters, Peshmerga, those who defy death is what the name means. And they have really wanted a role in this battle. They haven't received as much of a role as they thought they would. They have not been armed, despite, they say, promises by the U.S. to arm them. It's mostly because Turkey has objected. Now, this force that's shaping up in the south of Iraq, of Iraqi exiles, is an interesting development, but not taken very seriously here, it has to be said, particularly since there is at the fore of it an opposition leader, the head of the Iraqi National Congress, Ahmed Chalabi, who has pretty well been sidelined in terms of Iraqi opposition figures. Obviously, the U.S. is working very closely with the military here, as well as political leaders, Kurdish political leaders. And the Iraqi opposition has always been very diverse, very fragmented. That's part of the problem. But it will be interesting to see how this shapes up, any force that's headed, even politically, by this opposition figure who has lately been sidelined from the Iraqi opposition that is made up primarily so far of Kurds and Shia leaders. Carol?
Understand. And just a quick update as to what's happening now in the battle.
Well, what we're seeing now is on this part of the front line, and it's fairly typical, actually. It sort of represents the slow and steady advance that U.S. Special Forces have been making along the front line all along here in northern Iraq. Now, this is particularly interesting. Yesterday, there was an intense day-long battle after a group of special forces on a ridge further ahead of here were confronted by Iraqi tanks in an offensive position that's relatively rare around here. Now, they responded with a day of barrages of anti-tank missiles and airstrikes, and they believe they took out 10 tanks. Now, right now, what's happening is that they've sent a reconnaissance party further along the road on a further ridge down there, but it's a very hazy day, and they're not entirely sure what lies just beyond that haze, whether the Iraqis do have the power to come back and pose a threat or whether they're safe. And they're still holding this ridge. They intend to go forward, certainly, but they're still waiting to see what happens. In other parts of the north, yesterday we saw near Doha, near the Turkish border, at least 2 towns that had been held by Iraqi forces that were taken by U.S. Special Forces with the Kurdish fighters. But still, it really is very slow and steady, and there is intentionally no major push towards Kirkuk and Mosul so far. Carol?
Understand. Jane Araf reporting from the northern front. Let's take you back to Baghdad now, somewhere south and east of the city, and rejoin Martin Savage, who is embedded with the Marines. And Martin, you were telling us a short time ago about casualties and maybe an incident of friendly fire. Any more information on that?
No, we haven't heard any more on that, and Carolyn, it takes a lot of time sometimes to figure out exactly what has happened, especially when you're involved in a conflict at the time and that conflict may be ongoing. We understand that was with the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines. They're slightly ahead of us. They were apparently working to create a bridgehead and take an Iraqi bridge. Part of that bridge had been blown out. As they were preparing to move, they were hit by artillery, and we understand that at least one armored personnel carrier in which the Marines ride was struck, and that there were casualties. We don't know the extent of the casualties. We don't know how many. And what is uncertain at this point is, was this friendly fire, because there's a lot of Marine artillery that's pouring down around this region, or was it indirect fire coming from the Iraqis themselves? Just a few minutes ago, before we came to air, we had 2 shells land extremely close to our position here. Again, not sure who's firing, where it's coming from. There is a lot of firing going on in the area here. You hear artillery and the thumping of mortars as well that seems to be ongoing. You also hear the sounds of heavy machine guns nearby. There's another one. So you're not quite certain exactly where this battle is being waged or what exactly is being fought for. We do know that there are a number of bridge crossings around here that are essential and important to get across the Tigris to start moving west into the city of Baghdad from the eastern side, which is where we are now. Some of those bridges have been destroyed or partially damaged by retreating Iraqi troops. They would do that, obviously, to try to stymie U.S. forces coming across. It doesn't work very effectively, actually, because the Marines bring their own bridge-making material right up front with them, so they can quickly have a temporary bridge up and running and ready to move heavy armor across with only a few hours delay, if that at all. So right now you see that our column is poised, ready to move, prepared to go wherever it's being directed, and standing by to enter into Baghdad, if that's, in fact, the request made.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that you put your helmet on because you haven't had it on all morning, and, you know, we just worry about you, Martin. And a question for you about these bridges. Were they laden with explosives that were planted by the Iraqis? Is that what you meant by bridges being partially destroyed by Iraqis?
It's unclear how well they were prepared for these bridges and for perhaps the quick advance of Marines coming in from the east side. It hasn't been confirmed to us whether these were destroyed by perhaps indirect fire, meaning calling in their own artillery on their own bridges, or whether there had been some orchestrated effort to wire these bridges for demolition. Not all the bridges have been blown. In fact, there are a number of them that are intact, and this one was only partially done. So whatever they may have planned for contingency doesn't seem to have worked out too well at this particular point, Carol.
The place in which you are standing, Martin, seems rather barren. Are you seeing any people around?
No, this particular area where we are is kind of barren. I could go into detail, but you know what, that would give away sort of where we are. And since we've already got artillery coming close to us, I don't think I want to give any more finer details. It's just that this is not part of the, if you were to wander outside of here, you'd find a significant suburban population.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want you to be specific. I just wondered if civilians were interfering with the mission there, and apparently they are not. Martin Savage, we're going to let you go. Thanks very much.
Right.
We've almost hit the top of the hour, 7 Eastern time. We want to bring you up to date now at what's been happening. U.S. troops are now operating in Baghdad. More than 100 armored vehicles entered the city about daybreak, meeting some resistance, but there have been no major battles. They've seized several government buildings, though. Among the buildings seized, Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace compound, an Abrams M1A1 battle tank now sits at the entrance to that compound. The Pentagon official says the U.S. Army is able to go where it wants, when it wants. After the raid on the capital began, Iraq's Minister of Information held an impromptu news conference in the streets of Baghdad. He denied U.S. tanks had pushed into the heart of Baghdad, and he insisted Iraqi troops are slaughtering U.S. troops. Early reports indicate the U.S. has suffered some casualties in the battle for Baghdad. CNN's Walter Rogers reports an Iraqi missile wounded at least 6 soldiers of the Army's 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry. Up to 6 others are missing in action. And CNN's Martin Savage just reported at least 1 armored personnel carrier from the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines, was struck by Iraqi forces as it crossed the Tigris River. There are an unknown number of casualties. According to the British military, the body of the Iraqi general known as Chemical Ali has been found. Ali is Saddam Hussein's cousin, and he's reported to have ordered the use of chemical weapons against the Kurds in 1988, killing about 5,000 people. Coalition forces bombed his home in the southern city of Basra over the weekend. The Iraqi National Congress, the Saddam Hussein opposition group, said its forces have joined the military campaign against the Iraqi regime. A unit called the 1st Battalion Free Iraqi Forces will serve under the U.S. Central Command. The troops will assist coalition forces in the battle and help deliver humanitarian aid. To the right of me, you're seeing President Bush leaving for Ireland, where he will meet up with Tony Blair. They have a full agenda, and of course we'll keep you posted as that story progresses. It will be a tri-fold summit for President Bush. Let's get into that right now, as a matter of fact. He'll meet with Prime Minister Tony Blair in Belfast. On their agenda, specifically, reviewing final battle strategies and post-war plans for Iraq, new peace efforts for Northern Ireland, and a Middle East peace plan leading to a Palestinian state.
And good morning back there in the U.S., 7 a.m. in the East Coast. I'm Bill Hemmer, live here in Kuwait City, Monday, April 7th, as we begin a new week again today. And there are significant developments from overnight in the heart of Baghdad. A live picture right now from the Iraqi capital, now encircled by U.S. forces on all sides. Earlier today, U.S. troops entered Saddam Hussein's presidential palace. They also checked out a number of other locations, including the Information Ministry and the Al Rashid Hotel as well. We are told through the U.S. Army, this time in Baghdad, it is for real. Quickly to Walt Rogers, checking up again. 2 hours ago, Walt broke some news here on CNN about an attack on a group of the U.S. 3rd Infantry. Walt, what's happening now? Good afternoon there.
Pretty much the same, Bill. The Iraqis did fire a missile, some sort of perhaps wire-guided missile, at the 2nd Brigade headquarters, 3rd Infantry Division. There are casualties, at least 6 wounded, and it was apparently quite an explosion when it hit. There may, as I say, 6 wounded that we know of, 4 to 6 missing in the initial count immediately afterwards. This is a direct consequence, of course, of the attack on Baghdad this morning. The 2nd Brigade headquarters, of course, would have been in command of those forces that went into the city of Baghdad. Those forces in Baghdad now are 3 Army battalions. And what's different today is Army sources are telling CNN this is not a foray. Those 3 battalions are inside the city. They're there to hold it. Bill?
Next, then, what do we do? All right, Walt, listen, check back in when you get more. Again, for our viewers who are just waking up back in the U.S., there are significant developments in and around Baghdad. We are told perhaps 70 M1A1 tanks,
Good afternoon.
60 Bradley fighting vehicles entered earlier today. CENTCOM is briefing now in Qatar. Let's listen.
The entry of coalition forces into Iraq has been one of continued progress toward the objectives of removing the regime from power and bringing liberation to the Iraqi people. The plan remains sound and effective, and there's also more work to be done. Our coalition troops continue to impress us all daily with their tenacity and with their disciplined compassion. They're setting the conditions for a future Iraq, and we remember those who have fallen in this cause. The operation continues. Let me provide you a short update on some of the activities that occurred in the last 24 hours. Even though the coalition has disrupted much of the regime's ability to wage war and its command and control systems, the regime retains some capability. The coalition continues attacks from air and ground to further erode the command and control of forces and to eliminate threats to coalition forces, Iraq's neighbors, and the Iraqi people. I have 2 weapon systems videos of recent engagements against military assets that the regime could use to deliver chemical weapons. The first video is an attack on a surface-to-surface missile at Abu Risha, and this is near Ar-Ramadi, west of Baghdad, and this attack occurred on the 5th of April. The next video is also against a surface-to-surface missile, this one located northwest of Baghdad, and the attack also occurred on the 5th of April. And we remain focused on any assets that could potentially deliver chemical weapons. That includes aircraft, surface-to-surface missiles. Our coalition special operations forces continued with unconventional warfare in northern Iraq, southern Iraq, and central Iraq. These efforts are key to facilitating operations by the air component in the north and in the west, and by the land component in the center and in the south of Iraq. More significantly, they represent the mechanism that also makes it possible for Iraqis to join in the fight against the regime. Coalition Special Operations Forces are also conducting direct action missions to secure the Haditha Dam, to deny the regime use of ballistic missiles, and to destroy regime headquarters locations whenever they're identified. Another direct action example is a raid last night to seize a training camp near Haditha. The combined arms efforts of the land component remain deliberate, focused, and successful. In Basra, coalition forces led by the UK enjoyed success in reducing some of the remaining concentrations of the Ba'ath Party officials, and also regime forces. There are still some pockets, but they are far fewer. As military actions continue against the regime, power, water, and food are increasingly available to the population. Of course, there's still work to be done in getting those distributed. The towns of Samawa, Diwania, and Najaf are all becoming more stable as time goes on with the coalition efforts against the regime. In Najaf, for example, religious clerics are contributing significantly to the stability in the wake of the regime's departure. They're organizing assemblies within the towns, and they're maintaining order. And the coalition very much appreciates their efforts. In Karbala, coalition forces destroyed a Ba'ath Party headquarters and fought against regime death squads to further reduce the regime influence in this very important city. As coalition forces eliminate regime pockets of resistance, we continue to discover more and more weapons and ammunition stores. The images I'll show you now are weapons and ammunition removed from another school, this time in Karbala. Each time the coalition defeats the regime forces, this practice of taking schools away from students and turning them into magazines for the weapons of war comes to an end, and a future free of such practices begins. The main focus of the operation continued in and around Baghdad. The two-corps attack continued with 1st Marine Expeditionary Force isolating Baghdad from the east along the Diyala River, and with the 5th Corps operating in the west, northwest, and into the town of Baghdad itself, the city of Baghdad. To the northwest, the attack prevented reinforcement by Iraqi forces north of the city and resulted in the destruction of an Iraqi unit that was composed of tanks, armored personnel carriers, other armored vehicles, artillery systems, and infantry. Our efforts to secure Baghdad International Airport continued from within the complex, where tunnels were found beneath it. Some of these tunnels were large enough to accommodate automobiles, and from without, where artillery systems able to range the airport were attacked, and the forward observer, in this case an Iraqi colonel, was taken into coalition control. It's important to note here also that there are still Iraqi workers in and around the airport, and many of those have assisted coalition forces, providing blueprints of the airport structure itself, and also helping to turn back on electrical power and other services and utilities at the airport. And this is a very important step as we continue to progress toward getting the airport back into operation for the Iraqi people when the conflict has ended. Finally, a second attack into the heart of Baghdad to key regime locations, destroying any defending forces while protecting the civilian population and the city's infrastructure, reinforces the reality that the regime is not in control of all of the major city. Our maritime component has been very effective in maintaining open sea lines of communication to make possible the flow of humanitarian assistance and supplies and also the continued arrival of coalition forces. The maritime component has conducted strike operations from over 33 different naval combatants, air operations from one of the largest carrier forces ever assembled, and conducted counter-ballistic missile operations as well. All of these have been key enablers to the coalition's successes to date. Thus far, the coalition has distributed over 40 million leaflets, and the count continues to increase every day. The information we're providing to the population remains focused on keeping Iraqi people and their resources safe and ready for a new future. One example is a recent leaflet that was distributed warning the Iraqi people, or advising them really, to not carry weapons so that they're not perceived as forces defending the regime. And of course, we show you here in English as well as in Arabic as the actual leaflets are. Broadcasts do continue on radio and television, and we continue to change our messages as required to ensure that we're providing the right information and recent information to the Iraqi population. As we continue dismantling the regime, we find the regime continues to disregard protecting religious and cultural treasures of the Iraqi people. In this image, you can see where the regime has placed military weaponry near an important mosque in Baghdad. Each one of these call-out boxes, first the mosque is to the right. This is the mosque area, and there are pieces of military equipment at each one of these arrows. This is a zoom out and yet another of these. And of course, with closer inspection, we can identify the types of equipment there are, but rest assured that they are military equipment, the types that would be targeted in other places. The coalition is well aware of this practice and remains nevertheless committed to protecting sites like this mosque, while also conducting precision attacks as necessary. Our efforts to facilitate humanitarian assistance in Iraq have increased in importance. There are still very important needs to be met, many of them resulting from years of oppression and some resulting from the ongoing combat actions. Fortunately, there have not been any humanitarian emergencies on the scale of recent conflicts in this region or in other parts of the world in recent years. Among our most pressing short-term requirements are returning power and running water to the cities of Najaf, Samawa, Nasiriyah, and Basra. And in most cases, power has to come first in order to get self-sustaining water supplies in there. So we continue our efforts to push water in bulk wherever we can by way of water pipelines and water trucks. But there's also ongoing effort to get power up in each one of those locations to have self-sustaining water. These efforts are ongoing, and in one recently liberated town, we even saw some local citizens washing cars, something that we certainly would not have expected to see before. Yesterday, I showed you some supplies being distributed to a school, and those supplies, as I mentioned, had come from a warehouse that the regime had chosen not to distribute out to the people. In this case, I have another image to show you. What it reflects is that our forces continue to do whatever they can to provide support to liberated Iraqi people. In this particular photo, you see U.S. Marines and Free Iraqi Forces members distributing food, and there's also medical supplies that they are delivering to locals in the Nasiriyah area. And these supplies were captured from Iraqi military forces. We have one additional good news story to report today, and that is that the ongoing efforts to extinguish the two oil wells, one has been successfully extinguished, and there now remains one burning oil well in the southern oil fields. We've been able also to exercise a degree of control over now 900 of the 940 wells that are in the oil fields south of Baghdad. And so that effort continues and is going very well. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'll take your questions. Yes, ma'am.
General Tammy McCormick with CBS News. There are a couple of reports today that some bridges near Baghdad, possibly to the east or the south, there was some fierce fighting and Marine casualties, and an American quoted as saying they're fighting back. They seem to be fighting a bit more. Also to the south of Baghdad, a report that a column of American armored personnel carriers was hit. Can you elaborate on either one of those?
Cami, what I can tell you is first, we are continuing combat operations. We're not finished, and we have no illusions about the fact that there's still work ahead and that there will continue to be combat action. As I mentioned, the Marines, 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, are conducting operations on the eastern side of the city of Baghdad. There are bridges across the Diyala River. We know that one of those bridges was destroyed by Iraqi forces, and they also have positioned artillery on the other side of the river. So there's combat action that occurs in that area. I don't want to characterize any more specifically since operations are ongoing as to what will happen next or where we currently are located. Similarly, there are places and pockets of resistance in the surrounding Baghdad areas and in some of the towns we've already passed through, Kabul as an example, where we still have combat action occurring. And as I mentioned up front, the regime does still have some military capability. It also has some limited command and control capability over small units in certain areas. What we're not seeing is an overarching structure of control. We believe that's been significantly degraded, but that doesn't mean that there's an elimination completely of all threats. And so we continue with our efforts to find those, remove those, and proceed to a condition where the regime is gone and there's no longer any threats to us or to the Iraqi people. Yes, let me go to this side, please, Hassan.
From Al Jazeera. General, what is the situation now in the Mosul, and what's your target in this city?
We are continuing operations in the north, near Mosul. Our efforts are right now to isolate regime forces in and around Mosul. We believe at this point we've had some success in causing some paramilitaries to leave that area, and that leaves some Ba'ath Party enforcers, is probably the best way to describe them, in that area. So it is not yet completely stable. We have not conducted significant combat operations into that area, but we continue to focus targeting on forces that are in the Mosul region, as well as other places along what has been described as the Green Line. Those operations continue at this time. Tom? Yes, sir, Tom is here with CNN. I'd like to go back to the videos you showed us this afternoon, 2 missile launcher sites. I guess it's my turn to ask the usual daily question about weapons of mass destruction. We've had unconfirmed reports the last couple of days of finding locations that are cemented over, either in schoolyards or elsewhere, where you've had to dig underground looking for these things. What has been found in those? And the second question, normally I only ask one, British reports of the death of Chemical Ali in Basra. If you could talk to us about that. We continue to find information that leads us to different sites, and we also, as we continue to advance, uncover areas where there's suspected activity. With each one of these reports that there might be some potential presence of weapons of mass destruction or some potential means of using weapons of mass destruction, we do a thorough search. We've organized part of the force to be able to specifically go to sites, either ones that we have planned up front to examine as we arrive on them, or ones that can be done on an ad hoc basis where we find some piece of information we didn't previously have. And frankly, we expect there will be a lot of that, since there was a deliberate campaign of denial, deception, hiding things, burying things. I don't have any specific updates on the locations you're talking about where the concrete was found. There are some other areas as well that we think that we have to excavate sites to find out what in fact was buried there. As more information comes available, then we'll certainly report that, but we don't have any extraordinary finds at this point while we're still looking. As to the reports, I don't have any confirmed reports on the condition of the man referred to as Chemical Ali. Continue on the right here. Please, Jeff.
General Jeff Mead from Sky News. Can you give us a sense of your emotion, how you felt when you saw that footage of tanks right into Baghdad, right by the river in the parade ground? What sense does that give you? And also, militarily, how do you assess that operation, its character, and how do you plan to develop on it?
Well, first, from here, we also get to experience things at a distance, and the great value of embedded reporters is that you can see things that are happening the same way as they are in the eyes of the soldiers that are out there. I think most of the story was told by the soldiers who were involved in that. The term I used a few days ago was cautious optimism. And so while that increases the optimism and reinforces the reality of our ability to conduct operations even into the heart of the regime where the regime does not have control, it also reminds us that there's still a great deal of hazard out there. These are personal friends of mine that conducted that operation, people that I've served with, and I was delighted for their success, and we certainly wish them continued success and protection in the coming days. What we do with it militarily, though, is that's where the cautious part of the cautious optimism comes back in. Opportunities are created by operations, and then new operations come as a result of those opportunities. So there will be things that come as a result of what you saw today. We're not going to specify what those are. We'll see them as they unfold. Many of them are tactical decisions made by commanders down on the ground where they see another opportunity to put the regime at greater risk, take away its ability to control, and remove the mechanisms by which the regime either oppresses people or conducts military operations. And so that's what we think we'll see here over the coming days, not just in Baghdad, but in all of the areas throughout the country. Come to the left side. Yes, sir, please.
General Paul Adams of the BBC. Last time I checked, just as we were coming into the briefing this afternoon, it seemed as though American forces were still at one of the presidential palaces and didn't show any signs of moving out. Is it your intention that some of those forces will remain where they are through the day and perhaps beyond?
Well, I think these are tactical decisions that will be made out there, Paul. Again, there's opportunities that come from each action that's taken, and then the commanders on the ground will decide whether there's something new that needs to happen. So they'll make the decisions on what parts of Baghdad they wish to retain control of, where they want to conduct operations out of, whether they want to move to a different location, exert greater authority in different places, or simply go directly to where they happen to have intelligence on where any regime forces might be located. And so I can't characterize exactly what the intentions are for the tactical commanders on the ground. The more important thing for us at this level is it reinforces, again, the reality that we will and will continue to conduct operations at a time and place of our choosing, and that the regime does not have the means of preventing that. While we will encounter fights, and some of the fights have been fights that are worthy of respect for forces that unfortunately may be dying for a regime that does not have a future, and we take that into account, we don't take for granted that there still will be some actions in a variety of places. Our efforts will be continuous in trying to find out where the additional forces are located, and in many cases we'll take the battle directly to those forces. And that's how I'll characterize it. Please.
Schaefer, Associated Press, Television News. At this point, I'd like to ask you what, to your mind, constitutes victory? And second, I know you've said day after day that this is a fight against more than one man, but as far as the search for Saddam Hussein goes, can you claim victory while Saddam eludes you? And how concerned are you that he will, in fact, elude you?
Well, Jeff, let me recharacterize a part of what you've asked in the question. We have at no time said there is a hunt for any particular individual. And so, because of that, we can't be eluded. So what I would tell you is this. We continue to focus not on individuals, but on the regime and its capabilities. The characterization of victory will not occur from here. We're going to continue to conduct operations until we accomplish the objectives that have been set out for us. And if you review those objectives that were laid out at the very beginning of the operation, it's very clear to all who consider it that we haven't finished our work yet. And so we're a long way from being able to celebrate victory. We certainly continue to say that the outcome is not in doubt, but there is still work for us to do at this point, and that's where we'll remain focused. Let me go to the second row, please.
Vyacheslav Dukin, Russian State Television. General, do you have any new information about the incident with the Russian convoy apart what has been released yesterday? What would you say to the reports that bullets from M16 rifles used by the U.S. Army were extracted from the vehicles who had been shot upon and also during the surgery? And also to the information that the convoy was prevented from moving by the U.S. forces. Thank you.
What we know is that we had reports that the embassy personnel were going to be moving out to the west and departing Iraq. We had awareness of that. We have received reports, as many of you have heard, that there was some sort of exchange of gunfire that hit part of the convoy as it moved. What we don't have is anything that would confirm the role of U.S. forces in that. We do know that it went through a contested area.
in an area that certainly had Iraqi forces present, and we fought those forces later in the day. There are any number of reports out there at this point in time, and none of them are factual. So I can't provide you an update until we've had the opportunity to continue our interaction, which we already have with the Russian embassies, through our embassies, some of the direct contacts that have occurred, and when this group has completely gotten to safety, as well as has the opportunity to make their own examination, we may have more to say. Right now, we don't have anything else we can talk about. Second row, please.
Hi, Donna Leinwand with USA Today. There have been some reports this morning that in an agricultural warehouse near Baghdad, there were some G-series nerve agents found. Several people had to be decontaminated. Can you tell us a little bit about what was found there and how it was found and what this indicates to you?
Donna, I honestly don't know. I have not seen that report, and I have not seen that as what we call a significant act that gets immediately posted. So it's not within my awareness at this point in time. What I can tell you in general terms is, first, we've always expected that this regime has chemical weapons and also possesses the will and the means to use it. As we continue to advance, we've taken away some of those means, and we've taken away some of the will by our leaflet drops, by our messages, and by our military action. We continue to remain focused on the potential of encountering it, either by it being delivered or going into places where it might be stored. And so I don't know anything specific about this case. I'm sure that whoever encountered that took the appropriate actions. We have, inside of our tactical formations, right at the front of the formations, we have things like chemical agent monitors, chemical detectors, chemical reconnaissance vehicles that specifically look for things. So when there's an anticipation that there might be some agents nearby, commanders will make a determination, push those assets to where they can see if there's a hazard or not. And if there is, they take appropriate actions. And so that's all I know about that. It's more a matter of our approach than that specific report. Let me go to the second row, please.
Craig Gordon from Newsday. There are some reports that the United States military flew the head of the Iraqi National Congress into southern Iraq, into Nasiriyah. Three questions. Can you confirm if that's true? Can you tell us if it is true that he also brought 700 soldiers and what role you see for them? And thirdly, what does this tell us about how the Pentagon views the Iraqi National Congress as a possible starting point for an Iraqi interim authority or the future of the Iraqi government?
Well, it should come as no surprise, Craig, that our government has done work with the Iraqi National Congress, and we've taken their interests and concerns seriously. At this point, I don't want to characterize exactly what work has been done in recent days with the Iraqi National Congress, but there is ongoing work. Suffice it to say that there are Iraqis outside of Iraq who are interested in helping to liberate their country, and we are interested in having them contribute to that effort. And also, the Iraqis that are inside of Iraq. There are many who want to help in liberating their country and have already assisted the coalition, and we anticipate there will be even more in the days ahead. Adi.
Thank you, sir. Adi Raval, ABC News. As the coalition military actions in Baghdad increase over time, certainly more regime leaders and other Ba'ath Party officials are going to attempt to flee from Baghdad. Where do you stand on the issue of checkpoints around the city of Baghdad? There was a report today that there were checkpoints established at all of the main artilleries leading from Baghdad. Thank you, sir.
Well, since we have ongoing operations, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to characterize exactly where we have established varying degrees of control. So, suffice it to say that we focus on places where regime leaders or regime assets, be they military, paramilitary, or others, might want to move, and we want to deny freedom of action, just as we have out in the Western Desert against weapons of mass destruction, just as we have in other parts of Iraq. We remain focused on that as it relates to Baghdad so that we know who's moving in and out. There may be some that can move, and there may be some areas where we exercise a high degree of control. There may be other areas where we simply maintain surveillance. In some cases, we may target certain things. So, again, these are all very tactical decisions that are made by commanders on the ground who seek to achieve a particular effect with the ultimate objective of having a degree of control over movement inside and out of Baghdad. And that's how we're orienting ourselves right now. Let me go a little bit further back. Yes, sir, please.
Kevin Diaz
from the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. We've got troops in Baghdad. It seems like we've got the whole regime on the run. If ever there was a time that this regime would resort to weapons of mass destruction or chemical warfare, wouldn't it have happened by now? And since it hasn't happened, wouldn't it be reasonable for some people to conclude that they didn't have them or weren't willing to use them?
Well, some might come to that conclusion. We don't come to that conclusion. We look more at not what the actual decisions are. We don't speculate on what decisions are actually going through the minds of those regime leaders that remain or those that might have some influence. Rather, we look at, is there a capability still to use weapons of mass destruction? Is there still potentially a set of chemicals that's stored somewhere that could be put into use? Is there still a mechanism to deliver that? Is there a mechanism to issue orders to deliver that? If so, then the threat is not gone. As to when the best time to use it might have been, there have already been a number of places where it could have been used and it was not used. And I think that's not just because of decisions made, it's also because of influence against decision makers. We believe that our operations have been effective in convincing, first, you saw some of the leaflets early on that we delivered to units that had the capability that said no one benefits from the use of weapons of mass destruction. And we also reminded them of what happened at Halabja. That was on the leaflet. We also did deliberate work against things like Astros missiles, free rockets over ground, Asamud missiles, Ababil 100s, the missiles that could deliver these types of chemicals. Where we saw them, we destroyed them. And we also moved into areas where they had been launched in the early days, particularly toward Kuwait, to take away the opportunity for them to actually deliver those. That work continues, but there's also still capability. While it hasn't been found, we're reminded that because we haven't found it, it's still there. That's the approach we take. Yes, sir, please.
Alan Villafana with the network. With so many Iraqis, POWs into custody, have the coalition been able to identify criminals of war?
What we've seen, Alan, is the behaviors of a regime that resorts to criminal activity. And we've seen actions by people who can only be categorized as criminals. How we will deal with that will unfold over time. It's still a bit early to say exactly what actions will be taken, but the President and our other national leaders have been very clear that there will be a day of accounting for those that have committed war crimes in this operation, in plain view of most of the world. So it's not just the coalition forces that are seeing these types of behaviors, and unfortunately we see them continuing, and we want to drive that regime to an end so that it doesn't continue any further. Yes, sir, please.
General Neil Tweedy, Daily Telegraph in London. Can you just give us a bit more of a sense of how the Iraqi regime in the centre of Baghdad is functioning? When you say that it's largely dismembered in terms of communications terms, is there still a body of senior Iraqi government figures who to some extent are communicating, directing, and maybe give us some idea of what kind of organised resistance you think is in the centre?
There are parts of Baghdad that we've not been through, obviously. There are parts that the regime still has control over, particularly the population. Saddam City, as an example, a Shia concentrated neighborhood just on the opposite side of the Saddam Canal in the northeast corner of town. A considerable amount of energy has been committed by the regime at making sure that that population does not turn against the regime. We see intelligence services that are on the ground. We see special security members on the ground, and that's the best information we have about the circumstance there. We do also see that there are places where the regime can exercise control over military forces and capability. Some of it is positioned inside of town. I showed you some military equipment near a mosque in Baghdad. Those decisions are, for the most part, low-level decisions. Commanders that have control of actual forces can order those forces into action. There is a small amount of communication that joins different parts of remnants of the forces that are out there, without getting too specific about that. But what we don't see is an overarching structure that can order action from north to south and east to west throughout the country. Only the coalition has that capability right now. And as each day passes, there's less and less that the regime can do to order action by their forces. Either the capability is destroyed, as in the contacts that I described during the night on the northwest corner of Baghdad, or actions that occurred on the southeast, actions that are ongoing right now, where that capability is completely taken away, so there's no one to order. We know that we encountered some division commanders, and some of them did not survive the combat from some of the Republican Guard forces. That takes away capability. And we also know that there are degraded mechanisms by which remaining regime leaders would issue their instructions. And those also, we are able to degrade in some more cases beyond that. So that's where our efforts are, and they'll continue to go in that direction to take away all capability of the regime, make it clear the regime no longer has control at all in Baghdad or any other area. With the assistance of the population, take those regime members into our custody or out of control some way or another, so that the future can begin in all areas of the country. Let me come center on the right side, please.
Finnish Broadcasting Company. Has the Iraqi Air Force been operational in course of this war, and does it still have the operational capability?
We've seen some very limited movement by Iraqi helicopters that had not yet been attacked. We've found a number of aircraft locations, some of which I've shown you over days. As you've seen, some of the aircraft were moved into places to hide them or to disperse them away from airfields themselves. One example where we saw a lot of that was near Al-Assad Air Base. Some cases they're moved near cemeteries. In some cases they're moved. In some cases we've seen aircraft actually being buried to try to protect them. So the Iraqi Air Force is not functioning in terms of a force that brings a direct threat. All assets, however, have not been accounted for or eliminated. And so again, as with other things, there is still a capability that has to be addressed, and we can't ignore that capability in our considerations on a daily basis. Let me go in the back, please.
Yang Bingyuan from China Radio International. And as the coalition force is advancing to the center of Baghdad, and there are possibilities of urban fighting, how could you spare the civilian casualty or minimize the civilian casualties? And question two is that last night the Iraqis for the first time had imposed a nighttime travel ban. What effect did that do for your military operations? Thank you.
We can never guarantee that civilians will not be injured as a result of combat. And you're right in assessing that the potential increases as we go into more closed spaces common to an urban area. And that's not just in Baghdad, that's in other areas. But I think our track record to date shows that as we enter into an urban area, we do it in a very deliberate way. Our fires are discriminating. We don't randomly shoot throughout town. Our fires are focused on specific military targets or against specific threats that are identified, military or non-military. That will continue. That's already been the case. We've had very large formations with significant combat power entering into the heart of Baghdad, down to the Tigris River in some cases, or in other parts of town, as you saw earlier today. And while there may have been civilian casualties we don't know about, we know that our fires were focused in such a way that they were oriented against regime elements, regime forces. That will continue to be the case. And so we'll remain focused on doing all we can to protect the Iraqi people from the hazards of combat. You saw the leaflet that I showed today. Those types of communications also contribute to protecting the Iraqi population. We still have great concern, though, because this regime has demonstrated a willingness on a number of occasions to hide behind the civilian population, deliberately putting them between coalition forces and regime forces. And that's happened even in the last 2 days. Reports of moving civilians out in front, firing over the top of their heads to cause a response by coalition forces with the intent of causing the coalition to create what has been referred to in some cases as collateral damage. Actions against civilians that we don't intend to hit or against structures that we don't intend to hit. We're disciplined, we're trained, and we're also very accurate. And so that's not been a problem, and we believe we'll continue to take an approach that prevents it from becoming a problem. Yes, ma'am, please.
I want to ask you about the various palaces that your coalition forces have been into from now. There's been the Special Forces one, there's the Basra one, there's several in Baghdad now. What were you expecting to find there? Have you actually found documents, leaders, weapons, those sort of things? The other question quickly, you mentioned the arrival of new coalition forces when you were talking about maritime ops. Can you give us this idea of the scale of that?
The different places that we go into sometimes have value because they might have intelligence inside of them, and so we'll enter them for those purposes and see if we can find papers or other information that might give us greater insight into the regime or into regime leaders. We've not found a lot of weapons inside of palaces. Those are more commonly reserved to schools and hospitals, where we have found lots of weapons and lots of ammunition. In some cases, we find regime leaders inside of their homes or palaces. In the ones you saw today, that was not the case. Some of these had already been attacked. Some portions of palace complexes had been attacked, particularly the parts that are associated with command and control systems. Our efforts are not about individuals. Our efforts are about the regime and its capability. And so while some of these attacks that you saw today did not turn up individuals, they may well turn up information. They certainly show clearly that the regime does not control those areas, that the coalition can control those areas whenever it chooses to. They also show the great juxtaposition between conditions you see in Qasr and conditions you see inside of the palace in Baghdad. It says an awful lot, in my view, about the regime and its approach to the great riches of Iraq. As to the continuing buildup of forces, as I mentioned, we do have forces that are flowing in. They've always been part of the plan. We remain on plan, and without being too specific about how much forces come in, where they're going to go, how we'll use them, suffice it to say that this has always been considered from the start, and that process continues. It will increase the combat capability of the coalition. It's not just U.S. forces that are still arriving, and we believe the coalition continues to gain strength with every day that passes. Please, in the back.
General, thank you. Jonathan Marcus, BBC. Just clarify, please. I think you just said that in some cases we find regime leaders in the palaces that are attacked. Could you expand on that, please? Could you also tell us whether, if your special forces or aircraft have attacked any long-range Scud missiles to the west of Iraq, would you have shown us pictures of those attacks, of those particular weapon systems?
I've made reference to finding regime leaders in their homes, and we certainly have had some evidence of that in the last few days. We believe that Ali Hassan al-Majid, Chemical Ali, may have been in a home. And so sometimes we do see them returning to homes, and sometimes we see them going into other places. Where we have the opportunity, we may direct an attack against that. Sometimes we can, sometimes we cannot, but we continue to monitor for that. The second part of your question?
Yeah, you told us a lot about operations by Special Operations Forces and aircraft against alleged Scud sites, launch sites and installations. There's actually an article in Aviation Week this week describing one of those missions, and it seems to suggest that targets were hit. So my question was, if you had hit or found indeed long-range Scud missile systems, would you have been able to show us pictures of those attacks? Have you attacked such systems?
What we have seen is, first we conducted some operations in places that have been traditionally used to hide long-range surface-to-surface missiles, particularly in the Western Desert, in areas that would threaten neighbors of Iraq. Those areas have been denied. In some cases, we found missile assembly locations, and those were attacked, and I've shown you some of those images. In other cases, we found missiles themselves. The Scud family, I don't recall exactly how many of those we've encountered. We have found some. Mostly what we've seen is the Al-Samud Ababil family of missiles, and those also can range neighboring countries, as we've certainly seen in a number of cases fired against Kuwait. All of these are capable of carrying chemical munitions and potentially biological munitions as well. So our operations do continue looking at places where they might hide, where they might move, denying their free movement. We've seen evidence of missile launcher concentrations between the lakes near Al-Ramadi, as an example, and closer to Baghdad. And it seems logical, as we know that there has been some missile development over the last several years in secret, that extended range would mean that the western areas don't have to necessarily be used. Areas closer to Baghdad might be used and still range the same target areas. And so we look at a number of places to find these types of things. I can't characterize a number for you at this point in time, but our work continues. Al-Ramadi is one area where we see that concentrated, I say between the lakes on the west of Baghdad. Yes, sir, please.
General, thank you. Kenton Rogers, BBC. I think a lot of us in this room have been fascinated, would be one word, by the various pronouncements of the Iraqi Information Minister. I think it reached its most surreal today when he was on television saying he saw no Americans, and then it was 2 minutes later followed by one of your commanders saying he was across the road, so he thought he might go across and say hello. It begs the question, why don't you go and say hello, tap him on the shoulder and bring him in?
Well, on a number of occasions we've said this is not about individuals. And we've also said that we report facts. We've certainly seen some misrepresentation of facts in other places, some of them glaringly obvious. Our operations are focused for purposes that are conceived by commanders on the ground, and those operations have been very effective. So it's not so much about individuals at all. Perhaps, but we have a regime that is engaged in this type of disinformation to its people for a long time. Right now, many of the broadcasts are not being seen by the Iraqi people. They're being seen internationally on satellite. What's being shown to the Iraqi people is something very different than that. And I'll just leave it at that point. Off to this side, please.
I was wondering if you could tell us, Nick Spicer, National Public Radio, we have a report that some American troops outside of Baghdad are being told that they don't have to wear their chemical protection suits anymore. Could you confirm that, and would their actions be speaking louder than your words about the potential threat in Baghdad in terms of chemical or biological weapons? Thank you.
Well, I don't know if those decisions have in fact been made. What I can tell you is that the use of the chemical protective overgarments or chemical protective suits is a protective posture, and the decisions for putting it on or taking it off are made by tactical commanders. They make their assessments based on what they see, what they sense, and it's a judgment call. In some cases, they may make a decision at their own time. In some cases, it may be a higher commander that issues that order. That kind of an order will not come from this command at this headquarters. It'll be delegated down to a much lower level. So if that's true, then that's a tactical commander's decision, and that's certainly their call to make. Right behind, please.
Sir, Peter Lloyd from ABC. I'm just confused about your response to the definition of victory. You've got a timeline which you talk about. Where on your timeline is the milestone, and what is it that signifies victory not just to you but to the Iraqi people? And if you haven't got one or can't tell us what it is, how can you convince the Iraqi people when it's over that it is over?
Well, what we have is a plan, and the timeline is really not the appropriate term. Timeline says things are going to unfold in time, a specific time having been preconceived. Rather, we see a related series of actions and objectives to be attained, and we remain on that plan. There's still work to be done. We know that. All of our objectives have not been attained. But I think the Iraqi people are already beginning to realize that life has changed in areas where the coalition has passed through. They're beginning to enjoy the freedom of choice on a number of things. They're enjoying life without a regime that orders them to do certain things, and if they don't, they murder members of the family. That's been moved away from a number of areas. So for the population, victory is already occurring in some places. And we rapidly move into the things that are necessary to begin the start point for the future. In other areas, combat action is still ongoing, and we're not finished with that. We remain focused on achieving the combat-related objectives. Rather than stating time, we've stated on a number of occasions that this will go as long as it needs to go, and we'll be here as long as it takes to accomplish what it is that's required. We're not going to abandon this mission. We're going to see it all the way through, and that is ongoing. I have time for one more question. Mr. George?
Thank you, General. I'm George Curry, Editor-in-Chief of the National Newspaper Publishers Association's News Service, Black Press of the United States. I want to follow up on an earlier question regarding the Iraqi National Congress. There was a very public report today on page 1 of the Washington Post that said the exiles were being airlifted back into southern Iraq. Can you at least confirm that they are now part of the mission to help overthrow the regime?
I don't want to be too specific about that, George. We do have ongoing operations. Some of them are very dangerous in their nature. Again, there should be no surprise that the Iraqi National Congress wants to see a different Iraq than that which existed a few months ago. And that is ongoing. They're participating, working closely with the coalition. There are some who are willing and ready to fight for the liberation of Iraq. As that develops, there'll be more information to talk about it, but it's too early for us to be specific at this point in time. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you again.
Just about 50 minutes for General Vincent Brooks down in Qatar at Central Command headquarters. And if you're just joining us this morning here on CNN, it has been another day of fascinating and quick developments in and around Baghdad, and that is the headline right now. General Brooks saying that the U.S. is, quote, a long way from celebrating victory, but now appears they may be a substantial step closer to that. Earlier today, right when the sun broke in Baghdad, a huge column of tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles had entered from the western part of the city. The Marines came in from the east, we are told, and that armored column of vehicles has moved through for quite some time. How long they stay, though, appears to be an open-ended question. General Brooks saying the commanders on the ground will determine if the troops stay. Earlier, he has said that the regime on behalf of Iraq retains some capability, but no overarching control. One other item in there, Chemical Ali, there was reported about 5 hours ago by behalf of the British military that they had gotten a positive identification on his body in a home in Basra. But CENTCOM, again, repeating what Jeff Hoon said earlier today in London, that there is no more in terms of confirming the reports that came out earlier today regarding the Chemical Ali, the man known for that, based on the allegations leveled against him back in 1988. Accused of gassing the Kurds in northern Iraq. That's the break from CENTCOM. We're going to go through this information throughout the day here. Carol Costello back at the CNN Center. Back to Carol now. Carol, good morning in there.
Good morning, Bill. Thanks. You mentioned northern Iraq, and you heard General Brooks say coalition forces around Mosul are isolating regime fighters. Our Jane Araf has been watching the action. She joins us now to bring us up to date. Jane.
Hi, Carol. Well, we're just down the road from a major intersection, pretty well halfway between those major cities of Mosul and Kirkuk. And we've been here with U.S. Special Forces who have been dug in on this ridge for the past couple of days. Now, spectacular fights yesterday with Iraqi tanks. Today, there seems to be a bit of a lull, but the threat still appears to be there. We have with us one of those Special Forces, a Special Forces communicator, who he can't give us his name right now. But, Sergeant, I wonder if you could just tell us, what is it like up here?
Well, that's a good question. It's very challenging at times and other times very rewarding. We're all proud to be here and proud to be fighting with our Peshmerga counterparts. And I'm very pleased that the progress and us and our fellow forces have been making so far.
And how is that cooperation going with the Peshmerga, particularly after the incident yesterday, the friendly fire incident, where 18 of them were killed and 45 wounded? Have you felt that that has affected the relationship?
All I can say is my personal interactions with the Peshmerga, and they are very, very good soldiers, and they fight alongside with us the entire time. Their attitudes towards us have not changed one bit.
Much different case being here, I suppose, than in the south. I mean, how have you felt about the level of threat here in the north?
We're always on our toes for anything, and it doesn't matter whether we're behind the lines or, far away, that we always try to maintain a heightened level of security and situational awareness in order to not let anything, surprise us.
Now, we are up here on this ridge. It's very picturesque, as I think people can see through here. But it's extremely hazy. This is the direction that the tanks came from yesterday. How much of a threat is there out there? Is it possible to tell?
Well, there's always a threat, but with our training and with our equipment, we can always counter that threat like we did yesterday.
And what happened yesterday? I mean, there was talk that you took out maybe 10 Iraqi tanks. Could that be it?
I don't want to get into operational matters at this time, but what I can say is the Iraqis came at us, and we sent them back several times, severely bleeding, and I don't think they're going to be coming back anytime soon, hopefully.
All right. Is it possible to tell what's going to happen now? I mean, you're still on this ridge. You've got forces up the road.
We own this territory, and what happens next will be seen. We don't know yet.
Thanks very much, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Carol, that was the word from Special Forces on this ridge on just before a major intersection halfway between Mosul and Kirkuk. Now, we have been seeing what appears to be sporadic bombing with some spectacular explosions from Mosul. That appears to have been an ammunition depot that has been blown up. And along the front line, all along the north of Iraq here, we have been seeing Special Forces with the Peshmerga advance a little bit into areas vacated by the Iraqi forces, but so far, of course, not enough forces here on the ground to make that major push. Carol?
Understand. Jana Raff reporting live from northern Iraq. Now back to Kuwait City and Bill.
All right, Carol, clearly to our viewers at home, the headline again today is what is happening inside of Baghdad. Lisa Rose Weaver is embedded with the military. She joins us by telephone. I think you're pretty close to the capital city, Lisa. Not quite sure exactly what's happening there.
Yes, Bill. Well, I am about 10 kilometers away from Baghdad, just outside the international airport. I'm embedded with an air defense, Patriot defense unit, which has just set up, and I can hear to the north of us heavy artillery fighting in Baghdad. It's nothing that I can see exactly, but there's a fairly constant barrage of very, very heavy booming. Earlier, we explored some Republican National Guard bunkers that were apparently abandoned very much at the last minute. Lots of ammunition, abandoned clothes. Notably, one of the captains conducting the search discovering baby formula there. He says he suspects that the Iraqi soldiers were eating it for vitamins because all else they had to eat appears to have been bread and potatoes. Other than that, it's been a smooth journey to this point. Nothing going on in the immediate vicinity, but again, we hear that artillery in Baghdad. Bill?
All right, Lisa, we got a report about 3 hours ago from Walt Rogers that that time it was described as an incoming missile hit some sort of operations center run by the 3rd Infantry Division. I know you're with this air defense unit here. Do you know as to whether or not, or can you even tell us, whether or not Patriot missiles have gone with you to this location in the event that incoming missiles would be fired at U.S. forces?
Well, yes, that is the function of having a Patriot battery at this location. So far, we've only been here a few hours. There hasn't been need to utilize them, but that indeed is why they're here. There is, you mentioned the 3rd Infantry. There is a lot of infantry in the area. We passed many tanks and other military vehicles on the way up. But again, where I am is outside the airport, not inside, and I can't really see what's going on there on the other side of the wall. Bill?
All right, Lisa, thanks. Lisa Rose Weaver embedded there just outside of Baghdad, and we will check in when we get more. I'm Bill Hemmer, live in Kuwait City. Carol, good to be with you again. I'll continue on as we go forward now on this Monday.
Yeah, and I have to say goodbye right now, but of course I'll be back tomorrow morning. Bye, Bill.
You got it. See you then, Carol.
CNN's coverage begins right now.
Nobody but the service experts at Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury dealers bring you the blue waters and the Pirates of the Caribbean. Nobody else offers chances to win great prizes, including movie tickets, a trip to the Caribbean, or to the world premiere of this summer's hot new movie, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl. Hurry in to win, and while you're there, get great deals on tires, brakes, and more, and pay later at Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury dealers. Nobody can do auto service like we do.
What happened? I ordered 200 oxen, but they sent us all these little wiener dogs.
200 dachshund. Were you on a cell phone, sir?
Well, yeah.
Static. Here. Now you can get clear calls and do more, because Sprint built the largest all-digital, all-PCS enhanced nationwide network from the ground up. For clarity you can see and hear.
Thanks. Now this would have helped.
Sprint. Clearly a whole new way to look at wireless.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues. First, here's what's happening at this hour. The coalition is tightening its grip on Baghdad. Bombs thundered in the Iraqi capital today as more than 100 U.S. tanks and armored vehicles rolled in. U.S. forces seized key buildings in Baghdad, including Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace. U.S. tanks remain outside the palace now. The Pentagon says the raid sends a message to the Iraqi regime that U.S. troops can go where they want, when they want. There are early reports of U.S. casualties south of Baghdad. U.S. Army sources tell CNN's Walter Rogers that an Iraqi missile struck an operations center. At least 6 soldiers, U.S., were injured, and up to 6 others are missing. In another incident, a U.S. Marines armored vehicle was hit as the unit tried to secure a bridge over the Tigris River. It is not yet clear how many Marines were wounded or killed. In northern Iraq now, U.S. and Kurdish forces are targeting military sites in the city of Mosul. Enormous fires and explosions have been reported overnight. CNN's Jana Raff says U.S. Special Forces are focusing on the strategic junction that leads to Mosul and Kirkuk in the north. East of Baghdad, U.S. Marines have seized the headquarters of Iraq's Atomic Energy Commission. Our Martin Savage says they found unidentified substances in jars and protective suits and masks. Savage says the building looked as if it had been recently occupied. Coming up, more on the attack on Baghdad. CENTCOM says U.S. forces are there to stay for now. We'll have much more on this story. And is Basra ready to fall? We'll talk about the progress British forces are making there. Plus, what happens next? We'll talk strategy with one of our military analysts. All that and much more ahead. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now. Good morning and welcome to a brand new week here. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Thanks so much for joining us. U.S. ground forces are taking the most treasured pieces of presidential real estate in Baghdad on their own terms. And U.S. commanders say the troops are there to stay. If you are just waking up this morning, here is what has been happening overnight. At 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time, U.S. tanks rolled into the city, firing at Iraqi positions. Dozens of tanks and armored personnel carriers from the Army's 2nd Brigade took part in that operation. At 2:22 a.m., that's a hard one to say quickly, U.S. forces overtake Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in downtown Baghdad. There was little resistance. Some Iraqi soldiers were seen taking off their uniforms and fleeing. At 2:30 a.m., U.S. forces in Zahra Park topple a 40-foot tall statue of Saddam Hussein riding a horse. See if that shot plays out there. No, it doesn't. And at 2:35 a.m. Eastern Time, Iraq's Information Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Saaf denies any of it ever happened. With smoke rising in the streets around him, al-Saaf tells reporters Iraqi soldiers have taught the Americans a lesson. Time now to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer, who has been watching all of this from Kuwait City. Good morning, Bill.
Hello, Paul. As we start another week here, the bullseye still remains on Baghdad, and that is where we are getting the bulk of our headlines yet again today. Walt Rogers with the 37th Cavalry west of Baghdad says he has gotten word today that some American soldiers got into trouble by raising an American flag in downtown Baghdad. We're told the unit's commander ordered the flag to be taken down immediately. He says the U.S. is in Baghdad to liberate, not occupying the American flag, send the wrong message. A similar word we had about 3 weeks ago in Basra. Jana Raff in the north with Kurdish forces says Kurdish leaders are celebrating after hearing earlier today the man known as Chemical Ali as being dead. Now, British officials earlier today say General Ali Hassan al-Majid was killed in an airstrike in Basra. Ali led the chemical attack, accused of killing about 5,000 Kurds 15 years ago. However, as we say that, no confirmation from General Brooks at CENTCOM in that briefing last hour here. We'll keep a track of that. The Army's 173rd Airborne Brigade making history when it opened up with an artillery fire in northern Iraq. It is the first time that unit has fired on an enemy, they say, in 3 decades, back to the Vietnam War. That was after that war. The 173rd decommissioned and reactivated last year. In fact, CNN's Thomas Nybo is embedded with that group. A lot to talk about, Paula. We are off and running now on this Monday. Good morning again to you.
Thanks, Bill. And we're going to get started with the view from journalists on the scene. Walt Rogers, as Bill just mentioned, is with the Army's 37th Cav in southwest Baghdad. Martin Savage is with Marines in southeast Baghdad as well. And Ben Wiedemann is near Mosul, Iraq. Now to the western outskirts of the capital. Let's get started with Walt Rogers, who is with the 37th Cav with news of American casualties. Walt, what's the latest?
Good morning, Paula. There was a price to be paid for that American thrust by the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division into Baghdad today. This is, of course, the 3rd day in a row, but we're given to believe by Army sources, and I've checked this several times now, that the Iraqis did manage to find the brigade headquarters from whence the operation was being commanded, and we're told that the Iraqis fired a missile into the headquarters, at least 6 Americans injured, 4 to 6 other Americans unaccounted for at that brigade headquarters. That would be the Tactical Operations Center for the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division. Still, the progress today inside Baghdad is considerably greater than what we've seen the previous 3 days. You'll recall this is the third day that the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division has thrust forward, rolled tanks into Baghdad. What's different today, however, is that the Iraqis are going to be seeing those American forces stay. We're told that 3 battalions of the 2nd Brigade are not leaving tonight. That is to say, they are going to occupy a section of Baghdad. 3 battalions, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry, will be staying in Baghdad. This is not just a tactical armed reconnaissance foray. Paula?
Walt, are you allowed to tell us what the 7th Cav will be up to today?
We can tell you part of it. We can't tell you what our next move is, but we can tell you about their operation, which is underway. What's happening, very interesting, is that as the Americans consolidate their positions, particularly here in the western suburbs, the Iraqi citizens are coming up feeling more confident and saying, by the way, did you know there's a collection of tanks in that palm tree grove over there? Or, by the way, there is a missile over there. And what the 7th Cavalry is doing at this hour is responding to help from local Iraqi citizens in the western suburbs. We can hear the rumbling in the distance. They are blasting away at armored personnel carriers, Iraqi arms caches, Iraqi tanks. Many of the Iraqi soldiers simply park their tanks in somebody's driveway now, take off their uniforms, leave the uniforms there. We're seeing fairly mass desertions. We also understand there's a fairly large missile that has just been destroyed or at least recovered by 7th Cavalry. Paula?
Well, Rogers, thanks for the update. We'll be getting back to you a little bit later on this morning. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
All right, Paula, the U.S. military is saying that the Army came in from the west, the Marines came in from the east. You heard Walt talk about these casualties on behalf of the 3rd ID. We are getting reports again today. Earlier today, U.S. Marines taking casualties as well. Not quite clear on the details. Perhaps Martin Savage can sort them out for us by way of video phone now. Southeastern part of Baghdad for more. Marty, good afternoon.
Hello, Bill. About the same time that the U.S. Army was entering Baghdad from the west, that's when the Marines began making their push from the east. Now, we understand that 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines, who were starting across a bridgehead just before they moved out, one of their armored personnel carriers in which the Marines ride was struck by an artillery shell. Unclear at this point whose artillery shell. There may have been Iraqi indirect fire artillery coming in at that particular point. It is a bridgehead area. It's an area that Iraqi guns would be focused upon. Also, though, there have been unconfirmed reports that it may have been U.S. military artillery as well, which would have been focused on force protection. Could have been a round that went astray. That's under investigation. Not clear this time. The APC was hit, and we do understand that there were some casualties. That is as much as we know. Meanwhile, some of the lead elements of the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines have already pushed their way across the Tigris. Taking place behind us here now, 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. They're involved in somewhat of a fight. Lead elements down there. There's a small village just before you cross the bridge to go across the Tigris, and that's where the fighting is taking place. Skirmishing mainly. You'll hear artillery fire at times. Heavy machine guns going off. We've also heard rounds of M16s and sporadic fire and mortar fire going off. There's also been artillery that seems to come close to this proximity here as well. Airstrikes continue overhead. Helicopters continue to fly by. A lot of activity here, but of course it's all focused on getting the Marines established on the eastern side of Baghdad, blocking off any reinforcement on the part of Iraqi troops that might come in from the Iranian border, and also moving in on the city itself. Bill?
Yeah, I do. All right, Marty, thanks. Marty Savage there by way of video phone, southeastern part of Baghdad. Losing a little bit of that signal at the end. Marty, thanks. We'll check in a bit later today. Paula again now.
Thanks, Bill, and we're going to go straight to the Pentagon right now, where our own Barbara Starr is standing by with the very latest from there. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Paula. Well, just to reset the big picture a little bit from here, what they made clear at the Central Command briefing this morning is that U.S. troops are going to continue these probes into Baghdad. Now, of course, they've moved to the center of the city now, their deepest penetration into the capital, and there is a bit of an update from what we have reported earlier. Sources here now saying in that attack on some Army communications vehicles, they now believe 6 wounded, but in addition, 6 U.S. soldiers killed. Also, they now believe it is possible 2 Marines were killed in that eastern approach to Baghdad. This result, they believe, of some bridges being blown by the Iraqis, both east of the city where that attack occurred, and they also now believe the Iraqis have blown some bridges north of the city. So at Central Command, what they are saying is that the U.S. and coalition forces are increasingly in control of Baghdad, but there is still plenty of possible danger ahead. Here's what General Brooks had to say.
A second attack into the heart of Baghdad to key regime locations, destroying any defending forces while protecting the civilian population and the city's infrastructure, reinforces the reality that the regime is not in control of all of the major cities.
Now, one area the coalition is particularly concerned about is the eastern side of Baghdad, a place called Saddam City, which has a large Shia population. Very concerned that the Iraqis are still in control of that area, and there may be some trouble in that region. On the question of Chemical Ali, the man believed to be responsible for the chemical attacks on the Kurds and believed to possibly have been killed in an attack 2 nights ago in his house in Basra. Officials saying they still have no confirmation that it was his body in that house. They say it may be some time. The attack was very severe, and they're going to try and identify some of the remains they have found. Paula?
Barbara, finally, Central Command gets peppered with questions every day about the status of Saddam Hussein and whether you can consider this military plan a success without either capturing or killing Saddam Hussein. And the answer once again today is this campaign is not about a single individual. Can you expand on that and what is being said privately about the importance of finding Saddam Hussein?
Well, what this administration likes to make clear is that campaigns cannot, in their view, be about one person. They learned that in Afghanistan, of course, never finding Osama bin Laden or Mullah Omar, the head of the Taliban. So that's the message that is also being portrayed in this campaign. It's not about Saddam Hussein. It's about regime change, and it's about disarming Iraq. At this point, the bottom line is they say they still don't know if he's dead or alive, but they're increasingly going with the strategy that it doesn't matter, that he himself is now largely irrelevant. Coalition forces in control of much of the country, except for what they say are some isolated pockets. Coalition forces in control of all of Iraqi airspace, they say. So from their point of view, they say it is irrelevant whether he's dead or alive. The campaign is achieving its objectives of regime change. Paula?
Barbara Starr, thanks so much. We'll be weighing in with you a lot this morning. Appreciate your input. Bill?
All right, Paula, listen, we do know some targets of the U.S. Incursion. It's a bit more than incursion at this point in Baghdad. We had incursions over the weekend. This appears, based on what CENTCOM was saying, to have the U.S. military move in and actually stay there based on what the commanders are seeing on the ground. Let's talk about that military strategy. General Wesley Clark's back with us live in Little Rock, Arkansas. And General, good to have you on this Monday. We do know a presidential palace. We do know the information ministry. We do know about the El Rashid Hotel. Based on that, if indeed it's the case on the ground in Baghdad, what does this tell you about the targets the U.S. right now is choosing?
Well, these are still regime targets, Bill, because essentially there are no military, there's no hard military positions to occupy. This is an attack about regime change. It's about finding enemy centers of leadership and resistance and demonstrating to the population and the remaining Iraqi forces that the regime's days are numbered, that it's time to lay down their arms and cease resistance. And so this foray today that's going to at least temporarily hold these positions, and we don't know what their ultimate aims are, but this is a continuation of the pattern of opportunistic operations around Baghdad. It was to encircle Baghdad, at least blocking the main arteries of communications, send reconnaissance in, special operations troops, run armored columns through, locating and defeating enemy centers of resistance, and as the opportunities presented themselves and the timing was right and conditions were set, to seize and possibly hold key facilities or regions of the city. This falls in that pattern. It's a very smart, considered strategy.
All right, if that's the case then, General, what happens on Tuesday? What happens on Wednesday?
This pattern is likely to be repeated, Bill. We'll probably see another brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division come in, or some other force come in, seize other objectives. We'll see if these forces stay there. We'll see them move beyond the locations they're in right now. We may see activities going underground to look for the underground storage facilities. It's unpredictable. This is reconnaissance-led operations. Wherever
what do you
they
make
see the
right
need,
now
they'll go.
of the? Sorry, Jenna. What are you to make right now of the so-called Ring of Steel, and whether or not this thing ever even materialized in the first place? And as that, with that as a backdrop, the Ring of Steel that used to circle the capital city, so we were told prior to the start of this conflict. What do you make of right now in terms of command and control abilities of the Special Republican Guard, regular Iraqi soldiers right now who are still willing to carry on this fight in Baghdad?
My guess is, Bill, that if another nation with 1970s and 1960s technology and capabilities had attacked the Iraqi capital, that the Republican Guards might very well have put up an effective defense. But these soldiers were no match for the combined arms, the high-precision, reconnaissance-led strikes by the Air Force and Navy fighter pilots, the stealth aircraft overhead, and then the very, very well-trained U.S. Army and Marine forces who could take the fight to the enemy, tank for tank, fighting vehicle by fighting vehicle, infantryman by infantryman. They simply weren't a match. They were overwhelmed. It's what we would say in Army training parlance. We'd say they couldn't execute. They may have had generals who could draw plans on maps. They may have had leaders who could describe concepts like a Ring of Steel. But when it came right down to where the battles are won or lost at the level of fighting soldiers, the airmen, the people with their hands on the fingers on the triggers and their eyes against the sights, the Iraqis were no match for the coalition.
Thank you, General. Wesley Clark again, live in Little Rock. We'll talk on and off throughout the morning and into the afternoon with you there live in Arkansas. Paula, earlier today, a member of the U.S. Army in Baghdad said this time it is for real. A quote from the U.S. Army early, and apparently based on the videotape and the stories we're getting from our reporters, that is indeed the case in Baghdad. Back to you now.
Which brings us to our next question, Bill. Coming up, who will call the shots in post-war Iraq? The White House and 10 Downing Street are at odds over that. That story next as our coverage of the war in Iraq continues.
Christiane Amanpour takes you inside the war in Iraq.
They're shooting a little blind right now.
Experience you can trust only on CNN. From the heart of Yingling country comes a new beer. Lager tonight.
Get the best values in America from Dodge. Take our best products, like Dodge Durango with Magnum V8 Power Standard and best-in-class available towing and torque. Plus our best warranty, Dodge's fully transferable 770 powertrain limited warranty. Plus our best deals, like a $4,500 cash allowance or 0% financing for 60 months. Add it all up, it equals the best values in America. See your Dodge dealer or visit Dodge.com.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
2:09 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:09 a.m. in Baghdad. A Pentagon official tells CNN that U.S. forces have entered one of Saddam Hussein's presidential palaces. He says the action sends a message that, quote, we can go where we want, when we want. 2:26 a.m. A British military spokesman tells Reuters that British forces are in control of most of the city of Basra. 2:32 a.m. Eastern Time. The Iraqi Information Minister holds an outdoor briefing telling reporters that there are no American troops in Baghdad. 2:58 a.m. The Al Jazeera TV network shows live pictures from the northern city of Mosul. Al Jazeera says the explosions are caused by a burning ammunition dump. 3:17 a.m. Associated Press quotes a British officer who says the body of Ali Hassan al-Majid has been found in Basra. Al-Majid, Saddam Hussein's cousin, is known as Chemical Ali because of his use of chemical weapons against Iraqi Kurds back in 1988. 5:02 a.m. CNN's Walter Rogers reports U.S. Army sources tell him an Iraqi missile hit the Tactical Operations Center for the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry, resulting in U.S. casualties. 6:45 a.m. President Bush departs Washington to travel to Northern Ireland for a summit meeting with his coalition partner, British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Iraqi opposition leader Ahmed Chalabi has been flown into southern Iraq by the U.S. Air Force. He will lead 700 Iraqi opposition troops on missions inside the country. They will serve under CENTCOM Commander Tommy Franks. Now, there is deep division in the White House over the role Chalabi might play in a post-war government.
I'm not a candidate for any position in Iraq, and I don't seek an office. I think my role ends with the liberation of the country. The American military, I think, should stay in Iraq until the first elections are held and a democratic government is established. I'm not prepared to give a time frame, but we expect to have a constitution ratified within 2 years.
Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz expects that could take more than 6 months before the U.S. is ready to hand off control to an independent Iraqi government. President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair will discuss post-war leadership, as well as their disagreement over how strong a role the UN should play in a post-war Iraq during meetings today and tomorrow in Northern Ireland. Joining me now to talk more about post-war Iraq is Fawaz Gerges, head of the International Affairs and Middle Eastern Studies at Sarah Lawrence College. Good to see you again. Welcome back.
Thank you.
In the end, what kind of role do you think the UN will play in shaping a post-war Iraq?
Well, unfortunately, it seems to me that the ideologues in charge of the Iraqi project don't assign the UN any major role. And I think this would send the wrong message, not only to the Iraqis themselves, but to the world community at large. It seems to me that the ideologues do not trust the United Nations, do not want to involve the United Nations, and everyone loses in the process.
What role do the ideologues have to, I mean, what reason do they have to trust the UN at this? You know how suspicious they are of the UN.
I think what we need to remember is that Iraqis inside the country, along with exiled Iraqi groups, should determine the future of their country. Paula, for any emerging government in Iraq to work, to function, to be seen as legitimate, the process must be seen as transparent and fair, not as an American diktat. This is why you need, the United Nations. This is why you need the international community. This is why you need to involve as many members of the international community as possible, because I think the idea of installing either an American commander or an American High Commissioner is a bad one, and it's fraught with danger.
Even if it's a temporary role?
I think
it's being called a transitional
How do we know? 6 months? 1 year? 2 years? 3 years? 4? I mean, this is why, how do you want to convince the Iraqis that the United States does not really have any major designs on their country? How do you want to convince Arabs and Muslims that the United States is determined and genuine about empowering Iraqis themselves to govern their country? And there are larger questions here, and the larger question is Iraqis themselves, in particular inside the country, should determine their own country, their own future.
But there certainly is no guarantee, even if the UN gets involved, in shaping this new government, that that's going to work either, is there?
Absolutely. I mean, this is why the political reverberations of the Iraqi crisis are extremely, extremely dangerous. This is why the United States must involve the international community. And as you know, there are some major disagreements between, Tony Blair and the ideologues who are in charge of the Iraqi project in the United States. Here you have the Defense Department and the Office of the Vice President advancing the interest of Chalabi, who has very little political weight or any social base in the country itself.
And no stated interest, according to that 60 Minutes interview, in having any permanent role in a government.
Paula, Chalabi is on record stating that he would not even accept an advisory role. He stated his goal, ambition is to play a leadership role in the country. And both the State Department and the CIA are skeptical and ambivalent about Chalabi because he does not have the political weight or any social base in the country itself. Imposing either Chalabi or any other, the leader of the largest Shiite opposition group in Iraq, Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim, has stressed more than once that the Shiite community would oppose any installed American commander or even an installed Iraqi ruler, and in fact he threatened to use military force to do so. Why would you alienate the leaders in Iraq itself, the leading Shiite community? Why would you alienate the world? Why not, involve the world, the United Nations, the Arab states? Why not make it an international project rather than just a project of the ideologues within the Defense Department and the Office of the Vice President.
So much of this in play at this hour. I guess we'll have to have you back after the President meets with the Prime Minister of Great Britain, where a lot of this will be discussed. Always good to see you. Thanks for dropping by.
Thanks.
Appreciate your time. Bill?
Paula, earlier today, the British say they now control most of the city of Basra. In fact, they went in there with tanks to the heart of that town yesterday on Sunday. And also in the same part of Iraq, there continues to be these questions and conflicting accounts, it appears now, as to the whereabouts of Chemical Ali. We'll try and get to the bottom of it in our live report in Basra when we continue right after this.
Our competitors have turned computer buying into a game, and we're not going to take it anymore. Here's the new deal from Gateway. No complicated price hooks, no confusing rebates to figure out, no add-ons or upgrades needed. What you see with Gateway is what you get. A feature-rich PC at a great price, with shipping included. Call, click, or come in to hear more. A new deal, a better way. Gateway.
Gateway 500 series PCs feature Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Where the heck are you?
On the road.
Get my package?
Opening it now.
Yellow Book? They're here.
Yellow Book all over town. Everywhere I go.
Oh, great.
Yellow Book, Yellow Book, Yellow Book.
I told you guys, we're in trouble.
So you think we could transfer to the
Cell phone division?
After this, we'll be lucky if they stick us on poles. With pigeons?
More people choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Huge explosions rock Iraq's capital of Baghdad.
A steady parade of flames has been going on for hours.
The sky was ablaze, crisscrossed with tracer fire.
It's unlike anything I have ever seen.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. I don't know how to... Would you autograph my cinnamon roll?
You want me to autograph your cinnamon roll?
Yes.
All right.
You make mine out to Steve?
Daniel?
Carl?
Buck?
Brian?
Tyrone T. Jenkins.
Juan Carlos Fernandez.
The 2003 Lincoln LS V8 and BMW 540i recently went head-to-head in a series of handling tests. The result? The LS V8 out-slaloms, out-corners, and has better handling performance than the BMW 540i. The new Lincoln LS V6, starting at $29,495. There are those who travel, and those who travel well.
At 29 minutes past the hour this Monday morning, time to sample some Voices of America with Jack Cafferty.
Good morning, Paula. You know, periodically we check the Voices of America, sampling of home front responses to the war in Iraq. In Georgia over the weekend, it was a homecoming at Fort Gordon, where they were celebrating the return of the 359th Signal Brigade after months spent setting up communication systems in Kuwait. Army Reserve Staff Sergeant John Hafer talked about getting home after almost a year.
Very nice to be home, yeah. Miss the family.
Some of the members think they got out just in time, members of that unit. On the day they were leaving, you'll remember this story, it was played with a lot of exposure on all the news media. That was the day an Iraqi missile hit that nearby popular shopping mall in Kuwait. So understandably, they feel like they made perhaps a narrow escape from what could have been tragedy. They're home now and obviously quite happy to be so.
Thanks for sharing that with us. See you a little bit later on this morning. Back to Heidi Collins now at CNN Center in Atlanta. Good morning, Heidi. Good morning, Paula. Thanks so much. Here's what's happening at this hour. In the heart of Baghdad, U.S. tanks and armored vehicles moved in this morning, seizing government buildings. Army soldiers and Marines are now said to control all roads into and out of the Iraqi capital. The Pentagon says coalition troops are, quote, dominating the battlefield. Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in Baghdad is under coalition control. U.S. commandos entered the compound overnight. The Pentagon says U.S. troops can now go where they want, when they want in Baghdad. Enormous fires and explosions have been reported overnight in northern Iraq. U.S. Special Forces, along with Kurdish troops, are attacking Iraqi fighters at a strategic junction leading to the cities of Mosul and Kirkuk. The body of Iraqi General Ali Hassan al-Majid, also known as Chemical Ali, has been found, according to a British military spokesman. The cousin of Saddam Hussein was apparently killed Saturday by an airstrike on his home in Basra. U.S. Central Command says it cannot confirm the report. Ali is accused of overseeing the gassing of tens of thousands of Kurds in 1988. President Bush and British Prime Minister, that is, Tony Blair, are set to discuss war strategy and plans for rebuilding Iraq during talks today in Belfast. They also will discuss ways to jumpstart the stalled peace process in the Middle East and in Northern Ireland. Coming up, the raid in Baghdad. U.S. tanks and armored vehicles roll into the Iraqi capital. We'll have the very latest details. And painting a very different picture. Iraq denies U.S. troops are in the cities. We'll have more on that. And remembering a fallen soldier. We'll talk to a family who lost their son in an ambush in Nasiriyah. All that and more, much more ahead. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now. Good morning and welcome. Glad to have you start off the week with us here. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Thanks so much for joining us. The U.S. Army has taken what may be a major step toward demoralizing the Iraqi regime. In a remarkable sight this morning, U.S. forces had taken over Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in downtown Baghdad. The 2nd Brigade of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division grabbed the palace this morning, facing little Iraqi resistance. Reporters even wandered around the palace halls taking pictures of Saddam Hussein's bathrooms, of all things, and fancy ones at that. U.S. forces say they are sending a message that they can go wherever they want in the city. Central Command says it is still deciding whether to leave the U.S. troops where they are, but in the field, Army sources are telling CNN's Walt Rogers that the troops are there to stay. Time now to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer on this Monday morning from Kuwait City. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, Paula, hello again. Getting more news right now on some sort of missile or rocket attack that hit an operations center south of Baghdad. The Reuters news agency is now reporting at least 4 dead as a result of that, 2 others listed in critical condition. Reuters also says, according to military officials, that 2 belong to the U.S. military and 2 others were journalists embedded with the U.S. Army at the time. And again, this is what Reuters is reporting just a short time ago. There are more than 600 journalists, by the way, embedded right now with the U.S. and British militaries. Again, it is early word right now. When we get more, you'll hear it here. In the meantime, a number of other developments right now to talk about. Pictures from Baghdad today, and they are dramatic. Iraq's Information Minister held an outdoor news conference today on a sidewalk in Baghdad to say that coalition forces had not entered Baghdad. He said they were, quote, beginning to commit suicide on the walls of his city, end quote. CNN's Dana Muriel, who is embedded with the British Black Watch Brigade in Basra, says they are starting now to secure the center of that city. They're also getting a humanitarian program ready as well. 3 British battle groups went into Basra and met only light resistance as of yesterday on Sunday and going again today on Monday. More in a minute, Paula. Now back to you in New York.
Thanks so much, Bill, and we're going to get some latest reaction to that news in Baghdad from our own Rula Amin, who joins us from along the Jordanian-Iraqi border this morning. Rula, good morning. What's the latest from there?
Good morning, Paula. You know, this is the 3rd day in a row where U.S. troops does go into Baghdad, but today they went into the symbols of the regime. They went to the major landmarks in Baghdad. The troops were in the presidential palaces. They went next to the Rashid Hotel, and they went to the parade ground. All these are very strong symbols of the Iraqi regime's power and control over the Iraqi people. Now, the U.S. says this should be a strong demonstration to the people of Iraq that the regime is over. But Iraqi officials insist that is not the case. They insist that there has been a fierce fight, that the Iraqi troops had been able to inflict serious damage among the U.S. troops, that a number of U.S. soldiers had been killed. And they say they were even slaughtered, according to the Iraqi Information Minister, Mohammed Said al-Sahaf.
This is only to attract attention, in fact. They gave them, in fact, poison. yesterday. The soldiers of Saddam Hussein have given them a lesson they will never forget.
It's clear here that the U.S. is trying to tell not only the residents of Baghdad, but also the Iraqi military personnel, those in the Republican Guards, in the ruling Ba'ath Party militias, that it's futile to fight, that there is no chance for them to win this battle, and they shouldn't waste their lives trying to fight back. That's why the Iraqi officials are being very consistent in trying to draw a totally different picture. They're making it seem that the Iraqi troops are having successes and that it's worth their while, the Iraqis, in order to fight. Paula?
Well, if you would, walk us through the long-term challenge of the U.S. administration trying to convince the Iraqi people, once this regime has completely crumbled, that in fact coalition forces are there as liberators, not invaders.
Well, Paula, it's hard to say that there is one opinion among the Iraqi residents. There are those people who are waiting, and they cannot really wait to see this regime fall. However, there are those also who oppose the Iraqi regime, but also very skeptical of the U.S. motives. They're skeptical of the U.S. occupation of Iraq, and they are confused whether to stand with the regime or to stand by the U.S. forces. They're trying to stay on the sidelines, waiting to see where will this battle end and when. They're very concerned that this battle will have a toll on Iraqi civilians, that people will end up dying and pay a heavy price. That's why on the streets of Baghdad, it was even surprising today to see people on the streets, even in places very close to where the U.S. troops have been seen. So it seems the Iraqis are trying also to see for themselves what is happening on the streets of their own capital. Paula?
Ramin, thanks so much. Now we go back to Bill in Kuwait City. Bill?
All right, Paula, his name is Ali Hassan al-Majid. His nickname is Chemical Ali. He got that name accused of gassing 5,000 Kurds to death 15 years ago, March of 1988. Earlier today, there were British commander reports in Basra that say they found his body dead inside of a home inside that city. But since that time, Geoffrey Hoon in London, the British Defense Minister, and Central Command headquarters, also down in Qatar, have not confirmed a positive identification of that report we heard earlier from Basra. With that as a backdrop, there is news filtering to the northern part of the country and Kurdish-controlled area. And David Turnley now, by way of video phone, has been talking to many people about this possibility that it may indeed have been the end of Chemical Ali. David, good afternoon there.
Good afternoon, Bill. We're standing in the town of Kipri, which is on the eastern side of the northern front. This is a town where for years people have had very difficult conditions, unemployed, very difficult. They're just south of Halabja, where, as you may know, in 1988 there was a custard mustard gas attack on that town, and many Kurds were killed. And so the sentiment in this area vis-a-vis Chemical Ali and what he is reported to have done in function of that attack have left these people elated today. We're standing in front of a man named Rasul Karim. He's made his living for the last 10 years as a smuggler. In fact, that's how most of the people in this town make their living. They have smuggled from Iraq here to the north kerosene and petrol and rice, and oftentimes at great peril to their own lives. This gentleman himself has lost many members of his family and friends doing this kind of work. Today, however, Rasul tells us that the situation has changed. Ironically, given now the situation in Baghdad, he has just come from there, and he says that on this particular smuggling trip, unlike any of the previous 10 years, he had absolutely no problems, because the checkpoints that are oftentimes, or let me say always, manned by the Iraqi army are no longer armed whatsoever. There are no checkpoints. He was able to breeze through freely here to the north. I'm going to ask Rasul through our translator, Salah, Chemical Ali. Could you ask Rasul how he feels today, Salah, about the possibility of the death of this man, Chemical Ali?
We are very glad to hear that Chemical Ali has been killed.
We are very happy to hear that Chemical Ali has been killed, he says.
Me and the as the people of this city, we all are happy because of the hearing that Ali Kimyawi has been killed.
Russell sharing with us that he and his colleagues here, his compatriots in this town, are very happy to hear that this man has been killed, if in fact it is true. They feel that he was responsible for the suffering of the Kurdish people. He became an icon for that, as much as Saddam Hussein and that regime. This town, by the way, is the closest town on the northern front to Baghdad. It's a straight shot down a southern highway, about an hour and 10 minutes, if in fact this highway opens up, which people think most likely will happen when Baghdad falls, that the resistance up here will fall. They don't know whether this will be tomorrow, whether it will be in 3 days, in 10 days, but they feel that the resistance they've been facing in the previous week will simply fall once word actually gets up to this region that Baghdad has fallen. Bill?
All right, David, thank you. David Turnley by way of video phone in northern Iraq. We were told about 2 nights ago that the U.S. and the British coalition forces had launched a direct hit on a Ba'ath Party headquarters in the town of Basra, which may account for the reports we're getting about Chemical Ali. It may also account, we're told, for as to why the British tanks have been able to roll into the heart of Basra as of yesterday, and apparently they're back again today. Hopefully more on all this at about 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, top of the hour, 17 minutes away, 18 minutes from now. The British military will brief down at CENTCOM in Qatar, so we'll keep a track of that quite closely as well. Paul, again, back to you.
Thanks so much, Bill. President Bush on his way to Northern Ireland, where he will be meeting with Prime Minister Tony Blair. Suzanne Malveaux is standing by in Belfast and joins us now with a bit of a preview. Good morning, Suzanne.
Good morning, Paula, from windy Belfast, Ireland. President Bush left this morning from the White House. He is on his way now. He will be meeting with the British Prime Minister. This is the 3rd time in 3 weeks that the two have been meeting face-to-face. It is now Mr. Bush's time to do the traveling here. It is an ambitious agenda. We are told by one aide saying they're going to deal with the security and establishing peace around the world, but essentially 3 items. First of all, a post-Saddam regime. What is that going to look like? Russia, France, Germany want to see the United Nations playing a central role in forming that regime. The United States making it very clear that it is going to be in charge of those efforts as well as allied forces. British Prime Minister Tony Blair somewhere in the middle, taking a middle position as far as that is concerned. The main challenge here is to try to find a resolution that the UN Security Council will pass that will essentially recognize an Iraqi government, an interim Iraqi authority, as being legitimate. Another issue, of course, is the timing of all of this, when the Allied forces will declare victory and get actually jumpstart, get that on the ground. Another key critical issue that's going to be talking about is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, talking about the roadmap to Middle East peace. And this is directly related to the 3rd item on the agenda, that's jumpstarting the stalled peace process here in Northern Ireland. Bush being here really provides a symbol for that peace process to move forward. British Prime Minister Tony Blair, as well as the Irish Prime Minister Bertie Ahern, are going to be discussing later this week how to jumpstart that power-sharing deal between Catholics and Protestants that has been put on hold. But for Mr. Blair, this is very important. They really feel that if you can take a model, you look at Northern Ireland, if peace can work here, perhaps it can work in the Middle East, and perhaps they will actually garner the kind of support from Arab allies and garner support as well for Iraq's reconstruction and its government. Paula?
Thanks so much, Suzanne. Suzanne Malveaux reporting from Northern Ireland for us this morning. Coming up, U.S. forces roll into Baghdad, and this time they say it is for keeps. More on that straight ahead. Please stay with us.
Now save 30%. Call your travel agent or 1-800-BEACHES.
Hey, you're going to love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want. Whatever color you want. You can walk right past the counter. And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy. Bypass the counter. You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me.
Rent. Huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick Rent at nationalcar.com.
In a world of computer confusion, 3 young interns will soon learn there's one place with all the answers. A place where you can get a PC made just for you at a price that's right for you. A place where computer confusion has met its match.
Thanks for calling Dell. What can I build for you today?
Get ready. Dell presents The Interns.
So, what do you think of my movie?
Well, that's one way to make an intern training video.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. And right now, for a limited time, you'll get free shipping. Visit our website for even more great offers. And check out our notebooks, too. You're not just getting a great deal, you're getting a Dell.
Darren, about my close-ups, there could be more of them.
Rated E for easy. Easiest Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
With coalition forces now reportedly in control of key facilities in Baghdad, we're going to look at just what was seized and the strategy behind the assault. From Little Rock, Arkansas, we're joined by former NATO commander General Wesley Clark, a CNN military analyst. Good to see you again, General. Welcome back.
Nice to see you, Paula. Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about what we've witnessed over the last 24 hours or so. U.S. troops moving inside that perimeter wall that once sort of roped off downtown Baghdad. In addition to that, they've now seized control of a key presidential palace this morning. What is the battle plan from this point out?
Well, it's a strategy of opportunism, it would appear, Paula. That is to say, these are reconnaissance-led attacks. We did 2 reconnaissance forays through Baghdad. It was clear that the defenses were not substantial. There was limited appearance of an organized defense, some buses, some hastily laid minefields, but no strong resistance. So for the third effort, the United States troops stormed back in. They moved deeper. They seized facilities, and they intend to hold, at least for some period of time, these facilities, perhaps use them as an operating base for other moves within Baghdad, probably will be reinforced, and piece by piece take down key regime targets, identify and reduce centers of resistance, and persuade the remaining Iraqi forces and militias to lay down their arms.
You just touched on the important question of the method of the light resistance we've seen coming from the Iraqis, small arms fire, sniper attacks, ambushes. What does that tell us about the dangers that lie ahead for coalition troops?
Well, it says that there is plenty still of venom out there amongst some elements of the Iraqis, perhaps the Fedayeen or other groups loyal to Saddam, but that the organized military capable resistance probably has been largely defeated. The Republican Guards forces, which were the real vanguard of the regime's military, have been heavily attacked by air power. They've been penetrated on the ground. Soldiers have taken off their uniforms, blended back into the population. Deserted armored vehicles are being destroyed. So this is now down to sort of individual groups of infantry-like fighters resisting the American incursions.
And finally, we just got about 15 seconds left, General. What about the air campaign from this point on, particularly when you have so many U.S. troops now inside the city's perimeter?
It will use close air support techniques, communicating with troops directly on the ground before dropping or engaging targets.
General Wesley Clark, you certainly can take a cue. Thanks so much. Appreciate your perspective this morning. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City.
All right, Paula, not good news again. As we reported about 20 minutes ago, CNN has confirmed that attack, a missile or a rocket or something that hit an operations center south of Baghdad has taken the life of at least 4 people. 2, we are told, are members of the U.S. Army, soldiers. 2, we are told, are indeed journalists, according to the information we're getting through Walt Rogers and others up there around the area of Baghdad. There are more than 600 journalists embedded between the U.S. and the British militaries throughout this current war in Iraq. This follows up the death of NBC's David Bloom over the weekend from a pulmonary embolism that he suffered south of Baghdad, and also from last week, the columnist in the Washington Post, Michael Kelly. He died after a Humvee accident in which he drowned. So again, the word we're getting here at CNN confirming now, at least 4 dead south of Baghdad, 2 are soldiers, 2 are journalists. More when we get it, and we'll certainly pass it along to you. On that same very grim topic, Army Specialist James Keel was among 8 U.S. soldiers killed during an ambush near Nasiriyah back on the 23rd of March. Specialist Keel was a member of the 507th Maintenance Company out of Fort Bliss, Texas. He was only 22 years old. His wife is due to give birth in the month of May. His parents, Randy and Jane Keel, now join us live today from Comfort, Texas. And this is never an easy topic to talk about, but I really appreciate you spending your time with us today here on CNN. And I know the reason you came is to talk about your son. What would you like America to know about him?
That we are proud of our son, that he knew he had a job to do when he left. We had talked the Sunday before he was deployed, and that he's a hero. He did not go down just protesting as others have. He went down fighting, defending the United States.
Yeah. Jane, what would you say?
I'd say that, again, we're very proud of our son, and that we want to let everyone know that besides our son, we're proud of the other soldiers, and that we're going to stay vigilant and make sure that no one forgets the MIAs that are still out there, the 8 Marines and the 5 POWs that have still not been found. We're still going to watch for them too. James was with his fellow soldiers, and we want everybody to come home.
You two sound extremely strong given the circumstances. I'm curious to know about his wife, Jill. I understand she is in Iowa with her own family. Have you talked to her, and how is she doing?
Go ahead.
We talk to her on a daily basis 2 or 3 times. She's doing okay. The baby is due to come. James was a month early when he was delivered, so we don't know when this baby's when he's going to come. He's very active, and he's letting his mom know he's ready to come out.
Oh, wow. Hey, Randy, have you heard more about what happened on that day, March 23rd, that Sunday near the town of Nasiriyah?
Originally, we were told that they'd made a wrong turn. Since then, a Representative Reyes out of the El Paso district had an article with the El Paso Times that no, the fine soldiers did not make a wrong turn. They were stopped to assist a stalled vehicle, and that's when they were ambushed on a bridge. And one of the sergeants, Sergeant Campbell specifically, and a Sergeant Jackson that were in Walter Reed, said that they jumped out of their vehicles, grabbed their M16s, went into a ditch along the bridge, established a defensive perimeter, and defended themselves. That lends a little more peace of mind and some more validity to the story of what happened.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. I want to wish you the best of luck going forward. This must be, as one can imagine, a huge loss for your family, and Jill as well, expecting a baby in the month of May. Randy and Jane Keel, Comfort, Texas, talking about the life of their son, James. Thanks. Best to you both, okay? All right, let's get a break here. Back in a moment with more.
Business travel got you squeezed in? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get more workspace in a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Apply now for a low fixed-rate mortgage or cash out some of your equity. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
This year, nearly 1 million families will have their most valuable possessions stolen right from here. It's their own identity. Bank statements, credit card and ATM receipts, pay stubs. In today's world, a little advice. shred anything you wouldn't want in the hands of a stranger. Hey, Tom.
Protect yourself at home with the shredder more businesses rely on for superior performance and durability. Fellows, the world's toughest shredders.
Business travel cramping your style? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get triple miles and triple points, only with Prime Rewards.
Walter Rogers takes you inside the war in Iraq.
Then the Iraqis began firing mortars.
Experience you can trust, only on CNN.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights at 11 on Cartoon Network. The action cartoon sci-fi comedy drama that redefines action cartoon sci-fi comedy dramas.
What the hell was that?
Futurama!
This is fantastic.
Futurama!
Gonna be fun on the bun.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights at 11. And there's only one place you can find it. On a TV equipped to receive action cartoon sci-fi comedy dramas.
What does that mean?
Futurama, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights at 11 on Cartoon Network.
Tonight on It's Your Call with Lynn Doyle. You heard it here.
How do you suggest we fight war? With flowers? I didn't want us to fight the war.
Be a part of it. You're just back from Iraq?
Yes, ma'am.
The issues, the people, and you.
And tonight on Lou Tilley's Sports Connection, why doesn't AI equal MVP? Can the Yanks survive without Jeter? Ready for playoff hockey?
Lynn Doyle at 8:30.
Lou Tilley at 11.
2 reasons to watch CNN 8 primetime tonight.
Smart TV for curious people.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. We're moving up at 3 minutes before the hour. For those of you dashing out of the house, you got to wait just 2 minutes longer for Andy Surwer. I called you Andy Surwer.
That's all right.
I didn't mean that. I just haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, well, you got a lot of stuff.
So the market's expected to soar today.
Yes, absolutely. Wall Street is telling us that it believes the war is over or nearly over. We're expecting a very powerful rally this morning on Wall Street, 200 points or more on the Dow. Stocks in Europe are soaring right now, 3, 4, 5%. An important psychological boost this rally would be. Of course, we have to see if it holds throughout the day and even days going forward. But will it be enough to keep the economy going? Economists are very concerned right now that the economy could slip into a recession. There are a couple of key areas they're looking at. Of course, we've all heard about the employment picture over the past couple months. Not good. We lost 100,000 jobs in March, 400,000 jobs over the past couple months, and over 2 million jobs over the past 2 years. So that's a big concern. Also, manufacturing, that's what people make, that's what factories are putting together. The service economy has not been strong. It's actually contracted a bit over the past month or so. And then the personal income side, how much money we make, of course, that's critical. That has actually grown a little bit, but is still not exactly robust. And the critical matter here, of course, is, Paula, once the war is over, is as we wind down, what kind of shape are we going to be in here in terms of the domestic economy, and what can we do to keep us out of that dreaded R word if, in fact, we're close to it, which is recession?
I saw so many references in the weekend papers to that. The R word has sort of drifted back into the national, obviously, in a lot of people's minds, it never drifted away.
Right. Well, you can understand that because essentially the economy was on hold during this whole period of war in Iraq. And now we have to see whether the end of that will jumpstart the economy back and put it back on track.
Andy Surwer. Got your name right.
There you go.
Sorry, Andy.
Not at all.
Have a good Monday.
Okay.
See you back in our next
See you later.
hour. Coming up, post-Saddam Iraq, will peace be harder to achieve than victory? We're going to discuss that in an exclusive interview with Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage. Please stay with us. That's coming straight up.
You need to manage your business anytime, anywhere. Gateway's new business notebooks featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology help you stay productive with wireless connectivity. Plus the freedom of having up to 8 hours of battery life. Now get 0% business financing for 24 months when you purchase Gateway 450 E-Series business notebooks. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway 450 notebooks feature Intel Centrino mobile technology.
Hey, how's it going? Good, good. I don't know how to... Would you autograph my cinnamon roll?
You want me to autograph your cinnamon roll?
Yes.
All right.
You make mine out to Steve?
Daniel. Carl.
Buck.
Brian.
Tyrone T. Jenkins.
Juan Carlos Fernandez.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues. But first, here's what's happening at this hour. American armored units storm into Baghdad, and U.S. military commanders say the tanks and troops are there to stay. But there are reports of U.S. casualties. American troops are on the inside looking out from Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in Baghdad. Commandos seized the compound earlier. Military officials say the massive facility has been used for command and control activities. U.S. Special Forces and Kurdish troops are inching their way toward Mosul in northern Iraq. There were explosions and fires in and around the city today as the troops try to isolate regime fighters. British troops are in Basra to stay, Britain's defense secretary says, and will remain there as long as it's necessary. The British forces have taken up positions to secure Iraq's second largest city. They still face small pockets of resistance, but they hope to start delivering humanitarian aid soon. British military officials say the body of Iraqi General Ali Hassan al-Majid has been found. It is believed that the general, a cousin of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, was killed in a weekend airstrike on Basra. Al-Majid was also known as Chemical Ali for ordering a gas attack against the Kurds in 1988. U.S. Central Command says it cannot confirm his death. Well, coming up, U.S. forces are in the heart of Baghdad seizing key government buildings, and CENTCOM says they are there to stay. We'll have the latest from our reporters on the front lines. And after Saddam Hussein's regime falls, what does the future hold in store for Iraq? We'll discuss post-war plans. Plus, a lot on the agenda as President Bush prepares to meet with British Prime Minister Tony Blair in Belfast. That and much more coming up. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now. Good morning, welcome. Thanks for starting the week off with us here on American Morning. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. The Pentagon says it has sent a powerful message to the Iraqi regime that it can go wherever it wants in Baghdad. Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in downtown Baghdad is now in the hands of the 2nd Brigade of the Army's 3rd Infantry. U.S. troops took the palace in a dramatic show of force after dozens of tanks rolled into the city. Iraqi forces were seen fleeing the area, taking off their uniforms, running for their lives. U.S. troops and reporters have been wandering around the palace, looking in many rooms, such as the lavish bathroom that Saddam Hussein apparently has used, the ashtrays, the pillows. One of the more interesting twists in all of this is the reaction from the Iraqi Information Minister. With smoke rising in the streets around him, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf called a news conference today and denied any of this ever happened. At one point, U.S. troops had moved into the place outside Sahaf's information ministry, but Sahaf told reporters that Iraqi soldiers had taught the U.S. troops a very powerful lesson they will never forget. Time now to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer, who has been watching all of this from Kuwait City. Those news conferences are becoming pretty predictable, aren't they, Bill?
Yeah, I would say, Paula, very interesting this time. It actually looked like they had gone, well, clearly they were outside at the time, but it looked like they had been right near a sidewalk in Baghdad, and there were reports in the background that you actually see some of the smoke lifting off the horizon from the attacks that were ongoing at the very time Mohammed al-Sahaf was talking with the group of reporters there gathered in Baghdad. More developments, Paula. CNN's Marty Savage says Marines east of Baghdad have seized the headquarters of Iraq's Atomic Energy Commission. Marty tells us, he says they found bunkers, unidentified liquids and powders in storage containers. There will be an investigation. In fact, investigators sent right now to that site to explore it, as has been the case in the past days running. CNN's Bob Franken, embedded with the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit, the 24th MEU. Bob says the Marines were literally welcomed with open arms in a town near Nasiriyah. Bob says, reporting now, no resistance there, and he says a translator with the unit saw his 2 sons and brothers for the first time since he left that town back in 1991. Walt Rogers, 37th Cavalry, right near Baghdad, says an Iraqi missile hit the operations center for the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, south of Baghdad. We are told at least 4 are dead, including 2 soldiers and 2 journalists. The other report indicates at least 15 are wounded. some of them critically. Hope to get walled up in a couple of minutes to get more information on what is happening there. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. Turning now to what happens in Iraq after the war. Most Americans believe the peace will be harder to achieve than the success of the war. A CNN USA Today Gallup poll finds that 84% of Americans say rebuilding Iraq will be more difficult than defeating the Iraqi armed forces. Joining us now from Washington in an exclusive interview to talk about the plan for rebuilding Iraq, Richard Armitage, Deputy Secretary of State. Good to see you again, sir. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Ms. Son.
Once the fighting stops, how long do you think American forces will need to stay in place in Iraq?
I don't think anyone knows the answer to that. We have to stay long enough to exploit potential WMD sites and clearly to establish stability through the country, but we want to stay not a day longer than that.
We had heard some suppositions from some folks in the Bush administration that at least 6 months before you can even get a transitional government underway. Does that sound like a fair assessment?
Well, I think that was referring to the 6 months that were required to bring a level of democracy to the Kurdish areas, and certainly that has lasted 10 years. But I think it's very difficult to pin an exact time frame, but you can be assured that we want to be able to get out of Iraq as soon as possible.
Let's talk a little bit about what the administration envisions. Senior officials have told CNN immediately after the conflict ends, the White House wants a military force commanded by General Tommy Franks and a civilian administration headed by retired Army Lieutenant General Jay Garner, who will report to Donald Rumsfeld. Now, there is a piece in the LA Times today saying that some members of Congress are complaining that that actually gives Donald Rumsfeld too much control in this process. What do you think?
Well, I can't speak for members of Congress, but it certainly occurs to me that there's going to have to be a very close relationship between the Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Affairs and General Franks as he provides security under which those activities can be conducted. General Garner will report to General Franks and further to Secretary Rumsfeld. He will be trying to provide in the initial days a modicum of goods and services to the Iraqi people, and he and his colleagues are very much in the business of working themselves out of a job.
What do you think of some of the suggestions out there by those who feel that the U.S. is increasingly losing its battles to convince Iraqi citizens because of the destruction and the ongoing campaign that, in fact, they are liberators, not invaders?
I think your own broadcast this morning has put light to that. The fact that our forces are being welcomed with open arms. This is something we cherish and we'll do our utmost to continue to deserve. You see jubilance in many of the streets, and I think it will continue. This is not something, however, that will last forever. We have to make sure that our follow-on actions are absolutely consistent with those things which will win the favor of the Iraqi people.
I want to talk a little bit more about the creation of this transitional government. Senator Joseph Biden, the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, said the issue of forming this transitional government is a very tenuous one and cautioned the administration to tread lightly. Let's listen to what he had to say yesterday.
But the real key here is we get one real shot at starting off a transition government here. And whatever that government is, that transition government, if it looks like it's imposed by us, if it looks like we sat down, handpicked the leaders, put them in place, it will not have any legitimacy with the Iraqi people.
So, Mr. Armitage, what he suggested is that you must internationalize this process, particularly at the front end of the game.
Well, certainly he's correct in that if we put our thumb on the scale, or our British friends put their thumb on the scale, then this will not be viewed as a legitimate government by all Iraqis. So we have to have a government which is of, for, and by Iraqis. The question of how you form it, it seems to me that the administration is on the right track by trying to develop an interim Iraqi authority, which will be developed by Iraqis themselves in close consultation with coalition members who, after all, have shed their blood and expended their treasure to bring about the liberation of Iraq.
Finally, we know that the President and the Prime Minister of Great Britain are holding some very important meetings in Northern Ireland over the next couple of days, and there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect on the issue of what role the UN should ultimately play in the process. Prime Minister of Great Britain wanting a larger role for the UN. in a post-war Iraq. What do you think? What's the right formula here?
Well, I suspect when our two leaders issue their final communiques from Hillsborough Castle in Northern Ireland, Great Britain, that you'll find that there's less difference than perhaps you might have thought. Clearly, there will be a role for the United Nations. And many of the functional activities the United Nations engages in, WHO and World Food Program and UNICEF, etc., will have great roles in Iraq. But finding the appropriate role for the United Nations after the coalition members have been the ones who did all the heavy lifting is exactly what our leaders are going to be talking about.
Finally, another question about the balance of structures and how you work this all out. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice says that the Pentagon should control reconstruction and humanitarian efforts in post-war Iraq, but there are members of Congress that say that job should fall to the State Department. Who should do it and why?
Well, clearly the President has decided that he would like the monies that are available in the supplemental appropriation to be provided to the Office of Manpower and Budget and further dispersed to the agencies who will be doing the work on the ground. And the agency's work will be developed through Jay Garner. He's the one on the ground with colleagues from the Department of State, Justice, Commerce, etc. So we're very much comfortable with the President's submission.
Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage, always good to see you. Thank you again for spending some time with us this morning.
Thank you.
We appreciate your perspective. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
All right, Paula, several hours ago, it was CNN's Walt Rogers who broke that story of some incoming missile or rocket targeting an operations center that belongs to the 3rd Infantry Division somewhere south of Baghdad. Walt's back with us for more now. Walt, good afternoon. What more have we learned?
Hello, Bill. The casualties are worse than we previously reported. What we can tell you is that an Iraqi missile struck the TOC, the Tactical Operations Center for the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division. We know there are at least 15 wounded, 4 dead. 2 of the dead are said to be journalists. Again, an Iraqi missile slammed into the 2nd Brigade's Tactical Operations Center a number of hours ago, causing very serious casualties, at least 15 wounded at this point. Now, this is all part of the operation to exert American military power deeper into Baghdad. The TOC, the Tactical Operations Center, was just south of Baghdad, while the 2nd Brigade troops are in Baghdad itself. We now are told there are 3 battalions of the 2nd Brigade inside the center of Baghdad, and unlike the previous 2 days, those troops are not going to withdraw. They're going to stay in Baghdad, according to Army sources. They will be occupying a sector of the city. Bill?
Now, Walt, a couple of things on this TOC, as you described, this operations center. Is this, as much as you can tell us anyway, is this a tent? Is it a mobile unit? And is this where all the operations are conducted for when that part of the 3rd ID is doing their operations in Baghdad?
Yes, I can answer each of those questions. First, it is not a tent. It is a mobile unit, much like what you see I'm standing in. It is usually a group of Bradley fighting vehicles and tanks drawn up. One of the rear doors on the Bradley fighting vehicle is dropped, and that is a mobile command post. Of course, they took up a station, so they were not mobile. There were no tents involved, and this is, as I say, this is a very important command post that was hit by that Iraqi missile. It is the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, which, of course, is the involved the commanding officers sending the tank columns into Baghdad earlier today. Bill?
Yeah, and Walt, quickly, if you can here, do you know and how much do you know about the current operations underway inside the city?
I don't know that much about what's going on inside the city, except that the units which were sent in today, unlike the previous 2 days, are going to be staying inside the city. 3 battalions stationed inside Baghdad. I can say that the 7th Cavalry, with whom I'm attached, or embedded is the word, have come upon caches of more weapons today. They came across a SAM-2 anti-aircraft missile, which can strike up to 70,000 feet in the air. If it were properly manned, it could have knocked a B-52 out of the sky. 7th Cavalry destroyed that, more tanks and APCs. Bill?
Walt, thanks. Walt Rogers, embedded with the 3-7th Cavalry south and west of the city of Baghdad. Colonel Mike Turner's back with us, retired U.S. Air Force out of Denver, Colorado, I believe again today. That's your location, Colonel. I want to know right now about these drones flying over Baghdad, about the A-10 Warthog, known as the tank killer, that we saw some videotape and live pictures too earlier today flying over Baghdad. How do they now support the strategy that's being carried out on the ground on the city streets in Baghdad?
Well, Bill, what you have is this new concept, relatively new concept of urban close air support. The A-10 Thunderbolt is the tank killer. It's nicknamed affectionately the Warthog, and it has a 30-millimeter nose cannon. It's very accurate. It flies relatively slow and fairly low, so it's essential that we have air supremacy, which of course we do. What's new to the battlefield are the unmanned drones, which have both, I'm assuming, have both real-time video and also infrared imaging. And the essential aspect of close air support, particularly in an urban environment, is the proximity of friendly forces, the proximity of civilians. You absolutely have to have somebody on the ground who can talk the pilot's eyes directly onto the target. The concept of typing in coordinates into a global positioning system, for example, and precision-guided munitions, that doesn't apply in this case. You have to have someone on the ground physically talk the pilot's eyes onto the target so that there's no doubt in anybody's mind precisely what they're engaging and what they're attacking. It's a very complex process, but I think we've really seen advances in technology for this capacity with the new advent of urban close air support that hasn't existed before.
Yeah, I know you said 12 years ago they would have never considered something like this. Colonel, thanks. Mike Turner in Denver. We'll talk again a bit later today. Now, Paul again in New York.
Thanks, Bill. Martin Savage is close to the city where he reports some Marines are facing resistance as they try to move into the capital. He is with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, and reports now by way of video phone. Good morning, Martin.
Morning to you, Paula. Yes, the lead elements of some Marine units now have pushed their way and continue to push their way east into Baghdad, coming up from the southeast. It is not, though, without a cost. We are told that at least there have been some casualties suffered by the 3rd Marines, 4th Battalion. They were ahead of us, and they were at a bridge crossing over a significant canal. And apparently just before they pushed off to make that crossing, there was an artillery strike, and one of their armored personnel carriers in which Marines ride was struck, and that's where the casualties took place. We don't know how many. We don't know anything more specific than that. There is some question now about where the artillery came from. It could be that it was Iraqi indirect fire artillery coming down. They certainly probably is not a way to state it. They certainly would have had that potential bridgehead sighted in their artillery, because you look for any avenue like that to attack. Or some people have raised the issue that's coming from another embedded journalist up with the 3-4 who says that it may have been friendly fire. That is still trying to be ascertained at this particular point. Meanwhile, they push forward. Lead elements of 3-4 are already over this canal, as are lead elements of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, probing deeper now into the eastern suburbs of Baghdad. There is bridge construction underway, which is when the main element will begin pushing through after that has been completed. The bridge that apparently was over this canal has been destroyed or partially destroyed by Iraqi troops as they were leaving the area. Then yesterday, a significant recovery on the part of the U.S. Marines of the 1st Battalion. What they were able to do was go in and secure the Iraqi Atomic Energy Commission headquarters. This is a huge complex located to the east of Baghdad on the other side of the Tigris River. And it is a complex that is made up of many, many office buildings, as well as a huge industrial complex there. And they went through literally tens and tens and tens of offices, all of them holding what could be a wealth of information. And they found labs, lots of labs, seeming filled with sophisticated electronic equipment, and also filled with what is now an undetermined amount of powders and liquids and items found inside of laboratory refrigerators. These are military sorts, obviously, going in. These are Marines securing an objective. They're not scientists, so that's why we cannot tell you specifically what these chemicals, what these things found are. And another thing to keep in mind, it is possible that this was a civilian side of the atomic energy program here in Iraq, not necessarily the weapons side. Now, what is going to happen next is you're going to bring in experts, what they call an SSE team. That's a sensitive site exploitation team. They will be going into that area, and they're the ones that can make the professional judgment as to exactly what was going on there. How was that facility being used? Paula?
Well, Martin Savage, our view has certainly been taken inside the process, unlike we've ever seen before. Thanks so much for the update. Coming up, mail call in Iraq. Some Marines share their letters from home with us. Please stay with us.
computer confusion. 3 young interns will soon learn there's one place with all the answers. A place where you can get a PC made just for you at a price that's right for you. A place where computer confusion has met its match.
Thanks for calling, Dell. What can I build for you today?
Get ready. Dell presents The Interns.
So, what do you think of my movie?
Well, that's one way to make an intern training video.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. And right now, for a limited time, you'll get free shipping. Visit our website for even more great offers. And check out our notebooks, too. You're not just getting a great deal, you're getting a Dell.
Darren, about my close-ups, there could be more of them.
Rated E for easy. Easy as Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Wolf Blitzer takes you inside the war in Iraq.
U.S. troops on the ground.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
It's classic, it's contemporary, it's Peter, Nero, and the Philly Pops at the Kimmel Center. Any swing goes as Peter and the Pops combine the sounds of the big band with the vocal stylings of the legendary singers who accompanied them. Jump and Jive, April 25th through the 27th at the Kimmel Center. For tickets, call 215-893-1999 or visit phillypops.com.
Please join us for a season of great music. Blues to Broadway, big band, and beyond. The arts, come be inspired.
To find out how you can help in your community, call us at 215-299-4000.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
2:09 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:09 a.m. in Baghdad. A Pentagon official tells CNN that U.S. forces have entered one of Saddam Hussein's presidential palaces. He says the action sends a message that, quote, we can go where we want, when we want. 2:26 a.m. A British military spokesman tells Reuters that British forces are in control of most of the city of Basra. 2:32 a.m. Eastern Time. The Iraqi Information Minister holds an outdoor briefing telling reporters that there are no American troops in Baghdad. 2:58 a.m. The Al Jazeera TV network shows live pictures from the northern city of Mosul. Al Jazeera says the explosions are caused by a burning ammunition dump. 3:17 a.m. Associated Press quotes a British officer who says the body of Ali Hassan al-Majid has been found in Basra. Al-Majid, Saddam Hussein's cousin, is known as Chemical Ali because of his use of chemical weapons against Iraqi Kurds back in 1988. 5:02 a.m. CNN's Walter Rogers reports U.S. Army sources tell him an Iraqi missile hit the Tactical Operations Center for the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry, resulting in U.S. casualties. 6:45 a.m. President Bush departs Washington to travel to Northern Ireland for a summit meeting with his coalition partner, British Prime Minister Tony Blair.
And Carol Costello taking us back over the past several hours, a number of developments to keep a track of. The U.S. now says they have a supply line about 400 miles from northern Kuwait, extending into the southern outskirts of Baghdad. This is critical for fuel, supply, ammunition, food, and water. There's another item that goes up and down that supply route, too. Quite critical, just as important for each member of the U.S. military present. Jason Bellini now has a look at Mail Day near Nasiriyah.
This is the best of times and the worst of times for the mail to arrive. The best because the Marines could benefit from a morale boost. The worst because the cookies, candy, magazines, and shaving supplies will only weigh down their packs further, just as the next mission, likely involving long, hard humps, awaits them. Corporal Nathan Floyd of North Vernon, Indiana, probably has the most to give away, receiving goodie boxes from his mom, his wife, and a woman he doesn't even know, who sent Girl Scout cookies.
Girl Scouting is about caring.
Mail call is about talking with one another about home, about finding a few minutes alone, about making sure no one feels left out.
I haven't got mail at all.
As much as everybody shares, that's cool.
Yeah. Everybody gets something, you know? So I need somebody else. You can feel better.
Not in spite of, but because of his family, Lance Corporal Joseph Wilczek is in Iraq,
Telling everyone to be safe.
on the brink of likely combat.
September 11th, I lost 2 of my relatives in the bombing, and my sister was out wandering around the city that day, and I couldn't get in touch with my sister for like a week, so I really freaked out about that.
Today, he opens an envelope from his mom, Rosemary.
Joseph, letters might not be so frequent, but always remember, we are very proud of what you are doing for our country. Love, Mom. I needed this.
Why?
I haven't gotten letters. I haven't got a letter from my mom since I've been out here. And this really just makes my day a lot better right now. Just lets me know that she still loves me and that she supports everything we're doing out here.
He says he'll keep his mom's note in his pocket while he and the rest of Gulf Company, to use a phrase often written in Marines' letters home, do what we've got to do. Jason Bellini, CNN, embedded with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit.
Hopefully the first of many, many mail days to come for all of them. In a moment, the headline today, squarely on Baghdad. We'll let you know what happened overnight in the early morning hours today on Monday. Paul is back live in New York. Heidi has the latest developments at the CNN Center. I'll be here in Kuwait City, back with a whole lot more right after this.
You're going to love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter, and you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent. Huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at Ditech.com, there are no games, just low fixed rates with no middleman or broker fees. You can be pre-qualified online or over the telephone. There's no advance fees prior to closing and no cancellation fees. Do it now before the rates go up. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
Where the heck are you?
On the road.
Get my package?
Opening it now.
Yellow Book?
They're here.
Yellow Book all over town. Everywhere I go.
Oh, great. Yellow Book, Yellow Book, Yellow Book.
I told you guys, we're in trouble.
So you think we could transfer to the
Cell phone division?
After this, we'll be lucky if they stick us on poles.
with pigeons?
More people choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
That's me with his full family. So you on a farm? Yeah, imagine with my allergy. Go where you wanna go, do what you want.
This is Trisha.
Now there's a new and different way to treat seasonal allergies. Singulair, the only seasonal allergy medicine that specifically blocks leukotrienes, an underlying cause of allergy symptoms. It's a once-a-day tablet that helps relieve a broad range of symptoms for a full 24 hours.
Yeah.
Side effects are generally mild and vary by age and may include headache, ear infection, sore throat, and upper respiratory infection. Ask your doctor about Singulair.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ready to go for a tractor ride?
You know, I think I did just fine.
Singulair, a different way to treat seasonal allergies.
The race to Baghdad is on.
Convoys, though, did not stop. That is not their purpose here.
This now becomes a high-risk and difficult military operation.
All of this is happening in real time.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins at the CNN Newsroom. Here's what's happening at this hour. Coalition forces now control territory and key facilities in Baghdad. More than 100 U.S. tanks and armored vehicles rolled into the Iraqi capital this morning, and commandos seized Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace. More words of defiance from Iraq's Information Minister during an impromptu news conference this morning on a Baghdad street. Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf denied that U.S. troops were advancing on Baghdad. He said Iraqi soldiers gave coalition forces, quote, a lesson they will never forget. There are reports of U.S. casualties on the outskirts of Baghdad. Army sources told CNN's Walt Rogers that an Iraqi missile struck an operations center south of the capital. 2 soldiers and 2 journalists were killed. 15 people were injured. East of Baghdad now, U.S. Marines have seized the headquarters of Iraq's Atomic Energy Commission. Our Martin Savage says they found unidentified substances in jars and protective suits and masks. Savage says the building looked as if it had been recently occupied. The war's progress and its aftermath will be the main topic when President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair meet today in Northern Ireland. Also on the agenda, renewing peace efforts in the Middle East and Northern Ireland. Coming up, an inside look at one of Saddam Hussein's palaces. This as a major battle rages in the Iraqi capital. That's just ahead. And massive explosions in northern Iraq. We'll have the latest on the situation there. Plus, the humanitarian situation in Iraq. What's being done to help? All that and much more ahead. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now. Good morning. Welcome on this Monday morning. Glad to have you with us today. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Saddam Hussein's home in Baghdad has been turned into a holding ground for Iraqi prisoners. The Associated Press is reporting that U.S. forces have set up a POW collection point at Saddam's downtown palace. Iraq's captured in street fighting are being taken to the compound for processing before they are sent behind U.S. lines. U.S. forces took the palace several hours ago as the 2nd Brigade of the Army's 3rd Infantry rolled into the city. U.S. commanders say the message is clear. U.S. forces can go wherever they want to in Baghdad, whenever they want to. U.S. forces face some light resistance. However, we have heard of U.S. casualties from units in and near Baghdad. Time now to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer in Kuwait City, and I think you touched on that about 20 minutes ago when you were talking about the fear of making it over some of these city bridges.
Yeah, very much so, Paula. You know, the explosives that sometimes are laid on those bridges and sometimes not, a very delicate issue, especially for the Marines on the eastern side of Baghdad, based on the reporting we're getting thus far. Also, back on the battlefield, Art Harris of CNN. He's reporting a Marine platoon of light armored vehicles right now moving somewhere around the town of Nasiriyah. But again, all these details continue to come into us right now. We'll get more from Art in a moment. And also, Paula, as we mentioned throughout the day here, the key right now is Baghdad and what happens now inside of that town. Jaina Raff in the north, meanwhile, U.S. Special Forces, Kurdish Peshmerga fighters in the northern part of the country, says that group took out 10 Iraqi tanks about halfway between Mosul and Kirkuk. She says coalition bombs appeared to hit an Iraqi ammunition dump in Mosul, sending huge fireballs into the sky. British troops have sent 3 battle groups into the center of Basra today, following their incursions yesterday, begin securing the downtown area for a future humanitarian program. Diana Muriel says the British Black Watch Brigade, with which she has been traveling, met only light resistance so far. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. We're going to try to get some reaction now to the latest news from Baghdad. Our Rula Amin joins us from along the Iraqi-Jordanian border. Good morning, Rula.
Good morning, Paula. Paula, today the U.S. troops went to the major landmarks in Baghdad. They went to the presidential palace, they were near the Rashid Hotel, and they went to the parade ground. All are very strong symbols to Saddam Hussein's strong grip on power. I just was on the phone with some people in Baghdad. They were telling me that they can see the U.S. tanks and U.S. soldiers right on the western side of the Tigris River. And they say that many people, residents in Baghdad, are asking, where is the Iraqi army? Now, this is the message the U.S. is trying to send to the people in Iraq. They want them to know that the regime there is over, that the U.S. troops is capable of overcoming Iraqi security forces' resistance, and that it's futile to fight. It's not worth their while to put their life at risk to try to save a collapsing regime. Now, the Iraqi officials are saying this is not the case. they insist that the Iraqi troops have been able to inflict serious damage among the U.S. troops. They say they have killed a number of soldiers, U.S. soldiers, and they insist that they were even able to push and force the troops to retreat. Now, the Iraqis are very aware that they need to make sure that the people in Baghdad know that they should defend Baghdad and that it's worth their while, that it is possible to put up a fight. But apparently, the residents in Baghdad are wondering how come the troops have not been able to prevent the U.S. troops from coming into the presidential palace, Saddam Hussein's own home. Paula?
And when you talk with these folks on the phone, what are their perceptions of the American forces in town? Do they perceive them as invaders or as liberators, given how the Republican Guards seem to disappear?
Well, not all the Republican Guards are disappearing, because the people I have been speaking to do say that there are still Republican Guards on many streets of Baghdad. There are Ba'ath Party militias, and there are Fidaiyin Saddam. Those are the loyalists of the Iraqi forces to the Iraqi regime. But people did see pictures of Iraqi soldiers actually jumping into the river or running away from the battle. And these are not good, or at least not optimistic scenes for those who wish that the Iraqi forces would put up a fight. At the same time, those people, it's not the same among Iraqis. Some are actually welcoming the U.S. troops. They think that this may end an era in Iraq's life where there was one person controlling everything in Iraq. At the same time, others are very skeptical. They fear that after Saddam Hussein's era, there will be an era of a U.S. occupation of Iraq, and this is something many Iraqis just cannot accept. Paula?
Ruhul Amin, thanks for the update. Ruhul Amin joining us from along the Iraqi-Jordanian border today. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
Paula, about daybreak here on this side of the world is when the U.S. Started going in, the Army from the west, the Marines from the east, in toward the center part of Baghdad. At the time, one of the embedded journalists, Ron Martz, working with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, was with the U.S. Army. He had some fascinating reports inside there about what he was seeing at the time. We want to just take a moment here, go back in time, and allow you to listen to what Ron Martz was reporting first here on CNN earlier today.
The mist and the fog, as I keep mentioning, is closing in rather rapidly, and it's difficult for them to pick out targets in this kind of condition.
In terms of visibility, what's your visibility would you estimate at this point?
I'm estimating probably no more than 100 meters in any direction.
Before you were talking to us, you were talking in an armored personnel carrier looking out the hatch. Are you still in that position, or are you outside the vehicle?
I am still in that position. We've got another armored personnel carrier pulling up next to us here. Got some tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles right next to us here also.
We heard that. It sounded like some sort of a tank round, perhaps?
No, that was just, it may have been a tank round. I see now that they have, some of the infantry troops over here have captured several prisoners. Hang on just a second, it sounds like... I don't know if you can hear that, Anderson, but that was the end of Saddam's statue. They hit it right in the horse's legs, and it toppled over. Troops here are cheering. There was a tank round that hit it, some machine gun fire, and the statue is gone.
Yeah, that is Ron Martz earlier today on Live on CNN with Anderson Cooper back at the CNN Center. That statue, we are told, is in this area known as Zahra Park, which is close to an area where you might have seen the videotape in past, where Saddam Hussein and other members of the leading government there would watch and observe the military parades that would go right along the area there. A well-known part of Baghdad right there in the heart of the city, part of what Ron Martz saw earlier today. Want to get you to the north, Erbil, and CNN's Ben Wiedemann checking in right now. The northern front is something that still remains a bit elusive in terms of information as to what is exactly happening in towns like Kirkuk and the towns of Tikrit, but Ben's been watching it for us. He's there now live. Ben, good evening.
Yes, hello, Bill. Well, the real action in the north has been centered on the Iraqi-controlled city of Mosul, where today that city took a real heavy pounding by coalition aircraft. We were 25 miles to the east of Mosul, but we could really feel those bombs falling on that city in the north. It felt like an earthquake, in fact, from where we were. According to reports in the Jazeera satellite network, one of the targets hit in Mosul was a munitions depot there belonging to the Iraqi army, really creating some huge explosions in that area. Along the front lines, however, it was a relatively quiet day. It's been fairly hazy, which has really hampered the work of the American spotters who are there on the front lines providing the guidance for U.S. aircraft who in the last few days have really been pounding those Iraqi frontline positions. But today, as I said, because of the haze, very little action in those areas. But from where we were in the Kurdish trenches, there was some incoming artillery rounds from the Iraqis, some landing fairly close to us, just a few hundred yards away. So despite that heavy coalition airstrikes of the last few days, it's clear the Iraqis are down but not out in this part of the country. Bill?
Ben, thank you. Ben Wiedemann again watching the northern front for us, and we'll continue to check in with Ben, our other reporters again situated up there. Jana Rath, Brent Sadler, the others. Ben, thanks again. Here's Paula.
Thanks, Bill. Coming up, U.S. forces roll into Baghdad and British troops seize key positions in Basra, but Central Command says their work is not finished just yet. We'll look at what's next. Please stay with us.
For more on the war in Iraq, log on to CNN.com. Get reports from the front lines.
Huge explosions.
And all the facts and features you need to track the war. Plus, sign up for breaking news alerts and be the first to know. Log on and stay informed at CNN.com.
A great land, destined to become a great nation. Built on ingenuity and sheer will, strengthened by new ideas and new technologies, and powered by the 48,000 men and women of Union Pacific, providing the building blocks of our nation.
What's wrong, hon?
I brought the wrong color. I can't go out like this.
I guess we're not going out back.
I'll get my coat.
There's no place like Outback for our new center cut filet. Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
If you want the benefits of refinancing, you have no choice but to stress over a long application, right? Wrong. AmeriQuest Mortgage gives you a choice and a personal loan advisor to handle just about everything. With 2 decades of experience, AmeriQuest knows how to offer you the no-stress home loan. The time is right, so call AmeriQuest now at 1-800-297-3260 or go to AmeriQuest.com. Call AmeriQuest, the company that knows you are more.
Based strictly on size, we're told the country of Iraq is about the size of California, a pretty large area right now for the U.S. and British to be operating. We have talked a lot about Baghdad and a lot about what's happening in Basra as well, but we have not really discussed, based on what Ben Wiedemann's reporting right now, the northern front, towns like Mosul and Tikrit and Kirkuk. General Wesley Clark is back with us again live in Little Rock today to take us through a bit of analysis on this. In general, from your perspective right now, what are the key areas of concern right now outside of Basra, outside of Baghdad?
The real issue, Bill, is what's going to happen to Saddam's leadership apparatus once Baghdad's taken and his authority in Baghdad is destroyed. On the one hand, all of his authority may collapse. Ba'ath Party members may flee, run for their lives. City offices may close, security forces may give up, people may be begging forgiveness from their neighbors. On the other hand, maybe there'll be holdouts that are determined to remain in power, impose their will, exact their final measures of retribution against the local population. So we don't have presence everywhere in the country at this point. We're going to have to move at least small teams from location to location, probably by air, able to be reinforced by ground, and able to meet local leaders, assess the situations place to place, and quickly establish the authority of the United States and the coalition over the entire country.
General, let's take Basra and use that as a model if we could, and let me know if you agree with this line of thinking or not. It was about 2.5 days ago, 2 nights ago in fact, when the coalition forces scored some sort of direct hit on a house that housed a number of Ba'ath Party leaders. Within 36 hours, British tanks were rolling essentially to the center of Basra. They're still there today. In fact, in the last hour, the Brits are saying the Ba'ath regime is finished in Basra. They do not discount the possibility of paramilitaries working on their own, onesies and twosies, as the military calls it, in the city itself. If you use that model, can you take that, extrapolate that over other cities in Baghdad or other cities in the north and say that's the way it's going to work there as well?
Well, that would be, in my view, Bill, almost a worst-case analysis. It could possibly work that way, but it's also possible that the impact, the psychological impact within Iraq of Saddam's fall and the fall of Iraq will so demoralize the Ba'ath Party that it won't be necessary to bomb the headquarters and invade these communities with a column of armor. If that's necessary, then in a matter of a few days, coalition forces presumably would be able to do it, especially with the additional elements coming in from the 4th Infantry Division and being air-landed in the north at the airfield that we occupy there. But it may not be necessary, so that would be a worst case.
General, trying to get an answer on this for the past couple of days right now. It does not appear that anyone has a good handle on it. I don't know if you do as well, but in the north, outside of Baghdad, how strong right now does the U.S. and the Brits believe the Iraqi military is there? Do we know numbers or anything like that?
There is an expectation that there's at least one Iraqi Republican Guard division defending north of Baghdad. So far as we know, we have not been in contact with it on the ground. These are primarily infantry-heavy divisions. They may have some direct-fire artillery, they may have some armored vehicles, but they're primarily infantry-heavy divisions. So they're more difficult to attack from the air and more difficult to assess the level of destruction. But we have to believe that these divisions also have been impacted by the fate of the other two. The Central Command has been saying that there are 4 Iraqi divisions of the 6 that remain at 50% capability. My guess is that these are melting away as we speak, but we can never be certain that there won't be holdout battalions or regiments that might still have a fight in them. So as the situation around Baghdad and inside Baghdad is being handled, presumably we're also going to dispatch American forces up into the north to probe, to do reconnaissance, and determine what lies on the road to Tikrit and inside Tikrit.
General, thanks. Wesley Clark again in Little Rock. We'll talk again next hour, General. Good to have you again on this Monday. Here's Paula again in New York.
Thanks, Bill. We're going to take a short break here. When we come back, we're going to introduce you to Molly Bingham. She was a photographer who was held in an Iraqi prison for a week. She will share what happened to her with us right after this.
Other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork. Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Apply now for a low fixed-rate mortgage or cash out some of your equity. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
Andy, what's going on?
We think Phil quit. No one's seen him in days, so we're cleaning out his office.
He just sent me an email.
What?
Phil's been in planning meetings over at the conference center. You do know, with his Dell notebook and wireless land, Phil doesn't have to be in his office to be working.
I knew that. No, I didn't. Smart move, though.
Give your company the freedom of wireless with new Dell Latitude D family notebooks on a Dell wireless network solution. With the outstanding mobile performance of new Intel Centrino mobile technology, Dell can make your entire organization more productive.
Will you hold this?
New Dell D family notebooks and wireless network solutions can help you get more out of your enterprise for less. Easy as Dell. Call or go online today. Dell Latitude D family notebooks use Intel Centrino mobile technology.
Wolf Blitzer takes you inside the war in Iraq.
U.S. troops on the ground.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
Go with Comcast high-speed internet. It's fast, and it's the perfect way to enjoy everything the internet has to offer. From shopping to sharing videos, downloading music to online gaming. You name it. Comcast high-speed internet. Call now for this special offer. There's never been a better time to lose the weight.
Don't miss Kenny Chesney, one of today's hottest country stars. Kenny Chesney in concert. No shoes, no shirt, no problems. Premiering on in-demand pay-per-view Saturday, April 19th.
Hey everybody, I'm Kenny Chesney. Catch us live on In Demand.
See Kenny Chesney in this special taped concert April 19th on Comcast.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back to our coverage this morning. Photographer Molly Bingham was taken from her Baghdad hotel along with 3 other journalists and a peace activist and held for a week in an Iraqi prison. Last night, she told me about what happened to her.
We were checked in, our belongings were gone through again and registered. The amount of money we had was counted. We were told to change into pajamas. They took all of our jewelry, watches, all that sort of stuff. And I was given 2 blankets and was taken to a cell.
And you were fed 3 meals a day?
3 meals a day.
At any point during your imprisonment, did you think you were going to die?
Sure. I thought I might be killed. I thought I might be raped. I thought I might be tortured. I was given some comfort in the fact that we were being treated humanely, but I didn't know how long that would last. So I was not in control of the situation, and they were in control of what happened to my life. And so there was a tremendous amount of insecurity and fear about what might happen next.
And when you were interrogated in prison, did it appear to you they thought you were a spy?
They asked me what my connection was to the Central Intelligence Agency. They asked me what my connection was to the Pentagon. They asked me what government I was working for. They asked me why I'd come to Baghdad. And I told them repeatedly, I am an independent journalist. I work for an agency called World Picture News. I came to Baghdad to cover what happens to the civilians in this war in Baghdad. And I do not work for my government. I do not work for any government. I have no military training, and I am an independent photographer.
You're lucky they believed you.
Yeah.
She was, wasn't she,
Wow.
Jack? Bingham and the others reached Jordan safely last Tuesday.
Tough lady. Yeah.
She was very tough. The most surprising thing she told me is when she was in her hotel room, and they were searching for 3.5 hours, and they said, we're going to take you down the lobby, and you're leaving this place. She said, I'm not leaving here. You know, you've done the search. And I said, are you surprised in retrospect that you had that kind of strength and you were that plucky? And she said, yes.
Wow. I was holding a gun on her, right?
She was being threatened.
Plucky or perhaps, I don't know.
I don't know. She was lucky.
Yeah, just very fortunate to get out of that. Interesting poll numbers out today showing the view of this whole thing in Iraq changing rather dramatically in a short period of time. This is the CNN USA Today Gallup poll. And Americans suddenly a lot more optimistic about the outcome of the war, but support for the war overall has not changed at all. 70% of those surveyed this past weekend were in favor of the war, and that's exactly the same number that were in favor 1 week ago. Here's the interesting change. More than half now say the war is going very well, and that's up dramatically from 33% a week ago. Last week, a majority thought the war would last more than 3 months, and now most, a rather large majority, in fact, think it'll be over in less than 3 months. A little less pain at the gas pump. The stock market thinks the war will be over in less than 3 months. The stock market thinks the war is almost over. Andy Silver here to report on a drop in gas prices, oil prices, gold prices, all the safe havens.
It's exactly as we anticipated, Jack. When the war started to wind down, wind up, we knew that the markets would take off. The question is how sustainable. Let's check in on the board right now. We're up over 200 points on the Dow. See that 227.
Wow. Now that's a rally.
That is a real rally, and I'm not going to back off it.
Oh, come on. 50 points in your vocabulary.
We're up over
It used to be a rally.
2.5% there, Paula. The NASDAQ is up as well. Let's talk about oil, though, Jack, because that really is dramatic, and that is starting to hit home in a very positive way for Americans. The price of oil is now down $10 a barrel since March 17th. We're now at $24. What does that mean to people at home? Well, the price of gas is down. Sure. It's down about 6 cents. I think we have a screen here, if we can show it, of the prices of gas across the country. Tulsa is down to $1.38.
Wow, that's cheap.
And you can see San Francisco is still above $2. But the big news is down 6 cents a gallon, the first drop since November. And as you said also, Jack, the price of gold, things like that dropping.
Declining gas prices, oil prices, that's just like an interest rate cut almost. I mean, that's real stimulus to the economy. All of a sudden, disposable income goes farther because it costs less to fill up the car.
Yeah, a real boost that happens right away. Another quick note here, ad spending, there's a real concern about how that would be impacted by the war. Apparently not as bad as anticipated. A leading forecaster out today says that spending by companies is going to be up 2% this year in the United States, much more than anticipated. So, you know, we're going to be sorting this out over the next couple of days. The impact of the war on the economy, how's it stand going forward?
Good. Thanks, Andy.
Okay.
Andy, sir, we're minding your business.
Thanks, Andy and Jack.
Okay.
Good to see the two of you sitting side by side again.
I've been well.
Good to be seen.
Yes, it is, isn't it, Jack? We're going to take a short break here. After this, we'll bring you up to date on the headlines at the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
All right, class, settle down. How about your mom?
My mom probably makes a gazillion calls a month.
Put that under a lot.
Half your parents use the phone a lot, and the other half a little.
Perfect, because 10-10-220 is great whether you call a little or a lot.
If my dad's going to use it, it better be cheap. It is 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes.
So it is cheap.
Even if you don't make that many calls.
So where's the eraser?
Beats me.
Dial 10-10-220, then 1 and the number.
Nobody will beat a participating Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury dealer's price in the name brand tires we sell. 4 select tires for only $99 or less and other great deals. Plus, enter to win trips to the Caribbean or to the world premiere of the hot new movie Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl.
Nobody can do auto service like we do.
Where the heck are you? On the road.
Get my package?
Opening it now.
Yellow Book? They're here.
Yellow Book all over town. Everywhere I go. Oh, great. Yellow Book, Yellow Book, Yellow Book.
I told you guys, we're in trouble.
So you think we could transfer to the
Cell phone division?
After this, we'll be lucky if they stick us on poles. With pigeons?
More people choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
I wonder how our home equity loan's going.
I'll check.
Here you go, sir.
Thank you. Lower, please. Mr. Bradley was in the lead, but now it's looking like Davis.
Want banks to compete over you? Come to LendingTree.com. Receive home equity rates as low as 4%.
Well, that's not going to help you, Bradley.
When banks compete, you win at LendingTree.com.
Every night on CNN.
To the UN and Secretary General Kofi Annan in New York.
Issue of post-conflict Iraq, doing some thinking about it. And he will be available to talk to the council members as well, and he would also be at the meeting.
Are you going to be announcing a coordinator, though, or discussing the idea of this gentleman as a coordinator for Iraq?
Well, he's been a special advisor. He's been working for me on this issue since February. I will be announcing him as my special advisor, and the council knows about it. We've discussed it before.
Can you explain what his role will be?
His role will be, he's been doing it already, thinking about the future, thinking about what is likely to happen and what likely UN role would be, and also to be available to the council members and all the members involved to exchange ideas and then give me some advice.
Sir, you've spent the greater part of last week meeting with all the regional groups. You have a good idea of what the members of this organization want. and also what the U.S. wants. How would you say that your idea for post-conflict Iraq differs or contrasts or is similar to what the U.S. administration's plan is?
Let me say that obviously there are discussions going on both in Washington and amongst member states. And as you can see, the President and Prime Minister Blair will be talking again this week. And there have been series of discussions in Europe where the European Union has come up firmly on the side of greater UN involvement. I do expect the UN to play an important role, and the UN has had a good experience in this area, whether it's the issue of political facilitation, leading to the emergence of a new or interim administration. We've done quite a bit of work on reconstruction, working with donor countries and with other UN agencies. You've seen the work UN has done in human rights and the area of rule of law. So there are lots of areas UN can play a role, but above all, the UN involvement does bring legitimacy, which is necessary for the country, for the region, and for the peoples around the world.
You said political facilitation, which is different than heading a civil administration. Are you resigned to the fact that the UN will not play a role like it did in East Timor or Kosovo, where it is the administration?
I think you have to be very careful here. Each crisis has its own peculiarities. Iraq is not East Timor, and Iraq is not Kosovo. There are trained personnel. There is a reasonably effective civil service. There are engineers and others who can play a role in their own country. And as we've said before, Iraqis have to be responsible for their political future and to control their own natural resources. And whatever one can do to help the emergence of a new leadership or a new situation is what one should focus on.
How does the U.S. efforts with Jay Garner and the meetings that they're having in Kuwait and reportedly all this work at setting up an interim government, how does that affect any potential UN work, or what are your thoughts on what they're doing?
Well, I think they from what I gather, they see it as part of the war effort and eventually to try to pacify and the situation and secure the environment before one moves on to the next stage. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Kofi Annan, Secretary General at the United Nations there in New York, obviously talking about what happens to Iraq after the war and what happens with the UN and its role in the future of that country. We are going to get a meeting with Kofi Annan. He has called for all the members of the UN Security Council to meet in his office at about 11 a.m. Eastern Time, a bit less than an hour from now. So much more on this throughout the day. In the meantime, top of the hour, or a little bit past it anyway, at the CNN Center, Heidi Collins can bring us up to date right now on this Monday. Heidi, good morning.
Thanks, Bill. Good morning, everyone. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues, but first here is what's happening at this hour. American armored units are in Baghdad. U.S. tanks and troops rolled into the capital this morning, seizing Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace and destroying a huge statue of the Iraqi leader. But there are U.S. casualties reported this morning in and around Baghdad. Words of caution, too, this morning from U.S. military officials despite the armored raid on Baghdad. A Central Command spokesman says the fight's not over and described today's coalition activity as just another day of trying to bring down the Iraqi regime. In northern Iraq, American and Kurdish forces are engaged with regime fighters as they move toward Mosul. There were huge explosions and fires in and around the city today. CNN's Jane Araf says U.S. forces are holding a strategic ridge between Mosul and Kirkuk, trying to isolate the Iraqi troops. British Central Command says despite coalition control in Basra, there will be difficult days ahead. British forces have taken up positions to secure Iraq's second largest city. They still face small pockets of resistance, but they do hope to start delivering humanitarian aid soon. A CNN USA Today Gallup poll finds that 84% of Americans say rebuilding Iraq will be more difficult than winning the war. 13% said defeating Saddam Hussein's forces would be tougher. The poll has a margin of error of plus or minus 3 percentage points. Well, coming up, much more on the battle in Baghdad and reports of U.S. casualties. We'll bring you up to speed on that. And post-war Iraq will be on the agenda as well during a closed-door meeting at the United Nations. We'll have more on that. And The notorious Iraqi general Ali Hassan al-Majid, is he dead or alive? We'll try and clear the air. All that and much more ahead. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now. Good morning. Welcome. Glad to have you with us as we start a new week off here. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. U.S. troops are taking some bold steps in Baghdad today, as well as key pieces of real estate. If you are just joining us this morning, here is what has happened over the last 12 hours or so. At 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time, U.S. tanks rolled into the city, firing at Iraqi positions. Dozens of tanks and armored personnel carriers from the 2nd Brigade of the Army's 3rd Infantry took part in that operation. And then at 2:22 a.m., U.S. forces overtake Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in downtown Baghdad. There was little resistance. Some Iraqi soldiers were seen taking off their uniforms and fleeing. And then at 2:30 a.m., U.S. forces in Zahra Park topple a 40-foot tall statue of Saddam Hussein riding a horse. And then at 2:35 a.m. Eastern Time, Iraq's Information Minister Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf denies any of it ever happened. With smoke rising in the streets around him, al-Sahaf told reporters Iraqi soldiers have taught the Americans a lesson. Time now to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer, who's standing by in Kuwait City. Good morning, Bill.
Hello again, Paula. Listen, some more developments we're watching right now. That Iraqi missile, first reported by Walt Rogers hours ago, hit a U.S. operations center south of Baghdad. At least 4 are dead, 2 soldiers from the U.S. Army and 2 journalists embedded with the 3rd ID. 15 more, we're told, have been wounded, some perhaps critically. The missile hit the Tactical Operations Center, the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd ID. About 700 Iraqi opposition troops have been airlifted to Nasiriyah, that area, joining coalition forces there. Other than fighting, we are told they will be called on to help maintain stability in areas that the coalition controls. Also, a historic day for the Army's 173rd Airborne Division. The unit that parachuted into northern Iraq about 2 weeks ago, took an airfield there. Today, the 173rd fired heavy artillery against Iraqi positions, the first time it has fired on an enemy, they say, more than 30 years, going back to Vietnam. That unit was decommissioned after Vietnam. It was reactivated last year. It works out of Italy. In the meantime, though, back on the telephone with us, just checking in, is Ron Martz. He is embedded with the 3rd ID as well. And he's an embedded journalist, actually, with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Ron, he just popped up. We heard you hours ago going through central Baghdad. Fascinating reports that were you giving us then. What's happening now?
Well, I'm still in the same position that I was in early this morning. We're in a park in central Baghdad, just west of the Tigris River, near one of Saddam's palaces. I'm assuming it's the one that was taken by one of the task forces of the brigade that I am embedded with. The fire that you may hear in the background is outgoing mortars. They have set up right near the position that I'm at. We've been under constant fire all day today from small arms, snipers, and mortars incoming. They brought up the mortars to reinforce our position here, and they're firing at those mortar positions. What I see from here is once reviewed troops. There's a large parade ground, probably too long. At either end of the parade ground, there are large cross sabers with flags on top of them, Iraqi flags. Until earlier this morning, a statue about 40 feet high of Saddam riding a horse directly in front of the reviewing stand. That statue is now gone. It was shot down by an M1 Abrams tank from Charlie Company of Task Force 164. They toppled it, fell into a reflecting pool nearby, and the troops all cheered and grabbed pieces of it for souvenirs. And as I'm speaking now, there's still fire going on around me. The troops here are trying to reinforce their positions for the night. They're bringing up food, fuel, and reinforcements. And so it's going to be a long night here.
Listen, Ron, we're losing a little bit of your signal, but I want to keep you here as long as we can. You mentioned this resistance. Have they described it or classified it? Do they consider it heavy resistance or more moderate than that?
I think it's more moderate resistance at this point. Most of what they're seeing is ones and twos of people. They have what they call the technicals with the pickup trucks. machine guns, anti-aircraft guns mounted on the top of them. They've had some snipers on the buildings that surround the park, operating in teams of 1s and 2s. Rocket-propelled grenade teams and 1s and 2s also on the buildings. Several of the tanks have been hit by rocket-propelled grenades. Very little damage, minimal damage to the tanks. They had at least one instance where an apparent suicide car bomber hit one of the tanks in Charlie Company. Again, minimal damage to the tank. The car was pretty well shot up. The driver killed. The car did not explode. The company has suffered only one minor wound. One soldier got a small fragmentation wound to his arm. He was patched up and is back in the fight now.
Ron, listen, I don't know how much you can answer on this one, but earlier today you were moving quite quickly through central Baghdad. You say you have not moved now for several hours. What could account for that?
I think what they're trying to do is that there are other units in this brigade that are trying to take positions around here. There are a number of government office buildings around here, from what I understand. They want to take some of those buildings, and I think what they're trying to do is use this as possibly their central point and push out from here in the future.
All right, Ron, thanks. Check back in when you can. Ron Martz, AJC, embedded there in downtown Baghdad. Paula, he told us an amazing story live earlier today on how the U.S. Army had literally destroyed this huge statue of Saddam Hussein, central part of Baghdad. He mentioned once again they're taking souvenirs for them after this day today. More in a moment from Kuwait. Paula, back to you now.
Thanks, Bill. Martin Savage, also close to Baghdad. He is with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. He reports now by way of video phone. Martin, what are you encountering?
Well, Paula, we know that about the same time that the U.S. Army was making its entry into Baghdad from the west today, the U.S. Marines began pushing in from the east. However, there is a price that has already been paid. It was the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines that just a short distance away from us were preparing to cross a canal where a bridge had been destroyed by retreating Iraqi troops, or at least partially destroyed. As they were preparing to move, they were hit by Iraqi artillery. Now, it has been confirmed to CNN there had been some question as to whether it was friendly fire or incoming Iraqi artillery. We now have been told by the head of the Marine Division there is no doubt whatsoever this was Iraqi artillery and mortar fire that came in and hit an armored personnel carrier with Marines on board. And we have been told that there are at least 2 fatalities. We don't know if there were any wounded besides those 2 that were killed. Again, that is with the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines. They, even despite that loss, have continued pushing on into Baghdad. And now behind is the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. They are now holding that bridgehead. And they are building at the same time a temporary bridge so that they can handle and send more troops, more armor, more tanks across into the Baghdad area. There has been fighting around a small village at that bridgehead. At times, the fighting would be described as moderate. It includes artillery barrages, mortar exchange, and also machine gun fire, as well as small arms fire. That has all died away now. There was also air support that was brought in, and it appears that that bridgehead is fully under the control of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, and that would mean that they could continue to press forward, as could rear elements. That's the action of today. A significant development yesterday achieved by the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, overshadowed by events in Baghdad. Yesterday, they were able to secure the Iraqi Atomic Energy Commission headquarters. It is a massive facility that covers acres and acres of property that includes office buildings as well as laboratories. The Marines were able to get into this facility. They found it abandoned at the time, began going through the offices there. You could imagine that there is a wealth of information held within the file cabinets and a number of vaults that were found there. Then they moved on, found the laboratories. They appeared to have sophisticated electronic equipment inside. They also appear to have been recently used, and they found a number of substances, liquids, and, well, all sorts of things inside of boxes, inside of containers, and inside of refrigerators. Keep in mind, the Marines are not scientists. It is their job to hold and take an objective, not to figure out its exact intention here. So, was this part of a civilian nuclear program, or was it part of something more sinister than that? No one knows at this particular point. There were also chemical suits that were found, chemical masks that were found, and warnings on that site, warning about radiation and warning about wearing of protective clothing. What will happen now is that an SSE team, that is called a Sensitive Site Exploitation Team, will be brought in eventually to this site, and they are the scientists, they are the experts, and they will begin trying to determine exactly how this facility was being used, whether it was being used properly, or whether it was being used for some sort of weapons program. It could turn out to be a significant find for coalition forces. Paula?
Martin Savage updating us now as he moves with the Marines towards Baghdad. That remarkable video giving us a very good idea of how treacherous this next stage of the mission might be. In addition to seizing that presidential palace in Baghdad, coalition forces have also taken control of a palace in Basra. David Bowden gained access to the opulent structure and gives us a tour.
Come with me and let me show you what Saddam Hussein has spent some of his smuggled oil revenue on. This, remember, just one of his palaces here in Basra. We go through the big, heavy front door and into a vast entrance hallway. On the floor, as everywhere throughout, marble flooring and intricate detailing. And as we move towards the stairs, you can see throughout the house more marble, more beautiful woodwork, beautiful paneling. Every tread on the stairs is marble, as far as I can work out. The detail on some of the paneling is magnificent. Somebody spent a lot of time and a lot of Saddam's money on detailing all of this beautiful, beautiful marquetry. As we move around the corner, the crunch of glass. When the military came in here, they weren't to know that there was no opposition. But when they got here, Saddam wasn't at home. Again, perhaps ironic given what's happened. Is that a white dove of peace on Saddam's wall? Who knows? Moving further up, again, you're taken in just by the vast size of the area of this place. But for me, the best part of this house, the most beautiful part, is this delicate, almost dovecot-like roof space. Beautiful stained glass, intricate tile work, pastel colors. As you move through, again, the openness. There's not a stick of furniture in this house at all. Nobody has lived here, certainly in the last few months, I suspect, probably never. But if you wanted to go to the loo while you were here, there's one for every room, and not just any old toilet. This is what passes as a WC in Saddam's house. I'm no expert, but these fittings look, at the very least, to be made of gold plate, if not the real McCoy all the way through. But let me show you, when they say buying a house is all about location, 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 look at the location Saddam built his house here in Basra. Again, as we wander through, marvel at the detailing, the beautiful floor work, the beautiful detailed tooling on all this woodwork. But then come into what must be a sunroom, somewhere to take your afternoon tea while you're talking to your generals, and walk out here onto the terrace, and you'll see the beautiful vista, the palm trees in the distance, and in the forefront, the Shatt al-Arab, boats plowing up and down it. That way you can see the small fishing vessels, and if we pan round to the other side, down there is downtown Basra. And who lives in a place like this? Well, Saddam Hussein lives in a place like this. That's who.
That was David Bowden reporting for ITN. Bill, we have all heard about these opulent presidential palaces, but until you see the scale of it on that tour we just took for David, it's really hard just to imagine how spectacular the details were in these buildings.
Yeah, pretty good bet that's going to be a tourist site in the very near future. They're going to probably charge people money to actually go through that palace in the future in Iraq. And I think, Paul, I'm not going out on a limb here, there have been to Versailles outside of Paris. These palaces, the ones that survive anyway, will probably hold the only legitimate reminders of Saddam Hussein's government and the vestiges of the regime that right now is being taken apart as we speak in Baghdad. Paula, earlier you talked about, and we were talking about the Information Minister, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf. He has been conducting these press briefings on a daily basis. Initially at the tourist, the Ministry of Information office that's been decimated by U.S. bombs. Later moved it down to the Palestine Hotel, which is where the international journalists are now staying. And earlier today, he was actually standing out on the sidewalk, still again refuting the claims by the U.S., even with the smoke in the background right now, about the presence of U.S. troops there. Colonel Mike Turner has some thoughts on this. We're going to get him up right after this break right here. Back in a moment with that.
Business travel got you squeezed in? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get more workspace in a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize.
They were inspected 2 years ago.
Well, you should have your brakes checked every year.
You know, there's a big difference in the quality of brake parts. Bargain brakes are no bargain. That's why I trust my car to Jim, because he only uses Raybestos brand brakes.
I'm never taking my car to another place again.
I've earned my customers' trust by only installing premium quality Raybestos brakes.
A life-saving reminder from Raybestos.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at Ditech.com, there are no games, just low fixed rates with no middleman or broker fees. You can be pre-qualified online or over the telephone. There's no advance fees prior to closing and no cancellation fees. Do it now before the rates go up. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
Our competitors have turned computer buying into a game, and we're not going to take it anymore. Here's the new deal from Gateway. No complicated price hooks, no confusing rebates to figure out, no add-ons or upgrades needed. What you see with Gateway is what you get. A feature-rich PC at a great price, with shipping included. Call, click, or come in to hear more. A new deal, a better way. Gateway.
Gateway 500 series PCs feature Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Emerging science suggests that lycopene is one of the ingredients in tomatoes that may help reduce the risk of heart disease. Now Centrum and Centrum Silver have lycopene, another reason to take your Centrum. New Centrum with lycopene, now more complete from A to Zinc.
Business travel cramping your style? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get triple miles and triple points, only with Prime Rewards.
Huge explosions rocked Iraq's capital of Baghdad.
A steady parade of flames has been going on for hours. The sky was ablaze, crisscrossed with tracer fire.
It's unlike anything I have ever seen. The target right now at this hour yet again is Baghdad, with quick developments again today. U.S. troops rolling into the Iraqi capital at daybreak. Carol Costello now. Quick check of the headlines over the past, say 12 hours or so. Here's Carol.
10:09 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:09 a.m. in Baghdad. A Pentagon official tells CNN that U.S. forces have entered one of Saddam Hussein's presidential palaces. He says the action sends a message that, quote, we can go where we want, when we want. 2:26 a.m. A British military spokesman tells Reuters that British forces are in control of most of the city of Basra. 2:32 a.m. Eastern Time. The Iraqi Information Minister holds an outdoor briefing telling reporters that there are no American troops in Baghdad. 2:58 a.m. The Al Jazeera TV network shows live pictures from the northern city of Mosul. Al Jazeera says the explosions are caused by a burning ammunition dump. 3:17 a.m. Associated Press quotes a British officer who says the body of Ali Hassan al-Majid has been found in Basra. Al-Majid, Saddam Hussein's cousin, is known as Chemical Ali because of his use of chemical weapons against Iraqi Kurds back in 1988. 5:02 a.m. CNN's Walter Rogers reports U.S. Army sources tell him an Iraqi missile hit the Tactical Operations Center for the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry, resulting in U.S. casualties. 6:45 a.m. President Bush departs Washington to travel to Northern Ireland for a summit meeting with his coalition partner, British Prime Minister Tony Blair.
Carol Costello again, thanks for the recap there. Colonel Mike Turner is back with us live in Denver. Colonel, I want to pick up on Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, his outdoor press conference he held. Looked like he was just off one of the main streets in Baghdad. What does it say right now? A regime that's under siege in its capital city, and you resort to measures like the ones we heard earlier today. The command and control at this point is what then?
Well, command and control has clearly seriously begun to collapse, Bill. As laughable as his press conferences seem to us, remember the population that he's focused on and the message that he's trying to present. His objective as the information minister is to raise doubt in the minds of the civilian population that the United States is in control in any way that he can do that. And remember, this is a civilian population which has been spoon-fed very, very propagandized communications for a very long time. So as long as they see him in any capacity on the air, there is doubt in their mind. And our job is to try and accelerate the process whereby the civilian population can pass across that psychological threshold which indicates that the regime is dead and they can now begin to look to the Americans for support. And there was a very interesting report, I think it was from Nick Robertson this morning, that talked about some civilians feeling like they were in the crossfire. As long as that feeling exists within the civilian population, then we have more work to do in order to convince the civilian population that we're there to stay.
I wonder, Colonel, how successful he's been. There was some videotape hours ago that showed literally Iraqi soldiers that looked like soldiers running along the Tigris, stripping themselves of their uniform on camera, stripping themselves of their own weapons, trying to hide them in trees. Can you measure how much his word, how much his message is getting out right now?
Well, you really can't, and I haven't heard the latest reports about how much Iraqi television is still broadcasting and how much that information is being disseminated. I think there's probably different types of communication and different levels of communication between the civilian population and the regime, and between the regime and other elements of the regime, which would be the soldiers and those sorts of units. So it's so sporadic and spotty right now, it's very difficult to assess who's getting what information. But those Iraqi soldiers are looking down the barrels of M1 tanks. That tends to be fairly persuasive.
No, I wouldn't imagine as much. Listen, Chemical Ali, his whereabouts, his life, his death, conflicting reports, but when you look at what's happening in Basra right now, how big of a blow could this be right now in the southeastern part of the country and perhaps spreading to other parts as well?
Oh, I think it's pretty tremendous, Bill. The effect has to be fairly telling within the regime. What that's essentially done is communicated to the members of the regime that are remaining now is, we will find you, we will hunt you down, you will be brought to justice one way or another. For those who have been waffling and who don't consider themselves culpable in the atrocities of the last 30 years, that will accelerate their process to step across that psychological threshold and begin to recognize that it's over. For those who are culpable in those kinds of atrocities, it could drive them to some extreme measures. We'll just have to wait and see, but I think it's a very important message for the remnants of the regime.
Okay.
Good to talk to you again, Colonel. Thanks. Colonel Mike Turner again live in Denver. We'll see you again next.
Thank you, Bill.
Paula now. Sure.
Thanks, Bill. We're going to travel to Nasiriyah, which is the site of some of the most fierce fighting so far in this war. Marie Colvin of the London Sunday Times joins us from there with an update. Marie, welcome. What's the latest?
Well, I'm actually just a mile or two outside Nasiriyah now. I came in with an American airlift of what's pretty much a new force, the Free Iraqi Force. The Americans are airlifting in several hundred of these troops every night. It's an Iraqi opposition army joining the American effort. I think the first thing they want to do is start, helping to end the scattered resistance that's creating obstacles to the Allied forces. Nasiriyah will be the first place. Amara, the ultimate goal for this Iraqi Free Force to be Baghdad.
And what kind of contact are these freedom fighters having with coalition forces?
They're being airlifted in to begin with, and they're very much part of the American war plan. Strangely enough, at a late stage, I know the leader, Ahmed Chalabi, has been lobbying for weeks kind of to get into the battle. He and these troops were based up in northern Iraq. They've now been brought down here. to help the Allied forces. There's been meetings today, for example, with some of the local tribal sheikhs. One of the problems in really capturing a city, and you've then got to stabilize it, is there's quite a few people who are still nervous that this is an American occupation. This force puts an Iraqi Arab face to the efforts. They can go around and, first of all, know who's the good guy and who's the bad guy. They've got an extensive network in the south and also in Baghdad, and kind of help assuage people's fears that they're going to be under occupation. This is an Iraqi Arab force. It is the only Iraqi Arab force, of course. There's Kurds in the north, working side by side with the coalition. So it's not just a military aim; it's also a kind of political aim to stabilize as quickly as possible the areas that have essentially been freed of at least the Iraqi regulars.
Well, clearly the kind of help you're talking about is welcome. Have you had the opportunity to talk with anybody that is a part of the coalition about their expectations for these freedom fighters?
Well, we've got an American colonel attached, sort of a military attaché to this Iraqi freedom force, rather like the Free French and de Gaulle. There's also 120 American special forces based here with the Iraqi opposition group force. They're going to go out in operations, say guerrilla operations. They're in units of 56. There'll be about 12 special forces on each Iraqi operation. So it's very much under a sort of independent Iraqi Arab force under American command and control. So there's no contradiction there.
Marie Colvin of the London Sunday Times, thanks so much for giving us an update as you are outside of Nasiriyah, once again describing the airlifting in of some freedom fighters who will help bolster some of the coalition forces. Let's get to the headlines right now, straight away with Heidi Collins at CNN Center in Atlanta. Good morning, Heidi. Good morning, Paula. Here's what's happening at this hour. A show of force in Baghdad. More than 100 U.S. tanks and armored vehicles rolled into the heart of the capital city this morning. The troops seized Saddam Hussein's presidential palace in downtown Baghdad. The American forces are using the palace compound to hold prisoners of war. There are reports of U.S. casualties in the battle for Baghdad. Army sources say an Iraqi missile struck an operations center south of the capital. 2 American soldiers and 2 journalists were killed. 15 others were injured. And CNN's Martin Savage says 2 Marines were killed by Iraqi artillery fire in southeastern Baghdad as well. Martin Savage also says U.S. Marines have taken the headquarters of Iraq's Atomic Energy Commission. Savage says they found unidentified substances in jars and protective suits and masks. A team of experts will conduct a more extensive search. In Belfast today, President Bush will discuss post-war plans with British Prime Minister Tony Blair. The two are at odds about what role the United Nations should play in post-war Iraq. The President and Mr. Blair also will discuss peace efforts in the Middle East and Northern Ireland. Coming up on CNN, much more on the U.S. grip on Baghdad. Tanks and armored vehicles rolled into the Iraqi capital, but coalition troops are meeting with some pockets of resistance. We'll have the details on that. And after the regime falls, we'll talk more about rebuilding Iraq. Plus, getting supplies to the Iraqi people. We'll have the latest on the humanitarian effort. All that and much more ahead right here on CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq. It continues right now. Good morning. Welcome. Glad to have you with us this morning. I'm Paula Zahn, starting off a brand new week here. America has sent a very powerful message to Saddam Hussein. U.S. troops drove deep into Baghdad today. They knocked over a statue of the Iraqi president that stood over the parade grounds, a very important symbolic area to Iraqis, and they took over his main presidential palace. Army sources tell our Walt Rogers that the troops will not leave some of the positions they have taken today. Now, while the battle for Baghdad is far from over, a lot of attention is now focused on what happens when the war is over. As Heidi Collins just reported, President Bush left Washington this morning for Northern Ireland for his 3rd meeting with Britain's Tony Blair in as many weeks. Blair is expected to try to convince the president that the UN should have a prominent role in post-war Iraq, something that the Secretary General of the UN just stated at the top of the hour. Time now to go back to Kuwait, where my colleague Bill Hemmer is standing by. Good morning, Bill.
Paula, hello again on this Monday. Countless developments right now as we move toward evening here in this part of the world. Northern Iraq, first stop. Kurdish leaders there celebrating after hearing reports that the man known as Chemical Ali is dead. British officials say that Ali Hassan al-Majid was killed in an airstrike in Basra about 3 days ago. CENTCOM says it cannot confirm that report. The British are saying if the local commander said it in Basra, then apparently it is true. Nonetheless, al-Majid is the man accused of leading that chemical attack, directing it anyway, on Kurds 15 years ago that killed about 5,000 people in northern Iraq. An airstrike also in that part of the country knocked out an Iraqi ammunition dump in Mosul, sending huge fireballs into the sky. Jaina Raff also saying that U.S. Special Forces and Kurdish fighters knocked out the road along Mosul and Kirkuk in the north. More evidence that coalition forces are being welcomed. Walter Rogers tells us with the 3-7 Cavalry west of Baghdad, he says Iraqis now are starting to come forward and tell that unit where they can find missiles, where they can find tanks, and even Walt told us earlier today that locals are helping them locate the electricity and the power banks at the airport west of Baghdad. And one other thing, just learning right now, Paula, Tommy Franks, head of CENTCOM down in Qatar, apparently made 3 different visits in 3 different locations today alone, Monday, to U.S. troops operating in Iraq. Again, that word just in. Not much more detail after that, but we'll try and track it down for you, let you know what we find out.
Thanks, Bill. We're going to try to get a better idea of what exactly is going on now at the Baghdad airport. Lisa Rose Weaver is there. She joins us now by telephone. Lisa, good morning.
Good morning, Paula. Well, from where I am, about 10 kilometers away from Baghdad, at the perimeter of the airport, I can hear fairly consistent and sometimes very heavy artillery off in the distance. This is nothing that I can see, but I can hear it. Meanwhile, I am with an air defense unit which has arrived here. It's set up. It's intended to protect the airport itself, particularly from Scud missile attacks coming from outside Baghdad. At some distance so far, nothing of the sort has happened. Earlier, I was with one of the security captains here as he looked at some abandoned bunkers. We don't know how long ago the Republican National Guard left these bunkers. They apparently did leave in quite a hurry. There was a lot of unused ammunition, clothes left haphazardly on the floor, even a couple of gas masks and some food items. Interestingly, they found baby formula, which the military here is speculating may have been what the guards were eating for nutrition. Apparently, all else they had to eat were bread and potatoes. Obviously, no way to confirm that, but some very interesting details that the Republican National Guard left behind. Paula?
What else can you tell us about how long, and without violating any rules here, how long you might be in place there and what the goal is in the next couple of days?
Well, this is the beginning of a fairly permanent presence by air defense in the area to, again, as I said, it's designed to protect the airport itself, the area outside the airport, from attacks from outside the airport, because Patriot missiles need high trajectory. They need to be at some distance from an incoming missile to really intercept it. In the next coming days, this air defense will probably be bolstered, and it's quite interesting that they've come this far. It is unusual for Patriot missiles to operate so far, rather so close to the front line. They're usually static. They don't move around very much. These missiles have driven into this country 300...
We are losing our signal. All right, we paused for a second there to see if we could get Lisa Rose Weaver back. Bill giving us an excellent description of what is going down now at the airport and some of the efforts that are taking place to make sure that the airport is not vulnerable to some missile attacks.
Yeah, Paul, also want to, not only in Baghdad right now, but also in Basra right now, we continue to get more reports right about how the British are essentially rolling into the center of that town and also setting up shop as well. Bill Neely is a reporter for ITN. He filed this story a short time ago, in fact, a few minutes ago, about what's happening there with the British.
A new dawn in Basra, and Challenger tanks rumble through the ornate gates of the main presidential palace. The assault on Iraq's second city is less than a day old. The tanks and the Marines behind them aren't stopping. This was said to have been the headquarters of the Fedayeen, Saddam's paramilitaries, but locals have told us that the palace is now empty of Iraqi soldiers. The gates are open, so we're going to walk straight in. They push forward across the most symbolic ground in southern Iraq. This palace, the seat of Saddam's power here. Power that the Marines are smashing away. Different building, different way in. If a hammer won't do, try this. It is the Marines who hold power now in Basra. The next task, to hunt down the men who fought and defended this city for a fortnight.
Room clear, exit 1 out to the outside.
The Marines were convinced that if Saddam's men were to make a final stand anywhere in the south, they'd make it here. So orders were hushed.
Right, you two, straight in, first on the left, go.
Just 12 hours earlier, a soldier with another unit in Basra was killed by a booby-trapped bomb. So they moved cautiously through a dozen echoing buildings.
Move up, down and down, yeah?
Building by building, floor by floor, and there are a lot of them here, the Royal Marines are clearing this presidential palace where Saddam Hussein has stayed and slept many times in the past. The Marines only too well aware that he may have left men behind here to ambush them. But they found little inside. Ornate bathrooms, but no people, no furniture, nothing for these looters who the Marines rounded up. In the grounds, just a few abandoned weapons, discarded helmets and uniforms. They even left behind the weapons they might have fought a guerrilla war with. The tanks poured in, but here at the presidential palace, not a shot was fired. Not so, a mile away. We dived for cover as Marines opened up on a target. A man had stolen a jeep from the hospital. Doctors shouted warnings to the Marines as he sped towards the tank. Marines, believing he was a suicide bomber, shot him. He died later in hospital. They're taking no chances here. In all, 3 British soldiers have been killed in the assault on Basra. In the center and the south of this city, Marines now control the streets and bridges, backed up by 20 or more tanks. Saddam's power is being torn away. The fall of Basra, the beginning of the end of his brutal regime. Bill Neely, ITV News, with 4-2 Commando Royal Marines in Basra.
Well, also, we're hearing, getting word anyway, that humanitarian aid may start flowing into Basra at any point. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps later in the week. No clear indication, but the Brits, again, earlier today, reiterating the point that they want to get food, they want to get water, they want to get the massive amount of supplies they brought to Iraq into that town ASAP. We'll talk more about the humanitarian crisis, what's come of it in other parts of Iraq, with an expert out of Jordan about what concerns them right now. We'll have that for you right after this.
Tomorrow at 7:42 a.m., a once-in-a-lifetime business deal will arrive in this office. At 2:06 p.m., a letter of credit worth 3 million euros will move across these lines. And at 3 p.m., 24,000 computer chips will leave this distribution center. Only one company in the world is synchronized enough to make all these things happen. UPS. Commerce. Synchronized.
Listen, you can't even hear it. What? It's the XLI. You have a trained XLI cooling system? Of course it's quiet. It's those galvanized steel louvers. Oh, how rugged. Tell me about it. Climate-tough compressor, patented spine-thin coil. It might outlast Evelyn's 3rd marriage. What? Oh, next we buy you a baby carriage.
Must be some air conditioner. The Train XLI. It's hard to stop a train.
Christiane Amanpour takes you inside the war in Iraq.
They're shooting a little blind right now.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
All this week on Real Life. Whether on the front lines or here at home, they each have a story to tell. From a refugee who escaped the reign of terror.
I have a big family in Iraq. Everybody's scattered.
To why a man was in Iraq as a human shield.
They don't have the weapons that we have. I don't think the way that they're fighting the war is fair. I don't think the way that we're fighting the war is fair.
Talk to the experts and get an inside look at how people's lives are forever changed by war. Real questions, real answers, real life. Weeknights 6:30 Eastern on CN8.
In this confusing and often challenging world, you have a friend you can trust. Every Sunday, Parade magazine is included in the finest newspapers in America. Though no one knows what the future will bring, Parade magazine will be there, at your doorstep, informing, entertaining, inspiring, and empowering. Read Parade every Sunday in your newspaper.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Going to move away from the strategy of the war right now, what's happening in Baghdad and Basra and the northern front as well, and talk about the humanitarian situation. There are groups right now that are virtually on the borders with Iraq on a number of sides, Kuwait included, Jordan as well, ready to rush in and deliver massive amounts of supplies to the civilian population. But who needs it the most, and how will they get it? How critical is the situation right now within Iraq's borders? David Wimhurst might know. He's in Amman, Jordan. He works for the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Assistance. He's our guest now here on CNN. David, take Iraq as a whole right now. Where's your biggest concern in that country?
The biggest concern is in the areas that have had their power disrupted, where water supplies are down, where hospitals are filled to overflowing with war wounded, where medical supplies are running low. They're the critical issues at the moment.
I'm assuming you're thinking Baghdad right now, based on the reporting we're getting. Are there other cities that carry a similar concern
not just
right
Baghdad,
now
but also south of Baghdad. Yeah, Kerbala, Hila, in the south, Nasiriyah. They've been cut off from the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross, wanted to get a convoy down to Hila, where there were 300 people killed just very recently, women and children mostly. The hospital was in desperate need of medical supplies, but the bridge across the river's gone. The route south out of Baghdad, not safe, and they've had to cancel that convoy. So these are critical areas.
David, if the electricity is off, or it's even on-off in some of these hospitals, can anything be done on the outside or coordination on the inside that may be able to leave some of the crisis for the civilians?
Yeah, the United Nations has in Baghdad and in other areas staff, local staff, Iraqi staff, who've been working throughout this crisis. And we have put in place with the hospitals portable generators, fuel bladders, supplies to try and keep them running, knowing full well that if there's a bombing, the power supply can go down. Now, as long as those generators hold out, that's fine. But if spare parts are needed or maintenance is needed, and that's going to become critical very quickly, then we'll see power failures in the hospitals as well. We're already seeing huge numbers of war wounded coming in, and some hospitals are overwhelmed.
Yeah, I apologize. I apologize for the interruption there. What about the refugee crisis, David? It does not appear to have been of much substance to this point. I know there's a large camp in eastern Jordan as of a week ago where there were very few, if any, refugees that come out of Iraq. But what does that tell you right now?
It tells us that the people in Iraq, for whatever reason, reluctant to leave and seek refuge outside their own country. We don't know why specifically they're reluctant to leave, and it is very possible that even when this conflict is over, that is to say the shooting stops, we could still see large outflows of refugees. It's happened in other conflicts, so we're ready here in Jordan and in other countries in the region to receive them.
Yeah, David, let me just be a contrarian just for a moment here. What do you say to those who say that the aid organizations prior to this conflict blew the refugee crisis out of proportion?
No, it's the responsibility of particularly the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to ensure that systems are in place to care for people who do cross borders and become refugees. They expected, they planned for substantial numbers. In the event those numbers have not materialized, we don't know why, but it was their responsibility to be ready. So there was no exaggerating the importance of the issue. They simply took their responsibilities seriously, and they still do, in case there are refugees.
All right, David, thanks. David Wimhurst and Amon Jordan with the UN. Thanks, and best of luck to you and your organization there and your work going forward. Here's Paula in New York.
Thanks, Bill. U.S. officials say it sends a powerful message to the Iraqi regime, but from a strategic standpoint, how critical is the taking of the presidential palaces to the coalition? For more on that, we're joined from Colorado Springs by Colonel Mike Turner. Always good to see you. Thanks for staying with us this morning.
You bet, Paul.
From your perspective, what does it mean that this presidential palace has been secured militarily?
Well, it's a major step, Paula, in securing the hearts and minds of the Iraqi people. Our goal right now is as rapidly as possible to communicate to the Iraqi people that the regime is dead, that it's gone, that they can breathe easier, and that aid is on the way. Any trapping of social infrastructure or governmental building that we can secure to indicate to them conclusively and incontrovertibly that the regime is dead strikes a psychological blow within the civilian population that we want to convince them that the regime is dead. So by taking that palace, it's a huge symbolic act. The images just of that alone lead civilians to, I mean, that one image will counter virtually everything the information minister may try to do today or tomorrow or in the next few days. So it's an enormous step forward in the psychological war that's going on right now.
I know making timeline predictions is often kind of a dumb thing to try to do, but I'm just curious if you think in this case this in any way reveals how much longer it might take to install a new government, the taking of this key presidential palace.
Well, I think it does, and I think it's fair to say at this point that I obviously don't know what the schedule is, and I'm sure we won't be told by the military commanders, nor should we. But I think it's fair to say that with U.S. forces now operating with not impunity, but in a fairly aggressive way in downtown Baghdad, and then the capture of these key buildings, the death of Chemical Ali, I believe it was yesterday when that occurred. All of these things now are occurring at such an accelerating pace, and again we see this cascading effect of the collapse of the regime, and now it's a race to convince the civilians we don't want a vacuum here. We don't want a social infrastructure vacuum. That's one of the reasons we've secured Baghdad International so quickly, and we've begun to see a C-130, and I suspect we'll begin to see C-17s, which can bring in enormous amounts of supplies for the civilian population. All of these things now become integrated and interleaved into an effort to win over and convince the civilian population that indeed the regime is gone and that better days are ahead in the very near term.
But in many ways still the toughest job to do, convincing those civilians that the coalition forces are not invaders but liberators. Colonel Mike Turner, as always, thanks for your insights. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
You see a grueling commute. At Franklin Templeton, we saw a reason to invest in tax-free bonds for mass transit. Investing in our communities while helping shareholders keep more of what they earn requires a unique perspective, the kind that comes from having one of the largest research teams in the industry and has made Franklin the nation's leading tax-free mutual fund manager. Franklin Templeton Investments. Gain from our perspective.
Academy Award-winning director James Cameron is about to change the way you watch movies forever with a 3D real-life journey back to the Titanic. On April 11th, prepare for an unscripted, groundbreaking, historic motion picture event. Ghosts of the Abyss, an immersive...
CNN has learned that 2 journalists are among those killed this morning when an Iraqi missile hit an Army operations center south of Baghdad. That news comes just after the death yesterday of NBC reporter David Bloom. While covering the war, he ended up with a pulmonary embolism, a condition that affects thousands of Americans every year. And our medical correspondent Elizabeth Cohen has more now on this condition and what any of us can do about it. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Paula. Paula, between 500,000 and 750,000 Americans have pulmonary embolisms every year, and unfortunately there's a very high mortality rate. Almost a third of those people die. Let's take a look at exactly what happens when someone has a pulmonary embolism. Usually a blood clot starts usually in the leg. The blood clot is there. Sometimes the person feels it, sometimes he doesn't or she, and the clot will then travel to the heart and lungs, and when it's there, it will stop the flow of blood, and that is why you have such a high mortality rate. Of course, what everyone's been asking is how could this happen to a young, healthy person like David Bloom? Let's take a look at some of the causes. Immobility is the big reason why this often happens. In this war, journalists and others have been cramped up in vehicles. You hear about people coming off of planes and having pulmonary embolisms. It was mentioned in a Washington Post article. David Bloom had said that he was sleeping with his knees propped up around him. Dehydration can also be a risk factor. What happens is that as the blood gets thicker, it is more likely to clot. And finally, genetic predisposition. Some people are just genetically predisposed to have blood that clots more easily. Now let's take a look at some of the symptoms of pulmonary embolism, what you would be on the lookout for. Swollen, painful legs would be the first thing. Sometimes the pain is really not all that bad. Sometimes it's actually intermittent. Last night on NBC, Tom Brokaw mentioned that for the past few days, David Bloom had complained of swollen, painful legs. Also, shortness of breath, chest pain. The sad reality is that many people have no symptoms at all, and that's what makes for such a high mortality rate, is that people don't know that they should seek medical help, or people have pain, but it's not necessarily that bad, or it's intermittent, and in that case, they attribute it to someone else, and so they don't seek medical help. What's particularly sad about this is that when people do seek medical help, it usually works. People get heparin, which is a blood thinner, and they do just fine. So it is a tragic thing, obviously, when people don't get medical help. Paula?
And David Bloom was so young and, as you said, so healthy. 39 years old, soon to be 40. Thanks, Elizabeth. Things we all should be aware of. Time to check in with Jack now.
Norwich, Kansas, town of 550 people, 20 of them on active duty in the military. And when the reporter showed up out there to do a little story about it, 200 local people showed up, and it turned into one great big party.
We are a very close-knit town. When I go into places, most people know that I'm Chad's wife, and so they'll ask me, you know, how is he doing? When was the last time you heard from him? And just make sure that I'm okay.
Norwich, Kansas. They're just getting the crop in out there now.
And for people wondering if they're seeing something behind our heads, April 7th,
oh,
it's
man.
snowing.
Yeah, and there'll be no planting here in New York today. It's
No,
a
not
big
at all.
Blizzard on the
4 to
way.
8 inches of snow, they say we're going to get.
Awesome.
Have fun getting home today, Jack.
Thank you.
That wraps it up for all of us here on American Morning. Thanks so much for joining us. We are about to hit the top of the hour, and at that point, after the short break, you'll hear the headlines. Thanks again for joining us today. Hope to see you in the morning.
What can a pitching machine teach us about financial advisors? Working with one can leave you better prepared. At Wachovia Securities, we learn from the world around us and provide financial advice for whatever comes your way. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. Wachovia Securities.
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Dytex.com is busy processing your loan. Apply now for a low fixed-rate mortgage or cash out some of your equity. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
We are about to witness something here with Marty Savage on the video phone with the Marines. Marty, if you can hear me, Bill Hemmer, Kuwait City. What's about to happen there? Obviously, Marty cannot hear us, but as soon as he can, Marty, chip in here whenever.
Oh, Bill, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now, Bill?
Go for it. Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Tell us what's happening.
All right, Bill, let me tell you what is going on here. You heard about the engagement that the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines were involved in over the last 24 hours in this particular juncture of a canal crossing. And it was in this same spot, in fact, just down the way by the bridge, you may see what looks like a LAV, which is exactly what it is, a light attack vehicle. In that same position this morning was a armored personnel carrier of the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines. They were just about to cross the bridge you see here when they were struck by, we are now told, either artillery or mortar fire from the Iraqis. 2 Marines were killed in that APC. That APC has since been moved away. There was a tremendous firefight that took place inside of this village at this key crossing all of yesterday and all of today. The village has finally been secured, and now what they have done is that the Marine Engineering Unit has built a temporary bridge, and the bridge you're looking at here in the picture is the old Iraqi bridge. It was damaged or at least partially destroyed by retreating Iraqi troops, and it cannot be used. It's not safe to be used. So what the Marines have done is now built a temporary bridge just down the canal from it, in which they will be able to press on into the southeast suburbs of Baghdad. What we are waiting on here is that they are reportedly getting ready to blow up the Iraqi bridge so that, because it's still dangerous, still a risk since it was damaged, and bring it down. So that's what we're waiting on here. It's not a perfect science, not necessarily a perfect clock. But this has been the scene of intense fighting for about the last 24, 48 hours, now in control, and a key juncture across, not the Tigris, but a canal. Actually, you will cross the Tigris several times from this direction to get into Baghdad. Bill?
Marty, listen, stop me when I'm speaking too much here, but as we await this, do you know of how many explosives were put on this bridge or other ones in the area?
Well, we had been told that there had been some preparations made on the part of the Iraqis when they were retreating. They had not blown all the bridges. They were not capable of blowing all the bridges, apparently, at the speed at which the attack by the U.S. Marines was made. There are others that are intact and being used farther up and down this canal. However, it appears that at least they were partially successful on getting rid of this one. Now, we're being told there's some vehicles down there near the base of the bridge. These are U.S. military vehicles that are probably going across the temporary structure, so I don't believe they're going to blow that bridge until those vehicles are out of the way, so it could be a little bit of time yet, Bill.
All right, Marty, listen, we'll try and buy some time while we have you here. I don't want to give away locations. I know we have rules here that we have to abide by. I'm going to guess on that video phone you're about 200 to 300 yards away. Is that pretty fair assessment or not?
Yep, that's about the distance we are from it. They're not going to blow the entire bridge. They're going to blow the central span, at least that's what we've been told. And that way make sure that none of the civilians who are obviously living in this area continue to use the bridge that may be of questionable strength or soundness. So they will get rid of this bridge, and then there is a new span. I don't know if we can actually sort of slowly pan you down and show you some of the work that is being done by the bridge group. This is a typical pontoon bridge that can be assembled. The Marines, when they travel forward, they travel with everything they may think or could possibly need, including bridge-making material, and they were anticipating just this kind of scenario that they would face. So what they have done here is they've set up this temporary bridge, bringing in even their own boats they need to navigate on the waterway, and set up this bridge. May look simplistic in nature, but actually can carry quite heavy loads, including M1A1 Abrams tanks, and military columns can pass through it. In fact, a military column is now just starting to cross. So this is how they overcome the obstacles, and these bridge-making supply units are constantly traveling with the battalion, so that if a bridge is blown right in front of them, it is not much of a hindrance. They can quickly get another bridge up and operating and get across any waterways, canals, or rivers that may be an obstacle. So if the Iraqis think by blowing a bridge, damaging a bridge, that they have hindered the progress of the Marines, well, they're wrong. They haven't. And now, as I say, we're waiting for this column to clear out of the way, and then we'll wait to see if the bridge will go. Bill?
Marty, listen, hang with us while you can. We're going to keep your picture up. It looks like a Humvee that was going over that bridge, perhaps the first vehicle going over. We're going to push this image back up in the corner, bring in General Wesley Clark down on Little Rock again, to talk about some of the engineering we're seeing, not just the explosion, the detonation of this bridge that we're about to experience, but also, General, the construction of this bridge that was not there perhaps an hour or 2 hours ago. You know about this going back to Bosnia and the efforts trying to do that during that conflict. Good morning again to you there.
Well, morning, Bill. Well, you know, one of the things we really did prepare the coalition forces for was river crossings. And this was the principal distinction, along with urban combat, in this campaign that the United States Army and the Marines recognized, as opposed to the Gulf War. And so, really starting a year ago, they began rehearsing river crossings. The Marines and the Army both have pontoon bridging capabilities, ribbon bridging capabilities, and many other assets as necessary to cross these kinds of bridges, and they're ready to do it. And unlike the case that you're referring to on the Sava River in December of 1995, when it was wintertime and there was a full flood and the river was moving at really dangerous speeds, these streams are difficult, but what would make them difficult principally is not the water velocity, it's the defended opposite bank. And in this case, when there's no defense, assembling one of these river crossing kits is relatively straightforward, and physical labor, sure, but something that's practiced and trained and rehearsed all the time.
Yeah, Marty, I don't know if you're still with us. Hang with us again. General, I guess there's another point to be made here as we look at this. Is that a Bradley? I'm not quite sure. Maybe a light armed vehicle as well going across right now. General, I thought it quite interesting 2 months ago out in the desert of Kuwait when the Army was getting ready and the Marines were getting ready in their staging areas out in the northern desert. They would actually hold competitions, maybe on Saturday afternoons, to see who could construct a bridge like this the quickest. Your thoughts on that, about how the efficiency has to be a key when you're moving across the
Well, that's exactly right, because not only are your soldiers or Marines who are waiting to cross the river exposed in a case like this, but so are the engineers who are in the water up there assembling the bridges. And so this is an old tradition of military training. The Army and the engineers and the Marine engineers are practiced, and they rehearse this, they compete with it, and this is standard training technique, is to compete and see who can get those bridges in most rapidly.
General, stand by. Back to Marty Savage. Marty, if you're still with us, not sure what it was, an Amtrak or an LAV. I think you have a much better viewpoint from there. Go ahead.
That is an Amtrak that was moving across there. That's an Amtrak, which is an amphibious assault vehicle. It's essentially the Marines' version of a armored personnel carrier. It is both heavily armed and usually can hold about 18 to 25 Marines in the back. It is one of the primary fighting vehicles that the Marines are using. And in addition to that, obviously, you're seeing as Hummers, the Jeeps that the military and the Marines use go across. So what they want to do is get this convoy, it's relatively short, out of the way so that they can then take care of the bridge here. As the general was pointing out, it's quite true. The Marine engineers obviously had to work on this bridge at the same time that this village was still having some intense fire. So this isn't like something that you do after the fighting has died down. Keeping the tempo up, keeping the forward momentum, keeping the Marines pushing in from the east of Baghdad, that's all very important. So even as the fighting was going on, even as the artillery's coming down and the mortar rounds are going off, these engineers have to stay focused on their job, which is building this bridgehead. And And it's a monument of engineering, but it's also a testament to their courage, because they have to rely on the other Marines providing the firepower to keep them protected. Now, once this bridge is established as it is, well, then you've got a continuous flow of military hardware that'll keep driving into the suburbs of Baghdad and eventually come onto Baghdad itself. Now, just starting to approach there, you'll see the LAVs, that's the light assault vehicles. It's more of a high-speed vehicle that's used by the Marines. So the bridge is pretty much capable of handling anything at this point. Aside from a little bit difficult approach there, they're open for business and taking plenty of customers.
And Bill, I might just join in here to what Marty's saying, that one of the key tasks on building one of these bridges is the approaches and the exits from the bridge. And what you can see there is, as this light armored vehicle is going across, he's going to have to negotiate a little bit of a drop-off on the other side. So when you construct a bridge like this, you also have a unit that's responsible for maintaining it. It can't be just left and neglected, because the wear and tear of the vehicles on the dirt approaches and exits to the bridge will quickly make it impassable. So there'll be bulldozers or other engineer vehicles out there that continue to upgrade the access to the bridge.
Excellent point, General. Marty, back to you, if I could quickly. You mentioned the casualties the Marines took earlier today. There was a report that indicated it may have been a result of friendly fire. Not sure if you've heard more on that might be able to clarify.
No, we have. We've heard from the top of command for the Marine Division, which is, of course, responsible for all of the Marine activity that you've been seeing in this region. And they tell us directly that there is no question that it was Iraqi mortar and artillery fire that took out the armored personnel carrier, that if there had been any initial reports or questioning about friendly fire, that was not the case. They have confirmed, in fact, that it was Iraqi fire that took it out. There was a lot of artillery that was being exchanged this morning in this region, and as we say, a heavy firefight that took place around this village. And you can understand why. The Iraqis know that this is a key crossing. The other thing you know is that the Iraqis, on all of their key crossings, would be zeroed in ahead of time with artillery and mortar fire. It is one of the few places you know where U.S. advanced military units would be crossing. Thereby, you have it in the crosshairs already ahead of time, and you open fire the moment you see anything, and that appears to have been the circumstance. We also understand that in the firefight within this village over the past 24, 48 hours, that there were other Marine casualties that were suffered by the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines. Despite that heavy fighting, and despite what you might consider that setback as far as loss of life, they have continued driving on and pushing into the suburbs of Baghdad. They are obviously a force that has now grown accustomed to fighting and continuing to move on, and that is always the tempo of the Marines at this particular juncture. And the other thing to point out is that the Marines have been fighting all the way up from the east side of Iraq, and now the east side of Baghdad, going through a lot of densely populated areas. So they've gained experience on urban warfare on this particular operation. Bill?
All right, Marty, thanks. Again, to our viewers, we're going to squeeze back this picture and wait here. And Marty, if you get a signal, let us know, and we'll get you back quickly. General Wesley Clark, stand by down there in Little Rock. Got a number of questions for you still on this Monday morning back there in Little Rock. While we await this, though, when we get up to northern Iraq, we have not talked much about the northern front. It continues to be really a hotbed of activity. Difficult to ascertain exactly what's happening in all these towns. But in Erbil, Ben Whedon is standing by live to bring us up to date where it is now nightfall there. Ben, good evening. What's happening?
Yes, good evening, Bill. Well, the focus of the war in the north today was around the Iraqi-controlled city of Mosul, which is really the commercial hub of the northern part of the country. There, throughout the morning, there were huge explosions recorded by Al Jazeera, the Arabic satellite news channel. We were about 25 miles to the east at the time, and really throughout the morning, it was like there were small earthquakes going on in the area. You could really feel and hear these deep, deep thuds coming from the direction of Mosul, which was being pounded by coalition aircraft. We could see throughout the morning B-52 bombers heading in the direction of that city. Now, according to Al Jazeera, one of the targets that was hit in or around Mosul was a munitions dump, which might explain some of those huge explosions which we're seeing on Al Jazeera. Now, other than that, it was a fairly calm day on most of the front lines between the Kurdish and the Iraqi forces. It was a very hazy day today, which makes it very difficult for the American spotters. Those are the members of the U.S. Armed Forces whose job it is to provide the coordinates for these coalition aircraft that are flying over the area to come in for their airstrikes. When it's hazy, it's very difficult for them to get a bead on targets on the Iraqi side. However, the Iraqis, for their part, didn't find that to be a problem. Where we were, just as I said, 25 miles to the east of Mosul, there was some incoming artillery fire from the Iraqi side, so they are clearly still able to respond to everything that comes their way. Bill?
All right, Ben, thanks for the update there. Ben Wiedemann again checking in the town of Erbil in the north. And again, we'll watch this picture when we get Marty back. We'll bring back Mr. Savage as well with the Marines. But for now, here's Heidi at CNN Center.
All right, thank you, Bill. We are going to go now to the Pentagon, where we once again find CNN Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr at her post. Good morning to you, Barbara.
Good morning, Heidi. Well, we've just concluded a news briefing here where officials are now presenting a fairly detailed plan to pursue war crimes charges against Iraqi military and regime officials. Officials say that now U.S. military personnel operating inside Iraq will look for evidence of war crimes and will seek to preserve that evidence so that charges can be brought. This will be a two-part process. There will be potential prosecution of war crimes against Iraqis who have possibly committed these crimes against U.S. personnel, such as U.S. POWs, and the U.S. will work with Iraqis inside the country to pursue a process for prosecuting war crimes against Iraqis. There will be three potential ways that the U.S. might prosecute Iraqis. That could include court-martial, military tribunals, or even bringing them back to the United States to stand trial here. Here's how one official explained it.
War criminals will be prosecuted. The day of Iraq's liberation will also be a day of justice. For any war crimes committed against U.S. personnel, our policy is that we will investigate and we will prosecute. We will also seek to prosecute, where feasible, those who committed or ordered war crimes against U.S. personnel during the Gulf War.
Heidi, they identified Saddam Hussein Uday as one of their key targets in this process, and of course earlier today the U.S. military again moved into Baghdad, maybe more than 100 vehicles, we are told, from the 3rd ID moving to the center of town, the deepest probe into the capital yet, and we're told there will be more of that. Heidi?
Barbara, I do have a quick question for you. I just want to remind everybody what we're looking at here on the screen and that live picture. This is southeast Baghdad, where there is a bridge, a key crossing over the Tigris River. We're waiting for the Marines to blow that bridge up. We, of course, will keep you posted on that. Marty Savage is standing by for that information. In the meantime, quick question for you. We're hearing that there are about 600 friendly fighters now in the south. We, of course, have seen this in the north with the Peshmerga. What can you tell us about what's going on in the south along that same line?
Well, this all has emerged in the last few days, quite interestingly. More than 600 fighters, as you say. They are now known as the Free Iraqi Fighter Force. They were inserted into the south over the weekend. We are told they are made up of different ethnic groups from various areas of Iraq. They are opposition fighters, people who have been inside Iraq, and also people who are returning to Iraq. They are going to be in the south. They are going to be armed. They will be working with U.S. Special Forces. This may, we are told, be the beginning of a post-war Iraqi military, but it is already proving to be quite controversial because the well-known Iraqi National Congress leader, Ahmed Chalabi, is with them, and there is some opposition within Iraq to him because many Iraqis may feel he is being put in by the United States government. So this force is now in the south working with the U.S. military, but not clear whether they will be successful in really being a transition to a new Iraq. Heidi?
All right, the very latest from the Pentagon with Barbara Starr. Thanks so much, Barbara. Coming up in this hour of CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq, President Bush strolls across the White House grounds but has the most real estate to cover once he lands in Northern Ireland. There, Mr. Bush will meet with British Prime Minister Tony Blair to discuss the world's toughest conflicts, from Baghdad to Belfast to the Middle East. And the siege of Saddam's power base, coalition forces pound former presidential strongholds and further chase Iraqi defenders from their entrenchments. We'll take a closer look at this day of breathtaking gains for the coalition. And what was once a crown jewel of the Iraqi regime is now a prized trophy of the Allies' advance into the capital. Still ahead, a closer look at the lifestyle of the rich and famous. You are looking now at some scenes here of coalition troops marching into Basra, the thumbs up signal from them.
Our competitors have turned computer buying into a game, and we're not going to take it anymore. Here's the new deal from Gateway. No complicated price hooks, no confusing rebates to figure out, no add-ons or upgrades needed. What you see with Gateway is what you get. A feature-rich PC at a great price, with shipping included. Call, click, or come in to hear more. A new deal, a better way. Gateway.
Gateway 500 series PCs feature Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Last night, I watched my daughter sleeping, smelling of soap and tangle-free shampoo, and suddenly the responsibility of preparing that little human being for the world was overwhelming. I'm 36 and single, and I'm strong. That's why I'm here.
If you're searching for something to believe in, for your children to believe in, our hearts, our minds, and our doors are always open. The people of the United Methodist Church.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at Ditech.com, there are no games, just low fixed rates with no middleman or broker fees. You can be pre-qualified online or over the telephone. There's no advance fees prior to closing and no cancellation fees. Do it now before the rates go up. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
Hello? It's Dr. Ross. I have your colon polyp test results. You're fine.
Help stay that way with new Caltrate Colon Health. You may help reduce the risk of recurrent colon polyps, a colon cancer risk factor. Don't wait. Take new Caltrate Colon Health.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
We're looking again at a bridge by way of videophone, an Iraqi bridge over a canal that is near the Tigris River, that is near the city of Basra. We believe it could be to the southeast, maybe to the east, not quite sure exactly the location. But this is where Marty Savage is embedded with the U.S. Marines. We do anticipate this bridge that is heavily damaged, we're told, to be blown up at some time, possibly very soon. So we'll keep an eye on that. As we do, though, there is serious political discussions underway very soon in Belfast, Northern Ireland. British Prime Minister Tony Blair, U.S. President George Bush flying there today to talk about Iraq, the Middle East peace process, and peace for Northern Ireland. Suzanne Malveaux, ahead of the team there in Belfast, joins us live to talk about all of these big three pieces of the pie. Suzanne, hello.
Hi, Bill. It is really a very ambitious agenda that the two leaders are going to take on, but we have been told, yes, those three items. President Bush left early from the White House. Will be arriving in Belfast later this afternoon. This is the third time the two leaders have met in as many weeks, and top of the agenda, of course, is a post-Saddam regime. We know that France, Germany, and Russia really want to see a predominant role of the UN to play in that regime, but the United States, the Bush administration, has made it very clear over the last week or so that they see that they will be in charge, the Allied forces. They are looking at a limited role for the UN. Now, where Mr. Blair stands is somewhere in the middle. That is where the delicate negotiations will take place in their discussions. One of the main challenges really here is whether or not they can come up with a UN resolution that the UN Security Council will pass that really gives a sense of legitimacy to a new Iraqi government, this interim Iraqi authority. The other issue that they're facing as well is one of timing. When do they bring this about? When is it important to get those people on the ground? There's somewhat of a disagreement within the administration itself the Pentagon looking to move sooner as opposed to later, saying that really they want to put an Iraqi face on this, but the State Department taking a bit more of a measured look at this, a measured tone. But as you know, Bill, a lot on their plate. We'll see what they come up with. The two leaders are going to meet for dinner this evening and then private discussions tomorrow. Bill?
All right, Suzanne, let's talk about Middle East peace, a topic that's been pushed to the background because of the war in Iraq right now. What is the proposal that seems to be emerging right now in terms of a roadmap there?
Well, absolutely, Bill. It's a very important point, and Mr. Blair has really been pushing the Bush administration to be more aggressive in asserting itself, its commitment to the Middle East peace, the roadmap that they like to call it. They are waiting essentially for the Palestinian leadership, the Prime Minister, to really get their components, their elements of their government together before they move forward. But Mr. Blair really sees this as a credibility issue because at the same time they want to garner the type of support from Arab nations. They feel they will not be able to do so when it comes to building Iraq unless they deal even-handedly with the Middle East peace crisis. That is one of the reasons that is coming up in this meeting, and one of the reasons it came up just a week ago at Camp David. Bill?
Suzanne, thank you. Suzanne Malveaux again reporting on the ground there in Belfast. As Suzanne mentioned, later tonight the two leaders will hold a dinner, and a lot to talk about there. Let's talk more about it from London right now. Jamie Rubin's back with us, former Assistant Secretary of State, back with us here on CNN. Jamie, good to have you back and welcome. Want to know, first of all, what's the sense you're getting in London regarding Tony Blair and U.S. President George Bush? Do they feel a sense of vindication based on the amount of criticism they were taking only 10 days or 2 weeks ago, and now looking at this conflict not near an end, but quite close to it possibly, and not only 3 weeks old?
Well, absolutely. I think you need to distinguish here between the military and the political side. On the military side, I really believe that the Blair government is beginning to feel vindicated. You can tell the way they're talking, the way their soldiers on the ground are talking, with these moves inside Basra, where the British are now almost completely in charge of Basra, with the moves inside Baghdad, that they've gotten past that first hurdle where everybody said everything was going wrong and not to the way they expected it. So on the military side, I think they're going to have a fair degree of meeting of the minds and comfort level. But when it comes to the political side, that's a completely different story, and I think there really are some big issues between Bush and Blair that they're going to have to hash out.
And how do we hash them out then? We heard Kofi Annan just about 90 minutes ago talking about what he believes truly is a significant role for the UN to play in Iraq. But then you have this counterbalance here about the difficulties going through the Security Council prior to the beginning of this war. How is all of that meshed together, or is it successfully?
Well, I think it can be done, but it's going to require magnanimity on the part of the U.S. administration, and it's going to require some flexibility on the part of the French and Germans and Russians who oppose this war, and those qualities have been sadly lacking to date. But if they were to try to come together, there is a way to do this, and the way to do this is to have the period in which Jay Garner, the retired American general, is running the country be as short as possible, and find a way, perhaps with the involvement of the Secretary General of the United Nations, to get a group of Iraqis, both inside and outside Iraq, to come together in some interim authority, some interim Iraqi government that would then be legitimized by the United Nations Security Council, not as a permanent government, not as the final government. That would come much later after some elections or some other processes to choose the Iraqi government, similar to what we did in Afghanistan. But if the United States insists on running the country for many, many months before transitioning to some Iraqi group that would then be able to be endorsed by the UN, that's going to be a big problem. Because what is not understood well in America, I don't think, is that unlike the war, where the United States and the British, if they didn't like what was happening on the second resolution, could just throw their hands up and say, we tried, and then go to war. In the case of the post-war period, this time the British, the Germans, the French, the Russians, they have leverage. They have a need to endorse the lifting of economic sanctions on Iraq and the allowance of international reconstruction to go in and take control of the assets there. That can't be done without the acquiescence of of the opponents of this war. So both sides have to find a way to work together.
Jamie, I got to get back to our embeds, but quickly here you mentioned a short period of time before it's handed back to the Iraqis. How do we define that? Paul Wolfowitz said yesterday perhaps 6 months. In your estimation, what is a safe amount of time before the Iraqis really start getting ticked off and saying, we want our country back?
Well, I think what Wolfowitz was talking about was 6 months until you get to the legitimate Iraqi government, the government that's selected by the Iraqi people. I don't think he ruled out some period like 6 weeks where the Americans would take over, run the industries, run the ministries, run the oil production, get things started, allow the UN to deliver aid, and during those 6 weeks, you'd have to select a group of Iraqis that would then be endorsed after that 6-week period by the Security Council. That's the way to unlock the puzzle.
Okay. Got it. Jamie, thanks. Jamie Rubin in London will talk again. I am certain earlier today, just a few minutes ago, I mentioned this bridge near Basra. I misspoke completely. I meant Baghdad. Southeast of Baghdad, we do believe this is over a canal that feeds into the Tigris River. Marty Savage, embedded with the Marines, is providing us this image here, along with his photographer, Scott McGuinty, by way of video phone. We are told perhaps within 3 minutes, the Marines might be ready to detonate this bridge. Damage, we're told, as a result of fighting over the past 24 hours. Before we get back to Marty by telephone, Lisa Rose Weaver is situated just outside of Baghdad, I believe. Lisa, what's happening there?
Well, yes, Bill, I am just at the perimeter of the international airport. In the distance to my northeast, I can hear the 3rd Infantry exchanging pretty heavy artillery there with Iraqi forces at the front line. I'm not sure exactly how far away that is from me. Several kilometers. It's not anything that I can see, but I can certainly hear it. Meanwhile, we arrived here. I'm embedded with a Patriot missile battery. It arrived here a few hours ago, and some of the forces here found some old bunkers that the Republican National Guard had apparently left in very much of a hurry. They found quite a lot of unused ammunition, no evidence of chemical weapons, although there were gas masks thrown on the floor along with clothes and food, some old bread and potatoes, and strangely, baby formula, which one of the investigators here speculates the Republican National Guard may have been eating for nutrients, assuming that bread and potatoes was all else that they were eating. It happens to be fairly quiet now, but again, intermittent artillery exchange between the 3rd ID and Iraqi forces off to my north. Bill?
Lisa, thanks. Lisa Rose Weaver, again, embedded right near Baghdad. And back to Marty now. Marty, have those vehicles moved out? Are we ready for what we're awaiting now?
Well, I believe we are, Bill. They have lit this actually using det cord and what they call sort of igniters. So it's not like somebody standing by with a button to push. This is the boat that you may have seen earlier underneath the pylons there. What they did was they rode up there, the demolition experts, and then they trigger the igniters, which is really just like, well, a little more sophisticated than flint against steel. But we're told it should be pretty close now, and they had a 10-minute fuse, and they measured out. So, like I say, it's not down to the exact second of science. There are a lot of Marines that have gathered here for this event, probably not the most significant event in this war, but it is something they know is going to happen, and the Marines do like to see things go. They're always willing to look at the action, so we'll wait.
Marty, as we await, I'm assuming this bridge is beyond repair. Am I right?
Yeah, I would say.
I'm right.
The concussive force just from this vantage point was pretty strong. And now we're going to wait and see just to make sure nothing's going to come flying out of the blue onto our head. The smoke has completely obliterated the bridge site, and the flash was so intense I'm having a hard time focusing my eyes, but we will give it a few seconds here to wait for the smoke to clear. I got a cheer from the Marines. They obviously were impressed by that. Clearly, the demolition guys didn't hold back on any of their charges on this, judging by the force of the explosion and the way we felt it here. We're just looking and waiting for the smoke to clear. But I think you could probably safely say, judging by that, it's been mission accomplished. Now, the idea was not to bring down the whole bridge, just bring down that center span. And as the dust clears, I think you can start to see that they achieved just that, Bill.
Wow. Marty, back up a little bit. Heavy, intense fighting over the past 24 hours that led to the damage for that infrastructure, for that bridge. Hang on a second, Marty. I believe we've got the... Let's go back a second here for our viewers and roll it again without me talking this time and watch it.
And so we'll wait. Yeah, I would say...
Right after that explosion, you can hear the Marines give up that holler. Hey, Marty, take us back to real time right now. What happened 24 hours ago with the intense fighting around that bridge?
Well, this bridge was, obviously, it's a key crossing point. Any bridge across any waterway at this point, as close to Baghdad as we are, will be. And it was the job of the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines that were spearheading the drive across. First, they had to get through this village here, and there was quite a firefight that was going on last night. RPGs, AK-47 fire, and artillery that was being lobbed around the Marines. So they had to fight their way to this position on the banks of this particular canal. Then at daylight, they were poised to cross over on that bridge. And there was an armored personnel carrier that we understand that was struck by artillery, and that 2 Marines were killed in that strike. We also understand that there may have been other casualties that were suffered as they fought their way through the village. The village is now fully in the control of the U.S. Marines, and there are armored personnel carriers and Humvees and just a lot of plain, I was going to say leathernecks. That's the slang jargon that the Marines use to talk to themselves. Now in the alleyways, streetways of this town. As we drove in, it was interesting that after the heavy firefight, a lot of people waving, and I'm talking about Iraqi civilians, a lot of people cheering and expressing what seemed to be happiness over the fact that the Marines have liberated this particular spot. So it was an intense fight to get here, but now that the units have crossed, pushed over, we are told that they are not meeting significant resistance on the other side. Bill?
Yeah, Marty, listen, if you could have Scott go in. We're told that the image is getting very dark as the evening grows longer there in that part of Iraq. If he could maybe go in on that span that's been detonated at this point. And as he does, Marty, maybe you give our viewers a better idea as to how the temporary construction of a bridge right near you off to the right, how long that took to get done, and also how long it may take for this group of Marines to cross that river now.
Well, I was a little bit drowned out by the sound of that earth mover as it went by, Bill, but if you could ask me that question again, I'll be able to hear now.
All right, it's not an exact science, that's clear. If you could have Scott McWhinney maybe go in on that span that's been blown away, we can see just how precise the detonation was. And while we do that, let our viewers know again how long it took to set up that temporary bridge with a number of Humvees and amphibious assault vehicles right now that are moving across that bridge.
Okay, well, you're looking at the segment that was destroyed. It's a bit deceiving to you only because these are actually 2 spans side by side. And what they did was they took out the portion of the heavily damaged span. There's another span that's still intact. That they're still going to make a determination whether that will be safe for civilian use or not. In the meantime, it is not probably strong enough or secure enough for the military hardware. We're talking tanks and armored personnel carriers, so that's why the engineering unit created this temporary bridge. It was up in a matter of hours, I suppose, and they had units going across, so they, as you mentioned before, they practice this a lot. They even have competitions when they're not doing wars to see how quickly they can assemble a bridge, and it's usually achieved fairly quickly. You have a lot of prefabricated parts, and it's a matter of setting them down, bolting them together, and they float on pontoons, and then the equipment rolls across. So they will now start pouring all of the Marine assets across their bridge. We're watching, you see the, well, I'm sure you can in this light now, but that bulldozer is actually starting to move across the other span, so I think we're going to get a pretty good test as to how strong the remaining structure is. But again, there were two bridges side by side. They brought down the one that the Iraqis had partially destroyed in their retreat.
Got it. Marty, thanks, and have a good night. Thanks for sharing that with us, and to your crew and Scott McWhinney as well. As Marty pointed out there, that bridge detonation, perhaps not the most exciting thing that's happening right now in Iraq. However, very fascinating to see how the U.S. military moves across the field of battle during a time of war, a critical time there for the Marines to keep moving toward their destination, which is Baghdad. Let's get a break right here. The General is back. Wesley Clark from Little Rock right after this. Back in a moment.
Yeah, I would say the concussive force just from this vantage point was pretty strong. And now we're going to wait and see just
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq, symbols of the regime, the very latest as U.S.-led forces storm into the heart of Baghdad. From the home front to the front lines of the war, getting goodie boxes and receiving letters of love in the desert, and Congress seeks answers into the deadly flu-like illness called SARS. These stories and more today at noon Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Today, HP Technology is building efficient miracles, helping access the web wirelessly in coffee houses, and letting citizens talk to their government 24 hours a day. It's powering the engine of the world economy and making art timeless. For the world's great companies, thinkers, and doers, HP makes more things more possible.
All right, class, settle down. How about your mom?
My mom probably makes a gazillion calls a month.
Put that under a lot.
Half your parents use the phone a lot, and the other half a little.
Perfect, because 10-10-220 is great whether you call a little or a lot.
If my dad's going to use it, it better be cheap. It is 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes.
So it is cheap.
Even if you don't make that many calls.
So where's the eraser?
Beats me.
Dial 10-10-220, then 1 and the number.
First mortgage interest rates can change daily, but there's one place that guarantees your rate won't change.
You got the green light.
The rate you see is the rate you'll pay. And the closing cost? $995. No points, no other fees. Lock in this great deal now at 866-66 faster.
866-66 faster. You got the green light.
CNN Tonight, urban warfare in Baghdad. The latest from the front lines, plus special ops heroes only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
When it comes to business, Cumberland County, New Jersey has more to offer. Strategically located in the heart of the Northeast Corridor, we offer a wide array of financial incentives, below-market land costs, a skilled, available, and reliable workforce, and a superior transportation network. For more information on how we can help your business, call 1-866-866-MORE or visit our website at moretooffer.com.
For the third consecutive year, Wood River Village has been voted Best of Bucks, the best life care retirement community in Bucks County. Wood River Village feels more like a resort with the warmth and comfort of a country bed and breakfast. Wood River Village in Bensalem, Pennsylvania is for active adults who choose to live life to the fullest. Wood River Village offers everything you need to enjoy a healthy, happy retirement. Come to Wood River Village, explore the many possibilities retirement living has to offer. Retire in style. Wood River Village style.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Certainly a lot of action going on today. We also want to let you know we are following a developing story out of Baghdad. Now, Lebanese television is quoting Iraqi officials as saying that coalition bombs have leveled this building in the exclusive neighborhood of Al-Mansour, which houses homes and offices of diplomats as well as shopping and dining areas. LBC reports those Iraqi officials say 9 families died in the collapse. CNN is unable to independently verify these claims. We will bring you more as we research this story. But for now, we are going to go ahead and try to get some military expertise on what's going on in Iraq and a look ahead to some of the choices that await. For that, we bring back former NATO Supreme Commander and now CNN military analyst, General Wesley Clark. General Clark, hello to you.
Hello, Heidi.
I want to stick with this bridge that we've been watching, that we just saw blow up. And obviously, we've been talking about being a key crossing over a canal near the Tigris River. But I am wondering, you had mentioned defending the opposite bank, and you always do that when you find a bridge. Do you therefore try to always avoid going over an existing bridge?
Well, no. I mean, as a matter of tactics, the Marines would probably have attempted to rush and storm the bridge, and we may well have had some special operations forces or Marine recon elements out in front of the Marine columns in an effort to secure these bridges and prevent their demolition by the Iraqis. We don't know the particular story of this bridge, but you always want to move as rapidly as possible, because as you move over existing bridges, if you can do that, you gain the element of surprise, you take away the enemy's ability to delay the force, and you continue to gain the initiative over the enemy. So the fact is that this bridge was partially detonated or demolished by the Iraqis, at least weakened enough that it was necessary to put in a pontoon bridge. That's a delay. It was the right approach to take, but it would have been better. Obviously, it's always better to take the enemy's bridges if you can, provided that you can use them safely.
So do you have a good sense then, General Clark, of what the significance is of this particular bridge as the push into Baghdad goes on?
It's really hard to say from the limited information we're looking at through the TV camera, Heidi, but in general, the forces want to close to Baghdad as rapidly as possible. And every time they have to detour off a road, construct a bridge, and go over, and you can see of course, it's a safe crossing, but it's still one vehicle at a time on the bridge. It's a difficult approach. It's a tough exit. It's back through the mud and then back up to a road. That imposes delay. And it's those delays that the Marines are trying to prevent, because we have the initiative right now. We've got the shock and awe in effect with ground forces in Baghdad. And the more force we can get up there, the more rapidly we can do it, the greater the opportunity for finishing the fight in Baghdad with lower casualties.
All right, now along those same lines, can you give us a perspective on where coalition troops are positioned in and around Baghdad today, and what would be next, in your opinion?
Well, we know that we're controlling the airport. We've had a firefight there, and there was apparently an Iraqi counterattack at some point in the last 24 hours on the airport. And we've got the 1 brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division has made its run into and is occupying Saddam's palace in the center of Baghdad, as well as having gone to the Information Ministry and the Al-Rashid Hotel. What we haven't heard yet is whether they're still investing those locations or whether they're just remaining in the palace. The indication is they will stay, at least temporarily, in the palace complex, using it as a sort of forward operating base from which to maneuver and control that portion of Baghdad. And then we know we've got other troops who have just finished a fight in Karbala, will probably be moving toward Baghdad to reinforce the coalition effort there from the northwest side of Baghdad. The major roads around Baghdad are interdicted, but there must be many, many ways for reinforcements to come in or for Iraqi officials to escape out. And there's still reports of perhaps as many as 4 Iraqi divisions at some strength level, 50%, 35%, nobody knows for sure, who may be able to offer some organized resistance in the east, northeast, northwest of Baghdad. So we've got, in addition to that now, the U.S. Marine Corps is pushing up from the east side, and we know that at least 1 Marine column has forced its way across a bridge into the center part or near the center part of Baghdad, and the other Marine regiments should be following along there shortly. So this is still the scramble to really get in and take Baghdad in grip all the way around, and then to pull it apart, identifying its enemy centers of resistance, eliminating those centers of resistance, convincing the remaining straggler elements to lay down their arms, and then moving into the exploitation phase in Baghdad.
All right, very good. Thanks so much for your insight, as usual. General Wesley Clark, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to send it back now to Bill, who is going to bid us adieu from Kuwait City. Long day for you, Bill, as always.
Yeah, Heidi, listen, we woke up this morning with these images live on our television screens here in Kuwait City of U.S. tanks and Bradley vehicles moving into the center part of Baghdad. We saw Iraqis essentially on the run. I think the one image that sticks with me is the group of Iraqis fleeing along the Tigris River, essentially shedding their uniforms and their weapons, tucking them underneath trees as they went along. We also understand, Heidi, through the U.S. Army there, and the Marines as well, that they are not leaving that town tonight, and that was evidenced by one of our journalists right there for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Ron Marks, who told us earlier today, in fact 2 hours ago, that he has been situated now inside of an armored personnel carrier in the center part of Baghdad and has not moved for hours. It's possible they won't move throughout the night tonight, which would mean yet again that the fighting would continue well into the morning tomorrow. The U.S. Army, Heidi said, this time it is for real and a dramatic show of force, and the evidence is shown there in the pictures and the stories we are now getting. I'm going to check out. Wolf is in here next. He's up at noon Eastern time. You have a good Monday. I'll see you again tomorrow right here in Kuwait.
Very good. All right, Bill Hemmer, thanks so much. In the next hour of CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq, we'll see how U.S. troops rumbled into the heart of Baghdad, parking a tank outside Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace. We'll have the latest on the battle in northern Iraq as U.S. forces take up strategic positions there. And we'll take you to Belfast, Northern Ireland, site of a key summit between President Bush and Britain's Tony Blair. We are bringing you live coverage of the war in Iraq here on CNN 24 hours a day. Keep it here.
What can a toy store teach us about disciplined investing? Not everything that catches your eye is worth buying. What can a seaplane teach us about financial advisors? The best ones take you places where others can't. At Markovia Securities, we learn from the world around us and believe that even in uncertain and difficult times, there are opportunities. Our financial advisors can help you find them. Our goals are simple. Protect what you have and build on it. Individual advice, individual answers. Talk to us. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. Wachovia Securities.
Since I had my bypass surgery, I have a new outlook on life. I don't sweat the small stuff. I take time to stop and smell the roses. And I enjoyed life's little surprises. And on a more serious note, I take Zocor. Along with diet and exercise, Zocor lowered my cholesterol to where it should be. Zocor is also proven to significantly reduce the risk of heart attack among people with high cholesterol and heart disease. And in the past 10 years, more than 140 million prescriptions have been filled for Zocor.
Zocor is a prescription medication and is not for everyone, including women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant, or people with liver problems. Your doctor may do blood tests to check for liver problems because serious side effects can result. Tell your doctor about any muscle pain or weakness you experience and about any medicines you are taking.
Along with diet and exercise, ask your doctor about Zocor and take care of yourself. It's your future. Be there.
It is now almost 8 o'clock in the evening in Baghdad and nearing the end of what has been a dramatic day in the Iraqi capital. This is a live picture now you're looking at. From pilotless airplanes to largely defenseless palaces, it has been a day of coalition gains and regime losses.
وفي نبأ ورد منذ لحظات بأن
من القيادة العراقية أم أنها تنفي هذا الأمر؟
لم يفد بشكل رسمي أنه هناك يعني المصادر
While other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Apply now for a low fixed-rate mortgage or cash out some of your equity. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
How'd you get the new bike? We have this rule. You have to put a quarter in the jar anytime you lose your temper. So, my dad has a crummy old computer.
No, 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 no!
Cha-ching.
Maybe it's time to upgrade your old computer. Step up with a compact Presario by HP, powered by the mobile Intel Pentium 4 processor M, and get the performance you need, all for what you'd pay for a lesser computer. To buy, simply call, click, or visit your local retailer.
Daddy, cash.
When it really matters, choose compact and the mobile Intel Pentium 4 processor M.
It's easy to take electricity for granted. A lot of us aren't even sure where it comes from. So we're sometimes surprised to learn that over half of the electricity we use comes from coal.
Mrs. Wheeler!
And thanks to a $50 billion investment in clean coal technologies by America's electric utilities that use coal, it's getting cleaner every day, helping us protect something we can't take for granted. Our environment.
It's 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West, 8 p.m. in Iraq. Today is Monday, April 7th. You're watching CNN's live, continuous coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer, reporting today live from Kuwait City. Along with me, Heidi Collins, with a look right now at what's happening at this hour.
Thanks, Wolf. Here now are the latest developments at this hour. U.S. tanks and troops storm the Iraqi capital, seizing control of the main presidential palace. Army forces from the 3rd Infantry converge on the city from the west, while Marines are moving in from the east. Army sources tell CNN's Walter Rogers that the 3 battalions now in Baghdad will not be pulling out. There were U.S. casualties in the advance on Baghdad today. Sources tell CNN's Walter Rogers 2 soldiers were killed by an Iraqi missile strike on an Army tactical operations center. 2 journalists were also killed. And CNN's Martin Savage says the Marines suffered casualties when an armored personnel carrier was hit by Iraqi artillery outside Baghdad. British forces push into Basra, even barreling through the door of one of Saddam Hussein's palace compounds. Britain's defense secretary says troops are in control of most of Basra, but still face some resistance in the old quarter of the city. He says the goal is to move quickly from combat operations to peace operations. President Bush left the White House early today and is due to arrive in Northern Ireland soon for a summit with British Prime Minister Tony Blair. The 2 leaders will discuss plans for rebuilding Iraq. Also on the agenda, efforts to revive peace efforts in Northern Ireland and the Middle East. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan today kept up his push for a broader United Nations role in post-war Iraq. Annan says he expects the UN to play an important part in rebuilding the country. He made the comment before meeting with Security Council members to discuss the situation in Iraq. Coming up this hour of CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq, we'll see how U.S. troops rumbled into the heart of Baghdad, parking a tank outside Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace. We'll have the latest on the battle in northern Iraq as U.S. forces take up strategic positions there. And we will take you to Belfast, Northern Ireland, site of that key summit between President Bush and Britain's Prime Minister Tony Blair. Now our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq.
American forces battle their way to the very heart of Baghdad today. It's seen to be a largely symbolic thrust, one to telegraph the message the regime, the Saddam Hussein regime, is no longer calling the shots. Perhaps nothing sends a stronger signal than this photo. American soldiers, take a look at this, sitting in Saddam Hussein's living room at his main presidential palace on the Tigris River. Another in and out strike, perhaps bolder and longer than those of over the weekend, or possibly a permanent U.S. military presence in the Iraqi capital. Still unclear at this hour what precisely is going on. We hope to get additional details as our coverage unfolds. In the meantime, CNN's Rula Amin is joining us now live to discuss this raid from her post along the Iraqi-Jordanian border. Rula, what do you sense? What's unfolding in Baghdad right now?
Well, Wolf, right now there is fighting on the streets of Baghdad. After a relative lull in the afternoon, the fighting resumed very heavily. There's a heavy exchange of artillery fire between the U.S. forces and the Iraqi security forces. There's also still coalition missiles hitting different targets in Baghdad. Iraqi television is still on the air. They just showed pictures of the Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein meeting with his aides, among them the vice president, the deputy prime minister, and one of his sons. Now the president is no close or no near his palaces. Actually, we are hearing reports that Iraqi troops are sending artillery shells into the presidential compound where the U.S. troops are positioned. The U.S. troops have moved into the western side of the Tigris early this morning. They moved in and took pictures of themselves right at the major landmarks in Baghdad, the presidential palaces, the Rashid Hotel, and the parade ground. These are very strong symbols for the Iraqi regime, for the grip of power that Saddam Hussein had, for his grip on power. And that's why most Iraqis now in the capital are wondering, where is the Iraqi army? And this is the message that the U.S. wants to send to the people in Baghdad. It's the regime there is over. It's futile to fight. There's no need for them to waste their life trying to save a collapsing regime. We did see pictures of some Iraqi soldiers fleeing the battleground. Some were jumping into the river even. However, we do know from people we have spoken to in Baghdad, still there are Republican guards on the streets of Baghdad, ruling Ba'ath Party militias, and Fidaiyin Saddam, and they seem determined to stay and to put up a fight. Now, Iraqi officials are in full denial. The Iraqi Information Minister insists that the Iraqi troops have managed to inflict serious damage among U.S. troops, killing a large number, he says, and what he's saying is that the Iraqi troops have managed to force the U.S. troops to retreat. This is how he described the battle from his own perspective.
This is only to attract attention, in fact. They gave them, in fact, poison yesterday. The soldiers of Saddam Hussein have given them a lesson they will never forget.
Now, the residents of the capital have been hearing this strong rhetoric for a while now. And now that the U.S. troops are inside the capital, they are wondering, is this the beginning of a quick end to the battle to take over Baghdad, or is it the beginning for an urban warfare that will take place in their own streets, in their own neighborhoods? Wolf?
Rula, what are you hearing about refugees, people attempting to flee Baghdad to get outside of the city, presumably where it's more safe?
Well, surprisingly enough, we didn't hear about the Iraqis fleeing Baghdad today. Some of them did leave yesterday and the day before, but not today. In fact, we did see some pictures very close to the Information Ministry in Baghdad and to the Rashid Hotel, where we do know that the U.S. troops was present for a short while in the morning. And surprisingly, we did see Iraqis on the streets, buses, government buses still working, people in their own cars. And maybe it is that people are trying to have a close-up look, something that they can see with their own eyes to try to assess what's happening on the ground, away from the propaganda, away from the media, away from what the U.S. and Iraqi officials are telling them. Wolf?
Rula Amin joining us from her listening post along the border with Iraq. Rula, thanks very much. U.S. Marines came under fire today as they moved from the east into Baghdad. Within the past hour alone, the Marines destroyed a bridge over a canal near the Tigris River that was damaged in heavy fighting. The bridge is on the southeastern outskirts of Baghdad. CNN's Martin Savage is embedded with the 1st Battalion of the 7th Marines. He has more now on the advance toward the Iraqi capital.
At about the same time that the U.S. Army units were making their way into Baghdad today, the U.S. Marines were pushing into Baghdad from the other direction, from the east. Lead elements have now begun pressing into the southeastern suburbs and continue to be on the move. However, there has been a price that has been paid. Among the first units pushing forward was the 3rd Battalion, 4th Marines. As they were getting ready to cross over a bridgehead at a canal crossing, they came under Iraqi artillery fire. Originally, when this was reported, there might have been some confusion as to whether this was friendly fire or Iraqi artillery. Now the head of the Marine Division confirms to CNN that it was, in fact, Iraqi artillery and mortar fire that struck an armored personnel carrier which Marines were riding, and there had been at least 2 fatalities. We don't know if there were any injuries beyond that. Still, despite suffering that setback, the 3-4 has moved across.
We're going to interrupt Marty Savage's report to go live to Baghdad, where explosions are being heard and seen and felt right now. You're looking at Abu Dhabi television. These are live pictures from the Iraqi capital. We're not sure what those explosions are. They could be additional U.S. bombs. They could be missiles. They could be artillery, whether Iraqi artillery or U.S. artillery. Both sides, ground forces, whether U.S. soldiers or Marines or Iraqi soldiers, are close. They're clearly within very close proximity of each other. There could be heavy artillery fighting. But once again, you're looking at these live pictures that we're getting right now from Baghdad. As you know, there earlier in the day have been extensive U.S. military probes, armored raids right into the Iraqi capital. We don't know if the U.S. is going to establish permanent positions or if these are temporary decisions to go in and then eventually go back out. Initial word is the U.S. may simply decide to stay in certain locations, symbolic locations, inside the Iraqi capital to send a message to the Iraqi people, the Iraqi leadership, the Iraqi military personnel that the U.S. now is in charge, having virtually encircled the Iraqi capital, in charge of the main roads in and out of Baghdad, as well as at Baghdad International Airport, where the U.S. is establishing a command position on the scene. That's only about 10 or 12 miles from Baghdad. So we'll continue to show you these pictures from Baghdad. We'll continue to watch what's going on the streets in Baghdad, as well as the skies over the Iraqi capital. In the meantime, Iraqis, as you probably know by now, have put up what's described as little resistance as Army troops rumbled into Baghdad earlier today. But later, a missile strike did inflict casualties. CNN's Walter Rogers is embedded with the 307th Cavalry just outside Baghdad, and he filed this report just a short time ago.
The casualty toll on that Iraqi rocket attack against a U.S. Army command post is now considerably higher than previously reported. We're told there are 15 U.S. soldiers wounded, some of them quite seriously, and we're also told there were 4 dead in that attack. 2 of the dead are said to be journalists. What apparently happened was that the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division command post was set up south of the city. This while other units of the 2nd Brigade rolled into Baghdad again this morning. An Iraqi approached the area with a missile, fired the missile, and took a terrible toll on U.S. soldiers, again with a single rocket. Of course, this is in response to, or the price that is paid for, more U.S. tanks rolling into Baghdad. CNN has been told by U.S. Army sources there are now 3 battalions of the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry inside Baghdad, and those 3 battalions are not there on a temporary foray as in the previous 2 days. Those 3 battalions intend to stay in the city and occupy it, this according to U.S. Army sources. Walter Rogers, CNN, with the U.S. 7th Cavalry on the outskirts of Baghdad.
And as we know, the push into Baghdad is not without cost today. Several Americans have lost their lives. Let's talk with our Pentagon correspondent, Barbara Starr. What's the latest from there, Barbara?
Well, officials here are underscoring what Walt just said. The push to Baghdad, inside Baghdad, continues. Officials saying they are sending the message to the regime that they are no longer in charge, and it is expected the U.S. presence inside Baghdad will only grow. Now, earlier today here at the Pentagon, officials also laid out a plan saying that the U.S. military will gather evidence of war crimes in Iraq against both Americans and Iraqis, and that they are getting prepared to possibly prosecute both Iraqi military and regime leaders for those war crimes. Officials saying here they may hold military trials, or they may even bring Iraqis back to the United States for prosecution. Here's what one official had to say.
War criminals will be prosecuted. The day of Iraq's liberation will also be a day of justice. For any war crimes committed against U.S. personnel, our policy is that we will investigate and we will prosecute. We will also seek to prosecute where feasible those who committed or ordered war crimes against U.S. personnel during the Gulf War.
And officials identified Saddam Hussein Uday as their top suspect for possible war crimes prosecution. Wolf?
What about these Iraqis, these resistance group, approximately 600, Barbara, that have now been flown to southern Iraq, the Iraqi National Congress supporters, those opposed to Saddam Hussein. What's that mission all about?
Well, the Pentagon is now identifying these people. Let me give you the name. They are now going to be known as the Free Iraqi Fighter Force. Now, officials saying that this is more than the Iraqi National Congress, that there are people representing various groups, including Shia from the south and other groups inside Iraq, that these are fighters who are friendly to U.S. forces, who will be there working alongside U.S. Special Forces in southern Iraq, possibly becoming the nub, as it were, of a new Iraqi military force. But you are right, Wolf. This, so far, the most visible element of this new fighter force is Ahmed Chalabi, the head of the Iraqi National Congress, known to be a candidate by some elements of the Bush administration for a very prominent post in post-war Iraq, but also a lightning rod for a lot of controversy in the Arab world, because many feel he is basically someone supported only by the United States government. So it remains to be seen how much broad support he will have inside Iraq, but now these fighters are on scene. Wolf?
Barbara, yesterday when I interviewed General Peter Pace, the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he called the initial thrust into Baghdad proper an armored raid, in effect. There are more underway today, as we all know. What's the purpose? Will they stay there, or are they going to go back out to their more secure locations on the outskirts of the city?
Well, they are working their way through Baghdad sort of grid by grid, as it were, and there's absolutely no indication that they are planning to leave. All officials are saying, both publicly and privately, the U.S. presence will only grow, that there is still some concern about Iraqi fighting in the city. They are particularly concerned about the east side of Baghdad, a place called Saddam City, where there is a large Shia population. They don't believe they have control over that yet. They're very concerned about the Iraqi regime moving against the Shia inside Baghdad. But as for the rest of it, they are just going to continue to stay and take away further and further control from the Iraqi regime inside the capital. Wolf?
Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. We'll be checking back with you, of course, throughout the day. There will be a Pentagon briefing, I'm told, later in the day as well. CNN, of course, will have live coverage of that. In the meantime, there's more fallout developing from that incident over the weekend. A Russian motorcade or convoy leaving Baghdad, including the Russian ambassador, other Russian diplomats, Russian journalists, was fired upon. Unclear the circumstances surrounding that incident, but our Sheila McVicker is now in Damascus. That convoy, that Russian convoy, has reached Syria, and Sheila's joining us on the phone to update us on what's going on that sensitive, very sensitive issue. Sheila, what's the latest?
Well, Wolf, more questions, I think, is what the latest is. I'm out in front of the Russian embassy in Damascus. That convoy, the remnants of that convoy, have just returned here a short while ago, including the Russian ambassador to Baghdad. The Russians had indicated initially that they were not being terribly clear about the circumstances. They are now saying that when they were attempting to leave Baghdad yesterday in what they say was a well-marked diplomatic convoy, cars bearing diplomatic plates, clearly signaling that they were not either Iraqis or military forces, they came under fire, they say, by American armored vehicles. There has been a suggestion from a Russian journalist who was traveling in the same convoy who made it to Jordan last night that, in fact, they may have been caught in some kind of crossfire. The American ambassador saying today very clearly that the vehicles that they saw that fired upon them were American armored vehicles. Now, there were a number of people injured in that incident, including the ambassador's driver, who underwent surgery in an Iraqi hospital in the town of Fallujah last night. He is still not well enough to travel. They've had to leave him in that hospital with one other member of the diplomatic staff who stayed behind to try to look after him. Now, in terms of what we know the Americans are saying so far, CENTCOM has, to this point, indicated that they do not believe that there were any U.S. forces operating in the area. The Russians saying now very